Hello everyone, and welcome to the DXD Tales. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Issei was a true god of destruction and fall in love with the Valkyrie Rossweisse. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Divine Destruction. The god Who loved a Valkyrie. Chapter 1. The Mask of Mortality. Issei Hyodo closed his eyes for precisely 3 seconds before the physics teacher's question even left her lips. He'd been monitoring her thought patterns without conscious effort, a habit formed over millennia of existence that he couldn't quite break. When living among creatures whose entire lifespans were mere eye blinks in the cosmic scale of his existence, small advantages helped maintain the exhausting charade of humanity. Hyodo-kun, perhaps you'd care to explain the third law of thermodynamics to the class. He opened his eyes slowly, letting a carefully calculated amount of confusion cross his features. The performance was delicate. Too much confusion would invite unwanted attention, too little would seem unnatural. For the average 17-year-old human male he pretended to be. The entropy of a perfect crystal at absolute zero is exactly zero, he answered, allowing just enough hesitation to seem plausible. As a system approaches absolute zero, all processes cease and the entropy approaches a minimum value. What he didn't add was that he'd witnessed the formation of these physical laws, had perhaps even played a small role in their establishment. Destruction and entropy were, after all, his domains. Not that Nakamura-sensei would appreciate the clarification. That's correct, she said, the slight frown indicating she'd expected him to fail. Pay more attention instead of staring out the window, Hyodo-kun. The classroom returned to its somnolent state as spring sunlight filtered through cherry blossoms outside. Issei returned to his performance of the distracted teenager, though his awareness extended far beyond the classroom's concrete walls. He monitored 17 different supernatural energies pulsing throughout Kuo town, the territorial markers of devils, the fluttering signatures of fallen angels, and the occasional bright spark of a passing celestial messenger. None posed immediate threats, but their increasing numbers troubled him. For 3 centuries, he'd maintained this particular human identity, transferring from school to school, city to city, careful to mow before anyone noticed his lack of aging. Kuo had been peaceful for decades, until 6 months ago, when supernatural entities began congregating for reasons he hadn't yet determined. The bell rang, signaling lunch period. As his classmates burst into immediate chatter and movement, Issei gathered his belongings with deliberate slowness. Issei, lunch on the roof, Matsuda called from across the room, already standing with Motohama. You guys go ahead, Issei replied with a carefully crafted smile. I need to check something in the library first. His 2 friends exchanged disappointed glances before leaving. They were good humans, genuinely good-hearted despite their teenage obsessions, and Issei felt a twinge of something almost like regret for the necessary distance he maintained. Attachment to mortals had proven painful too many times across too many centuries. The hallway buzzed with unusual excitement as Issei made his way toward the library, his excuse for solitude during lunch periods when he typically extended his awareness throughout the town, checking for disturbances. Have you seen the new teacher? A second-year girl whispered to her friend as Issei passed. Foreign but speaks perfect Japanese. And gorgeous. Teaching Norse mythology and European literature, another student added. Starting today. Issei paused mid-step, a frown disturbing his carefully neutral expression. New staff mid-semester was unusual enough, but Norse mythology specifically. The coincidence felt calculated, particularly with the recent influx of supernatural energies. He adjusted his route, turning toward the faculty office instead of the library. Divine senses extended delicately outward, brushing against the edges of consciousness inhabiting the school building. Most were utterly human, limited, beautiful in their simplicity, burning bright and brief. But near the faculty room, something different waited. Something ancient, though nowhere near his own unfathomable age. Something touched by divine power, though not divine itself. A Valkyrie. Issei's physical form continued walking while his true awareness expanded. The cosmic energy that comprised his actual being, vast and terrible enough to unmake solar systems, stirred restlessly beneath his human shell. He hadn't encountered one of Odin's battle maidens in nearly 2 centuries. Their presence in human LD affairs typically signaled Asgardian interest in potential conflicts. He rounded the corner and nearly collided with her. For one unguarded moment, their eyes met without pretense. Issei saw the flicker of recognition in her ice-blue gaze, not recognition of him specifically, but of power beyond her understanding. Something ancient and vast hidden in human form. She recovered instantly, professional smile replacing momentary shock. "Excuse me," she said, her Japanese flawless despite the faint Norse accent. "I should have been watching where I was going." Silver white hair pulled into a practical bun. Minimal makeup accentuating natural beauty, conservatively tailored suit that nonetheless revealed an athletic figure, everything about her screamed discipline and control. The perfect Valkyrie disguise for infiltrating human society. Yet Issei sensed something else beneath her composed exterior: loneliness, frustration, ambition. Interesting complications in one so devoted to duty. "No harm done," he replied, allowing himself to stare just long enough to seem like a typical teenage boy confronted with beauty. "You must be the new teacher. Norse mythology, right?" "That's correct." Her smile remained perfectly polite, though her eyes continued their assessment. "Rossweisse. I'll be teaching mythology, literature, and supervising some student activities." Rossweisse. Issei searched his memory, vast as libraries, ancient as the cosmos itself. She was younger than many Valkyries, only a few centuries old, but already renowned in Asgard for magical innovation and combat prowess. Odin's personal escort in recent decades. Her presence here was significant. "I'm Issei Hyodo, 3rd year. Looking forward to your class, sensei." He offered a respectful bow, precisely the depth appropriate for a student to teacher, no more, no less. When he straightened, he caught a flicker of something, disappointment, in her expression. Had she expected more reaction from him? A slip in his human mask. "Interesting. Nice to meet you, Hyodo-kun. I should continue to the faculty room. Perhaps I'll see you in class tomorrow." She moved past him with efficient grace, the subtle aura of Asgardian magic clinging to her like expensive perfume. Issei continued toward the library, mind calculating probabilities and scenarios with the precision that came from eons of existence. Odd. In had sent his personal Valkyrie to Kuo. The implications were troubling. The library provided the solitude Issei sought. Finding an unoccupied corner, he settled into a chair and closed his eyes. Maintaining awareness of his physical surroundings while extending his cosmic senses throughout the town. The technique had become second nature over millennia, existing simultaneously at multiple levels of reality without strain. Supernatural energies pulsed across his awareness like stars on a celestial map. Devil energy concentrated in the old school building, the Grimoire and Citri heirs maintaining their territories. Fallen angel signatures clustered near the abandoned church on the outskirts of town. Their numbers had increased again, now totaling 7. Various MTHE forests surrounding Kuo. Their ancient energies familiar and unthreatening. And now, a Valkyrie at the school. The Norse rarely involved themselves in the affairs of other pantheons without significant cause. Something caught his attention, a ripple of chaotic energy near the town's eastern border. Destructive energy, similar to his own but unrefined, raw. It lasted only seconds before vanishing completely, as if whatever generated it had either died or been concealed by powerful magic. Issei's eyes snapped open, physical body responding to metaphysical threat. This was the 4th such energy burst in 2 weeks, each progressively stronger. Each feeling more deliberate, more targeted. Someone was either attempting to draw him out or set him up. The lunch bell rang, summoning students back to classrooms. Issei gathered his belongings with deliberate normalcy while his true consciousness continued investigating the energy disturbance. By the time he reached his classroom, the signature had vanished completely, leaving no trace for even his divine senses to follow. Afternoon classes passed with excruciating slowness. Issei maintained his role, answering questions when called upon, making occasional notes, laughing at appropriate moments with classmates. All while his greater awareness extended throughout Kuo, searching for further disturbances. The final bell brought relief from the performance. As students filtered out, discussing clubs and social plans, Issei declined invitations with practiced excuses. He needed to investigate the energy signature before the trail grew colder. Hyodo-kun. The voice stopped him at the school entrance. Rossweisse stood near the faculty room door, beckoning him with a subtle gesture. "Yes, Rossweisse-sensei," he asked, approaching with calculated casualness. "I was reviewing student files and noticed you haven't registered for any clubs or after-school activities." Her tone remained professionally neutral, but her eyes watched him with unnerving intensity. As a third-year student, extracurricular participation would strengthen your university applications. A transparent excuse to engage him in conversation. Issei almost admired the directness of her approach. "I have family responsibilities after school," he lied smoothly. "My parents work late, so household duties fall to me." "I see. Perhaps something with flexible scheduling might work. The Mythology Research Club meets only twice monthly." She offered a brochure he hadn't seen her holding a moment earlier. "We'll be studying Norse legends this semester. Given your interest earlier, I thought you might enjoy it." Issei accepted the brochure, noting the runic symbols subtly incorporated into the design. Not merely decorative, detection spells, woven into the ink itself. Clever. If he were merely a supernatural creature rather than a god, handling the paper would have triggered a reaction. "I'll consider it," he said, sliding the brochure into his bag. "Thank you for thinking of me. Of course, students' futures are my primary concern." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Especially exceptional students." The emphasis on exceptional wasn't subtle. Issei maintained his pleasant expression while inwardly sighing. The Valkyrie suspected something, though likely not his true nature. Even Asgardians couldn't conceive of a god of destruction walking among humans undetected. "I should get going. Parents expecting me and all." He bowed slightly. "Have a good evening, sensei." Rossweisse watched him leave, her posture rigid with suspicion barely concealed beneath professional courtesy. Issei felt her magical senses attempting to analyze him as he walked away, delicate probes that slid harmlessly off the impenetrable barrier of his true essence. Whatever reports she sent back to Asgard would note anomalies but no concrete evidence. Once beyond school grounds, Issei abandoned his student persona. His posture straightened, stride lengthening, eyes sharp, ending with the focused awareness of a predator. The mask of adolescent awkwardness fell away, revealing something ancient and terrible beneath the human disguise. He headed east, toward the site of the energy disturbance. Senses extended to detect surveillance. The Valkyrie wasn't following physically, but her magical awareness tracked him, a gossamer thread of Norse energy maintaining connection. Rather than severing it, Issei allowed the connection while feeding it false impressions, the mundane thoughts and feelings of an ordinary student heading home. The disturbance had originated near an abandoned industrial complex, once a thriving manufacturing center, now a collection of decaying concrete structures reclaimed by nature. Ideal territory for supernatural entities seeking privacy. As Issei approached, he detected residual energies, the magical equivalent of footprints in mud. Destruction magic, not his own, but similar enough to raise serious concerns. Few beings in existence could manipulate destructive energies at the level indicated by these residual traces. Fewer still would dare display such power so close to his territory without permission. The main factory building loomed ahead, broken windows staring like empty eye sockets. Issei paused, scanning for life signs or magical signatures. Nothing currently active, though the residual energy grew stronger, a chaotic SW. Whirling pattern centered on the building's interior. He entered through a rusted side door, careful not to disturb the decades of dust coating the concrete floor. The vast manufacturing floor stretched before him, ancient machinery standing in silent testament to human ingenuity and obsolescence. Sunlight filtered through broken skylights, creating dappled patterns across empty space. The destructive energy had originated from the center of the room. Issei approached cautiously, noting the subtle differences in dust patterns. Someone had been here recently, clearing a large circular area approximately 6 meters in diameter. Within that circle, barely visible to ordinary eyes but blazing like neon to his divine perception, lay the remnants of a complex magical array. Norse runes interwoven with Sanskrit syllables. Demonic sigils blending into angelic script, a deliberate fusion of pantheon-specific magical systems that should have been catastrophically incompatible. Yet someone had found a way to make them work together. Albeit briefly. At the array's center lay a single object. A perfectly ordinary marble, the kind children played with. Issei knelt beside it, extending senses rather than physical touch. The marble pulsed with contained energy, destructive potential compressed to near critical levels. A trap, then, designed to detonate when disturbed. Issei smiled. After centuries of hiding, someone was trying to flush him out using his own domain against him. Clever but fundamentally misguided. No derivative form of destruction magic could harm him. He was its primal source, its original master. With casual deliberation, he picked up the marble, absorbing its destructive energy directly into his being. The sensation was pleasant, like sipping water after mild thirst. The marble crumbled to dust between his fingers, its purpose negated. Interesting approach, he murmured to the empty building. But ultimately flawed. A sudden spike in magical energy outside the building caught his attention. The surveillance thread from Rossweisse had changed. No longer passive observation but active alarm. She was coming, moving with the supernatural speed of a battle-ready Valkyrie. Issei considered his options. Revealing his true nature remained out of the question, but complete passivity might raise more suspicions. A middle path, then, display enough abnormality to satisfy her investigation while concealing his divine status. He positioned himself near one of the factory's broken windows, giving him clear view of the approaching Valkyrie while remaining partially concealed. Rossweisse had abandoned her conservative teacher attire for traditional Valkyrie battle armor, accentuated with blue runes of protection and enhancement. Her hair flowed freely now, whipping behind her as she flew toward the building with magical energy crackling around clenched fists. She landed with warrior's grace 30 meters from the entrance, scanning the area with tactical precision. Even from this distance, Issei appreciated her combat readiness, balanced stance, energy perfectly controlled, senses extended for threats. The professional mask had fallen away, revealing the battle maiden beneath. Issei retreated deeper into the building's shadows, curious to observe her investigation methods. Rossweisse approached the entrance cautiously, one hand extended to detect magical traps or barriers. Finding none, she entered with measured steps, summoning a sphere of blue-white magical energy that illuminated her surroundings. "I know someone's here," she called, voice echoing through empty space. The energy signature was unmistakable. Issei remained motionless, suppressing his presence through techniques perfected over eons. To her senses, he would register as merely another shadow among many. Rossweisse moved toward the magical array with evident caution, eyes narrowing at the complex integration of disparate magical systems. She knelt, examining the pattern without touching it, fingers tracing symbols in the air as she analyzed its construction. "Impossible," she murmured, genuine confusion crossing her features. These systems should annihilate each other on contact. She produced a small crystal from her armor, a recording device of Asgardian design, and passed it slowly over the array, capturing its structure. As she reached the center where the marble had been, her frown deepened. "The trigger component is missing," she said, seemingly to herself. Recently removed. Issei decided intervention would yield more information than continued observation. He stepped from the shadows, deliberately scuffing his shoe against concrete to announce his presence rather than startling her. Rossweisse whirled, battle ready, magic gathering at her fingertips with impressive speed. Recognition flickered across her features as she identified him, followed immediately by suspicion. "Hyodo-kun," she said, not lowering her defensive stance. "This is a dangerous area. Students shouldn't be here." "I could say the same about teachers," he replied, maintaining his role as student while allowing a hint of knowing to color his tone. "Though I susp. ECT teaching isn't your primary occupation, Rossweisse-san." The honorific change, from respectful, sensei, to equal, san, was deliberate. Her eyes narrowed at the subtle challenge. "You followed me," she stated flatly. "Actually, I was already here when you arrived." Issei gestured toward the magical array. "Investigating that. You can see this." Genuine surprise replaced suspicion momentarily. Normal humans shouldn't perceive magical constructs. "I'm aware." Issei approached slowly, hands visible to avoid appearing threatening. "Just as I'm aware you're a Valkyrie from Asgard, not merely a literature teacher." Calculation played across her features, assessing threats, weighing options, considering implications. Issei could almost see the strategic analysis happening behind her ice-blue eyes. "What are you?" she finally asked, direct and uncompromising. "A concerned resident of Kuo," he answered truthfully if incompletely. "This is the 4th destructive energy signature in 2 weeks. Someone's being very noisy in what has historically been a quiet town." "You didn't answer my question. Neither did you explain why Odin's personal Valkyrie is investigating a Japanese high school." Issei stopped at the edge of the magical array, opposite her position. "Seems we both have our secrets." Rossweisse's expression hardened. "This isn't a game. That array was designed to channel destructive energy powerful enough to level several city blocks. If you interfered with it, I neutralized it," Issei interrupted calmly. "The trigger component absorbed the stored energy before it could destabilize." "Impossible. No ordinary being could absorb that level of destructive magic without disintegration." Issei simply smiled in response. The standoff continued for several heartbeats. Tension thick between them. Finally, Rossweisse straightened, magic still swirling around her fingers but attack posture relaxing slightly. "You're not human," she stated. "Not entirely. I live peacefully among humans," Issei countered. "My nature is less relevant than my actions, wouldn't you agree?" Peaceful intentions are easily claimed and difficult to verify. Her tone remained professional, but underlying wariness had shifted to something closer to curiosity. "Especially when destruction magic is involved," says the battle maiden whose entire culture celebrates glorious death in combat. Issei noted with mild amusement. "Cultural relativism is fascinating, isn't it?" A flicker of irritation crossed her features. "Asgardian values aren't relevant to this discussion. Neither is my exact nature. Yet here we are." Issei knelt beside the array, examining its structure more openly now. More pressing questions. Who created this, what was their purpose, and why? Use an integration of pantheon-specific magical systems that shouldn't work together. Rossweisse hesitated, clearly weighing operational secrecy against potential benefits of cooperation. After a moment, professional pragmatism won out. "The energy signature matches predictive models for a Class 5 destruction entity," she said, kneeling opposite him. "Odin's Sama detected similar energy in this region 6 months ago, increasing in frequency and intensity recently. My assignment is identification and containment if necessary. Class 5. Issei suppressed a smile at the inadequate classification. If she knew his true nature as a god of destruction, even Asgardian courage might falter. "And these arrays are what? Detection mechanisms? Traps?" "Both, potentially. This particular construction seems designed to amplify destructive energy, then release it catastrophically when triggered." She studied him with renewed intensity. "Your ability to neutralize it suggests intimate familiarity with destruction magic." "Perhaps." Issei ran his fingers along the edge of the array, carefully avoiding direct answers. "The integration of magical systems is particularly troubling. Few beings possess knowledge spanning multiple pantheons at this level." "Agreed." Rossweisse's professional interest seemed to momentarily override suspicion. "The runic elements are ancient, predating motor and Asgardian magical theory by several centuries. Yet they're seamlessly integrated with Sanskrit destruction syllables that shouldn't be compatible." "Someone's been studying for a very long time," Issei murmured, genuine concern coloring his tone. The combination suggested knowledge that should have been lost millennia ago, when the pantheons first separated their magical systems precisely because of catastrophic interactions. A comfortable silence fell between them as both examined different sections of the array. Despite her suspicion, Rossweisse's scholarly nature clearly appreciated the opportunity to analyze the magical construction with someone knowledgeable. For several minutes, they worked in tandem, occasionally pointing out interesting elements to each other. The central trigger mechanism was a focus object, Issei eventually explained, indicating the empty space where the marble had been. Ordinary in appearance but containing the critical energy matrix. "You said you neutralized it." Rossweisse's eyes narrowed. "How exactly?" "I absorbed the energy," Issei answered honestly, knowing the partial truth would satisfy her immediate curiosity while maintaining his cover. Destruction energy responds to specific resonant frequencies. Match those frequencies and you can draw it harmlessly into yourself. Not the complete explanation. That is the god of destruction. All such energies were merely pale reflections of his own accurate. That's theoretically sound but practically impossible for most beings, Rossweisse said, impressed despite her suspicion. The energy requirements alone would exceed what most magical creatures could channel safely. Issei merely shrugged. Practice makes perfect. A sudden change in atmospheric pressure interrupted their discussion. Both turned simultaneously toward the factory entrance as reality itself seemed to warp, space folding inward like crumpled paper. The air shimmered with heat distortion, magical energy cling visibly as something began pushing through from elsewhere. Dimensional breach, Rossweisse said unnecessarily, already on her feet in battle stance. Something's coming through. Issei rose more slowly, senses extended to identify the incoming entity. The magical signature was chaotic, primal, raw destructive potential without refinement or control. Not a god, but something that had absorbed significant destructive energy without properly containing it. Dangerous, unstable, and exactly what he'd been expecting since detecting the first energy signatures weeks ago. Stay back, he told Rossweisse. His student persona completely abandoned. This isn't something you can handle with Asgardian magic. I am a Valkyrie of. Irrelevant, Issei interrupted, moving between her and the forming breach. This entity exists partially outside normal dimensional constraints. Your magic will simply fuel its manifestation. Before she could protest further, the dimensional tear widened fully. From within the distortion emerged a creature defying conventional description, a shifting mass of destructive energy barely contained within a quasi-physical form. Vaguely humanoid but constantly changing. Its body composed of swirling darkness interspersed with flashes of crimson energy. Where eyes should have been, only empty voids existed, radiating malevolent awareness. Abomination, Issei whispered, genuine disgust coloring his tone. Someone's been experimenting with destruction divinity. The creature's attention fixed on him immediately, void eyes widening with what might have been recognition. It made no sound, but its body pulsed with increasing energy, preparation for attack. What is that thing? Rossweisse demanded, magical energy gathering around her despite Issei's warning. A fragment, Issei answered cryptically. A piece of divinity corrupted and bound to semi-corporeal form. Whoever created these arrays is harvesting destruction energy and attempting to create servants from it. The creature lurched forward with surprising speed, arm extending impossibly toward Issei. Instead of dodging, he stepped directly into the attack, right hand rising to meet the creature's extended limb. Upon contact, Issei's fingers sank into the swirling darkness as though grasping something solid. Return to nothing, he commanded, voice resonating with authority beyond his apparent years. The creature froze, its chaotic form suddenly rigid. Destructive energy crackled between them as Issei systematically unmade the bindings holding the fragment in physical form. The process was delicate, not merely destroying but deconstructing, separating the natural destructive energy from the corrupting influences that had shaped it into this abomination. Behind him, Rossweisse gasped as the creature began disintegrating, not exploding or collapsing, but simply ceasing to exist from the point of contact outward. Within seconds, nothing remained but scattered motes of sun energy that Issei absorbed with casual ease. Silence filled the factory floor. Issei turned slowly to face the Valkyrie, knowing his actions had revealed far more than was prudent. The calculated risks of his performance, showing enough power to establish credibility while concealing his true divine nature, suddenly seemed insufficient in the face of her stunned expression. That was not human magic, Rossweisse stated flatly. All pretense of normal teacher-student interaction abandoned. Nor devil, angel, or any known supernatural system. No, Issei agreed simply. It wasn't. You unmade it. Her voice held something between awe and terror. Not destroyed, unmade, as if reversing its very existence. Issei neither confirmed nor denied, waiting for her next move. The intellectual calculations visible in her expression were fascinating to witness, a brilliant mind confronting evidence that contradicted established understanding. Odin Sama suspected. She began, then stopped herself. The energy signatures. They're similar to yours, aren't they? But corrupted somehow. Someone is attempting to artificially replicate destruction divinity, Issei confirmed, deciding limit. Honesty served his purposes better than continued evasion. These fragments are failed experiments, Destructive energy given partial sentience but no true purpose or control. Divinity, Rossweisse repeated, focusing on the critical word. You're claiming divine status. I'm claiming nothing, Issei corrected. Merely explaining what we both witnessed. Her eyes narrowed with renewed suspicion. If you possessed divine power of that magnitude, Asgardian intelligence would have detected you long ago. Unless, she trailed off, pieces visibly connecting in her analytical mind. Issei Su, LD almost see the moment realization struck, her eyes widening slightly, posture stiffening. You're shielded somehow, she concluded. Deliberately concealing your presence from divine detection systems. An interesting theory, Issei smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Though it raises questions about why someone with divine powers would attend high school and maintain human appearances, doesn't it? Rossweisse studied him with renewed intensity, previous suspicion transforming into something more complex, professional curiosity intermingled with personal fascination. Assuming your intentions are benevolent, she said carefully, cooperation might benefit both our interests. These experiments clearly threaten the stability of this region. A reasonable suggestion. Issei glanced around the abandoned factory. Senses extended for additional threats. Though our definitions of cooperation may differ substantially. Meaning I have no intention of reporting to Asgard or submitting to Odin's authority. Issei clarified, my presence in Kuo remains confidential, particularly from other pantheons. Rossweisse frowned. My duty requires full reporting to Odin-sama. Your duty is to protect Asgardian interests and maintain cosmic balance, Issei countered. Consider whether exposing my existence serves those goals, or potentially compromises them by triggering inter-pantheon conflicts. The strategic calculation was evident in her expression, weighing duty against practical outcomes. Issei waited patiently, knowing the logical conclusion she would react. If her reputation for intelligence was deserved. Limited cooperation then, she finally offered. I report the destruction fragment and magical array but omit specifics about your abilities. In exchange, you share information about these experiments and assist in preventing further incursions. Acceptable, Issei agreed. With one addition, you explain your presence at Kuo Academy to me. The full reason, not the cover story. Rossweisse hesitated, then nodded once, decisively. Recent prophecies in Asgard mentioned a masked destroyer, whose awakening would trigger Ragnarok. Odin Sam, a detected destruction energy signatures here 6 months ago, coinciding with increased prophetic activity. My assignment is investigation and monitoring, not immediate intervention. Prophecies are notoriously unreliable, Issei noted. Though the information troubled him more than he revealed. Ragnarok was primarily an Asgardian concern, but cosmic destruction events often resonated across pantheons. Particularly when translated across cultural contexts. Perhaps, Rossweisse's professional demeanor returned, though her eyes remained watchful. But the energy signatures are real, as ATEV. Experiments are occurring involve genuine destruction divinity, which limits the possible entities responsible. Issei nodded acknowledgement, mind already calculating probabilities. Few beings Su, LD manipulate divine destruction energy without his awareness. Fewer still would dare attempt creating servants from it. The implications were disturbing. We should leave separately, he suggested. Glancing toward the setting sun visible through broken windows. Your sudden appearance at the school will already generate gossip without adding after-hours meetings with students. Agreed. Rossweisse gestured toward the magical array. This should be contained before departure. Even inactive, it contains valuable information someone might retrieve. Allow me. Issei knelt beside the array, placing both palms against its outer circumference. With precise control, he sent tendrils of his essence into the magical construction, systematically unraveling its components without triggering latent energy. The process took less than 30 seconds, the complex integration of magical systems dissolving into harmless dust under his influence. When he finished, nothing remained but empty concrete floor, all evidence erased. Rossweisse watched with poorly concealed fascination. Impressive precision, she commented. Most destruction magic practitioners lack such control. I'm not most practitioners. Issei stood, brushing dust from his school uniform. We should establish secure communication methods. Your classroom will be monitored by various supernatural factions already present at the academy. I have secure runic communications, Rossweisse offered, producing a small stone from her armor. She whispered something in ancient Norse, causing the stone to glow briefly before separating into two identical pieces. She offered one to Issei. These allow private communication regardless of distance. Simply hold it and speak my name to activate. Issei accepted the stone, recognizing Odin's craftsmanship in its construction. The communication runes were genuine, but additional surveillance enchantments layered beneath them didn't escape his notice. Clearly, the Valkyrie's trust had limits. Useful, he said, pocketing the stone without commenting on its hidden functions. I'll contact you if another energy signature appears. Rossweisse nodded, professional mask firmly back in place. I'll depart first and establish a reasonable alibi. You should wait 10 minutes before leaving. Without waiting for his agreement, she turned and strode toward the factory entrance. Armor shimmering briefly before transforming back into her conservative teacher attire through Asgardian magic. At the doorway, she paused, glancing back with an unreadable expression. Whatever you truly are, Hyodo-kun, I hope your intentions align with the preservation of this realm. For everyone's sake. Before he could respond, she disappeared into the gathering twilight, leaving Issei alone with his thoughts. The encounter had gone both better and worse than optimal. His cover remained technically intact. Rossweisse suspected divine connection but not his true identity as a god of destruction. Her limited cooperation would provide valuable intelligence about Asgardian interest in the region. Yet the appearance of the destruction fragment confirmed his worst suspicions, someone as deliberately attempting to harness destruction divinity for unknown purposes. Issei extended his awareness throughout Kuo Town one final time before departing, searching for additional anomalies. The supernatural balance remained stable for now, various factions maintaining their territories without overt conflict. But beneath the surface calm, tensions were building, the increased presence of fallen angels. The growing devil contingent, and now Asgardian interest represented by Rossweisse. After centuries of peaceful existence in this region, change was coming. Change that threatened the careful balance he had maintained for so long. As Issei walked home through darkening streets, his human disguise firmly in place, he considered the prophecy Rossweisse had mentioned. A masked destroyer, triggering Ragnarok. The description was troublingly accurate if incomplete. He had indeed masked his true nature for millennia, walking among mortals while concealing the vast destructive potential that comprised his true essence. But triggering Ragnarok, that suggested deliberate action rather than simply being discovered. Something else was happening, something connected to these experiments with destruction energy. Someone who knew enough about his true nature to attempt replicating his divine power. The implications were disturbing enough that Issei nearly missed the subtle magicka. L's signature tracking him from rooftops parallel to his path. Nearly, but not quite. His senses identified the observer instantly, not Rossweisse, but someone with similarly ancient energy. Not divine, but touched by divinity. Without breaking stride or giving any indication of awareness, Issei continued his walk, maintaining the teenage persona while extending limited consciousness toward his observer. The magical signature was carefully shielded, but certain elements remained distinctive. Age measured in millennia rather than centuries, power born from connection to primal forces, and most tellingly, familiarity with his own energy pattern. Someone who knew him, then. Someone who recognized what he truly was beneath the human disguise. The Watcher maintained distance, neither approaching nor retreating. Seemingly content with observation for now. Issei allowed it, curious about the entity's intentions. Direct confrontation would reveal more about his capabilities than was prudent, particularly after the demonstration with Rossweisse earlier. As Issei turned onto the street containing his modest apartment building, the observer finally retreated, magical signature fading into the distance with deliberate slowness, ensuring he noticed their departure. A message, then, a deliberate announcement of presence rather than covert surveillance. The game was becoming more complex, yours revealing themselves gradually while their true intentions remained obscured. Rossweisse represented Asgardian interest, straightforward if not completely transparent. The destruction fragments suggested someone experimenting with divine energies, dangerous but potentially mere curiosity rather than malice. This new observer implied knowledge of his true identity, potentially the most concerning development yet. Issei entered his apartment, activating multiple layers of protective wards with casual gestures. The modest one-bedroom space contained few personal items, he had learned over NNIA that attachment to material possessions complicated necessary transitions between identities. A few books, practical furniture, and basic necessities were sufficient for his purposes. The communication stone Rossweisse had given him pulsed gently in his pocket. He removed it, examining the runic patterns with greater attention now that privacy allowed. The surveillance enchantments were impressive by Asgardian standards, subtle enough that most supernatural beings would miss them entirely. With delicate precision, Issei modified them, not disabling completely, which would alert Rossweisse, but redirecting to provide carefully curated information rather than comprehensive surveillance. Once satisfied with the adjustments, he activated the stone, curious whether the Valkyrie would contact him so soon after their meeting. Hyodo-kun, Rossweisse's voice emerged from the stone, professional tone firmly in place. A secure test of the communication system. Please confirm receipt. Received, Issei replied simply. The stone's function as intended. A brief pause followed before her voice returned, slightly lower in volume and considerably less formal in tone. One additional detail I should mention. Odin-sama arrives tomorrow for personal inspection of the region. His interest in these events is significant. Darkened. The All-Father's direct involvement complicated matters substantially. While not a god of destruction, Odin possessed sufficient divine awareness to potentially recognize Issei's true nature if they came into direct contact. Understood, he responded neutrally. Will his visit be officially acknowledged? No, he travels in disguise to avoid alerting other factions. Another pause. He specifically instructed me to investigate you before his arrival. Your handling of the destruction fragment exceeded expectations for known entities in this region. I see. Issei considered his options carefully. Perhaps it would be best if I maintained distance during his visit. For everyone's comfort. That might appear suspicious given your new awareness of the situation, Rossweisse countered. Normal attendance patterns would draw less attention from multiple observers. She was right, of course. Sudden changes in behavior would attract unwanted scrutiny from various supernatural factions already monitoring the school. Better to maintain established patterns while preparing contingencies for Odin's arrival. Valid point, he conceded. I'll continue normal activities. Keep me informed of any schedule changes involving his visit. Agreed. Her tone softened slightly. One personal question, if permitted. Issei raised an eyebrow at the unexpected request. Ask. You neutralized a divine adjacent entity with apparent ease, yet used to live among humans and attend school. Why? The question was both simple and impossibly complex. Issei considered various answers, from evasive half-truths to philosophical explanations spanning millennia of existence. In the end, he opted for personal truth wrapped in generalized context. Immortality without purpose becomes meaningless, he said quietly. Humans, despite their brief existence, create meaning daily through choices, connections, discoveries. I find that refreshing. Silence followed his response, stretching long enough that he wondered if the communication had ended. Finally, Rossweisse's voice returned, thoughtful and lacking its usual professional distance. I understand more than you might expect, she said. Asgardians live for millennia, but purpose remains elusive for many. Thank you for your honesty. The connection ended abruptly, leaving Issei with the distinct impression he'd revealed more than intended. Something in his answer had resonated with the Valkyrie on a personal level, creating a potential connection beyond their tentative professional alliance. Interesting, but potentially problematic. Issei placed the communication stone on his bedside table and moved to the apartment's small balcony. Night had fallen completely, stars barely visible through Kuos light pollution. He extended his awareness upward, beyond atmosphere, beyond planetary limitations, into the vast cosmos that had been his first home. Countless civilizations had risen and fallen during his existence. Countless beings had lived, loved, fought, and died while he watched from various vantage points, sometimes distant observer, occasionally active participant, never truly belonging anywhere. The loneliness of immortality wasn't unique to gods of destruction. But the particular isolation of his role, destroyer of worlds when cosmic balance required, created barriers few other beings could comprehend. Perhaps that explained his uncharacteristic honesty with Rossweisse. Something in her question had touched an ancient yearning for understanding that even he, with all his power and wisdom, couldn't entirely suppress. A flicker of cosmic awareness interrupted his contemplation, distant but distinct. Another god of destruction, awakening briefly from dormancy in a far galaxy, acknowledging his active status with the equivalent of a nod across incomprehensible distance. The connection lasted milliseconds before fading, but the message was clear. His activities had attracted notice even among his divine peers. Issei sighed, returning his awareness to the immediate surroundings. Tomorrow would bring Odin to Kuo, the All-Father's penetrating gaze potentially compromising centuries of careful anonymity. The destruction fragments suggested someone actively seeking to expose or replicate his power. The mysterious observer indicated knowledge of his true identity already existed outside his control. After centuries of peaceful existence in human form, everything was changing simultaneously. The cosmic balance he had maintained so carefully now threatened to shift dramatically, with unknown consequences for the realm he had come to appreciate despite its impermanence. As Issei prepared for sleep, a human habit he maintained despite lacking physiological need, his thoughts returned to Rossweisse. The Valkyrie represented both threat and potential ally. Her intelligence and combat prowess impressive even by divine standards. Her question about his choice to live among humans suggested depth beyond mere duty to Asgard. Whether that depth would prove beneficial or dangerous remained to be seen. In Asgard's golden halls, Odin stood before the eternal flame, ancient eye focused on visions within dancing firelight. Beside him, a massive raven perched silently, occasionally tilting its head as if sharing the All-Father's sight. The boy handled the fragment with complete control, Odin murmured, more to himself than his avian companion. No hesitation, no wasted energy. The raven cawed softly in response. Yes, I know the prophecies are unclear. Odin stroked his beard thoughtfully. Masked destroyer could mean many things. But destruction divinity of that magnitude. The possibilities narrow considerably. Within the flames, images shifted, Issei neutralizing the fragment, erasing the magical array, speaking with Rossweisse. The surveillance enchantments in the communication stone had transmitted everything perfectly before being subtly modified, a fact Odin noted with approval rather than concern. Only a being of significant power and knowledge could have detected the enchantments, let alone altered them without destroying functionality. The question remains, Odin continued, eye narrowing as he studied Issei's image in the flames. Is he threat or potential ally? And more importantly, does he realize what's coming? The raven offered no answer, but Odin didn't expect one. Some questions transcended even Asgardian wisdom. Some answers could only be discovered through direct confrontation. Tomorrow, the All-Father would meet the masked destroyer, face to face. The prophecy of Ragnarok hung in the balance. In his modest apartment, Issei opened eyes that momentarily glowed with cosmic awareness, sensing Odin's distant scrutiny like sunlight on skin. The game of masks and revelations had already begun, pieces moving into position across a board encompassing dimensions. Come then, All-Father, he whispered to the night. Let's see how much you truly understand about destruction. Chapt. R1 End Divine Destruction. The God Who loved a Valkyrie. Chapter 2. Runes and Ruins. The ancient scroll unfurled beneath Rossweisse's fingertips, parchment crackling with age and power. Runes glow, wed faintly in the dim light of her apartment, responding to her Valkyrie essence. Outside, rain pattered against windows in rhythmic cadence, the heavens themselves weeping with foreknowledge of what might come. Odin had entrusted her with 3 artifacts before her departure to Kuo, this scroll among them. Its contents had remained sealed until tonight, protected by runic locks that responded only to specific circumstances. The appearance of a destruction entity powerful enough to unmake a divine fragment had triggered the unsealing. Her fingers traced the opening stanza, lips moving silently as she translated. Comes the outsider, wearing mortal flesh. Destroyer masked in youth and feigned weakness. When Yggdrasil trembles and 9 worlds falter, he shall unmake what cannot be broken. Rossweisse frowned, translating the archaic Norse with practiced skill. For 12 stanzas, each more troubling than the last. References to Cosmic Balance Undone, and Destruction Beyond Rag. Narok painted a grim picture of catastrophe exceeding even Asgardian apocalypse myths. Yet certain passages contradicted this interpretation. Not enemy but balancer. Not destroyer but renewer. Hen false gods rise and true gods slumber. Only unmaking brings remaking. The contradiction matched her conflicted impressions of Issei Hyodo. Yesterday's encounter had revealed power beyond her experience. Casual unmaking of a divine fragment that should have required ritual, preparation, and multiple practitioners. Yet he had chosen to neutralize rather than exploit the destruction energy. Awesome to cooperate rather than confront when discovered. A tap at her window interrupted her contemplation. A raven perched on the narrow ledge, larger than any natural bird, eye gleaming with intelligence beyond animal capacity. Odin's messenger. Rossweisse unlatched the window, allowing the creature entry. It shook raindrops from glossy feathers before extending one leg, where a small golden capsule had been attached. She removed it carefully, whispering a runic phrase that caused the capsule to unfold like a mechanical flower, revealing a small parchment within. Odin's handwriting, hasty but precise. Arrival at dawn. Meet at agreed location. The boy must not know yet. Rossweisse burned the note with a whispered word, watching ash dissolve into nothingness. The raven observed with unnerving stillness before departing without sound, wings silhouetted briefly against rain-streaked darkness. She returned to the prophecy scroll, attention focused on the final stanza. When Silver Maiden stands between worlds, neither loyal nor traitorous, neither true nor false. Her choice determines destruction's path. To end all or renew all with sacred fire. Silver Maiden, she murmured, unconsciously touching her own silver-white hair. The implication was troubling. Norse prophecies rarely mentioned specific individuals outside royal or divine lineages. For a Valkyrie to feature, prominently suggested significance beyond her station. More concerning was the reference to standing between worlds, neither loyal nor traitorous. Valkyries embodied loyalty to Asgard. The very suggestion of wavering commitment bordered on insult. Yet something about Issei Hyodo made these prophecies more unsettling. He fit too many descriptors, a being of immense destructive power, wearing mortal flesh, masked in youth. His casual neutralization of divine energy demonstrated capability beyond her understanding. Could he truly be the outsider of prophecy? And if so, what role would he play in determining destruction's path? Rain intensified outside, wind driving droplets against glass with increasing urgency. Rossweisse carefully resealed the scroll, activating protective runes with practiced movements. Tomorrow would bring Odin himself. The All-Father's wisdom might clarify what mere prophecy obscured. Until then, she had preparations to make for her second day as Kuo-e, Academy's newest teacher, a role feeling increasingly insignificant against cosmic prophecies of destruction. Morning arrived with lingering rain and leaden skies, unusual weather for spring in Kuo. Students hurried across campus with umbrellas and raincoats, conversations muted by the persistent downpour. Issei observed from the covered walkway connecting school buildings, senses extended beyond physical perception. The rain wasn't natural, subtle magical energy permeated each droplet, not harmful, but intentional. Someone with considerable power was modifying local weather patterns, eating conditions more suitable for Norse magic. Preparation for Odin's arrival, undoubtedly. Weather's crazy, right? Matsuda appeared beside him, shaking water from his umbrella. Forecast said sunny all week. Weathermen are wrong more often than right, Issei replied with practiced casualness. At least it's just rain. Yeah, but it messes with my girl-watching schedule. Matsuda sighed dramatically. Can't see anything through all these raincoats and umbrellas. Issei offered an appropriately teenage eye roll in response, maintaining his carefully constructed persona while continuing to monitor supernatural energies surrounding the campus. Beyond the weather manipulation, multiple observation spells had been established overnight. Detection wards at building entrances, surveillance enchantments near classroom windows. Even subtle tracking runes integrated into the sidewalk concrete. Asgardian preparations for Odin's arrival were thorough and professionally executed. Issei recognized Rossweisse's magical signature in most enchantments, precise, efficient craftsmanship reflecting centuries of practice. But underlying these was something more ancient, more powerful. The All-Father's personal touch, unmistakable to one who had witnessed the birth of pantheons. The morning bell rang, summoning students to homeroom. Issei made his way through crowded hallways, maintaining appropriate social interactions while cataloging supernatural presences throughout the building. Devils in the old school building, expected. Fallen angel signatures near the eastern perimeter, also expected. But a new energy pattern near the administrative offices caught his attention, draconic in nature but carefully suppressed. Interesting. Dragons rarely involved themselves in affairs of other supernatural factions without significant motivation. Their presence coinciding with Odin's visit suggested complexity beyond simple Asgardian interest in destruction energy. Issei entered his classroom, taking his assigned seat while maintaining awareness of the approaching draconic entity. Female, powerful but restrained, ancient lineage but relatively young by dragon standards. Deliberately moving toward this specific building, homeroom proceeded with mundane announcements, upcoming exams, club activities, standard school matters rendered trivial by cosmic perspective. Issei participated appropriately, answering when called upon, maintaining his role with practiced ease while tracking the dragon's movement through administrative processing and toward this very classroom. 10 minutes into first period mathematics, a knock interrupted the teacher's lecture. The classroom door slid open to reveal the school secretary accompanied by a female student Issei had never seen before, though. He immediately recognized the carefully concealed draconic energy emanating from her human form. "Excuse the interruption," the secretary said, bowing slightly. "We have a transfer student joining your class." The mathematics teacher nodded, gesturing the new student forward. "Please introduce yourself." She stepped forward with fluid grace suggesting centuries of practiced movement contained within apparent teenage form. Long black hair fell in perfect waves to her waist, contrasting with unusual violet eyes that scanned the classroom with predatory assessment barely concealed beneath human politeness. When those eyes met Issei's, they widened fractionally, recognition flashing briefly before being suppressed behind carefully constructed composure. "I am Keita Mizuchi," she introduced herself. Voice musical yet carrying subtle resonance suggesting her true nature. "My family recently moved to Kuo for business reasons. I look forward to studying with you all." She bowed with forma, precision, not the casual movement of modern teenagers but the disciplined courtesy of ancient tradition. Several male students whispered appreciatively, already assessing her obvious beauty. Female students showed more reservation, noting her unusual poise and formal speech patterns. "Thank you, Mizuchi-san," the teacher said. "Please take the empty seat beside Hyodo-kun. He can help you with any questions about school procedures." Quote, calculated placement or coincidence. Issei suspected Rossweisse's influence, positioning the dragon directly beside facilitate supernatural surveillance. Keita approached with measured steps, maintaining perfect posture even while carrying a school bag and navigating between desks. When she reached the empty seat, she acknowledged Issei with a subtle nod containing unmistakable deference, the gesture of a lesser power acknowledging greater. Not something ordinary students would recognize, but impossible to misinterpret for beings of their true nature. "Hyodo-san," she murmured as she settled beside him. An unexpected honor. Her voice carried multiple layers, superficial politeness for human observers, underlying recognition of his power, and beneath that, genuine curiosity. Dragons were among the few supernatural beings who could sense divine energy even when masked. She clearly recognized something beyond ordinary supernatural power in his carefully constructed human persona. "Welcome to Kuo Academy," Issei responded with matching complexity, ordinary friendliness masking acknowledgement of her nature and subtle warning against exposing either of their true identities. "Let me know if you need anything." Mathematics resumed, differential equations filling the blackboard with symbols vastly simpler than the nonverbal communication occurring between supposed teenagers. Throughout the lesson, Issei maintained awareness of Keita's careful observation, measuring his responses, analyzing his behavior, assessing the perfection of his human disguise with draconic precision. More concerning were the Asgardian surveillance spells active throughout the building. Odin had arrived, his distinctive energy signature unmistakable even at distance. The All-Father was currently in the administrative building, likely meeting with Rossweisse under pretext of educational consultation. Rain continued outside, heavier now, magical energy saturating every droplet. Perfect conditions for Norse magic, dampening other supernatural abilities while enhancing Asgardian workings. Tactical advantage in case confrontation became necessary. When mathematics ended, Keita turned to him with practiced casualness. "Would you mind showing me to the next classroom? I'm still learning the building layout." "Of course," Issei agreed, gathering his bellow. NGINGS while maintaining awareness of multiple magical observers tracking their interaction. "We have literature next, with Rossweisse sensei, actually." The new teacher. Keita's expression revealed nothing, but her energy pattern fluctuated slightly at the Valkyrie's name. "I've heard she's quite knowledgeable about Norse mythology." "She is." Issei led the way into the hallway, keeping conversation appropriately mundane while communicating more significant information through carefully modulated energy patterns, a technique most dragons would recognize. "Why are you here? What interest does your kind have in these events?" Keita responded in kind. Superficial conversation about school facilities continuing while deeper communication occurred beneath human perception. Dragon Council concerned about destruction energy. Sent observer. Recognized your signature immediately. Not expected. Your purpose. Issei pressed, maintaining friendly smile and appropriate gestures for passing students while interrogating on metaphysical level. Observation only. Report to elders. No interference intended. Her energy pattern showed honesty, or convincing facsimile. Dragons were among few beings capable of complex energy manipulation approaching his own skill. They reached Rossweisse's classroom, entering among clusters of students discussing the unusual weather and upcoming weekend plans. Keita followed Issei to adjacent desks, maintaining appropriate human social behavior while continuing deeper communication. Asgardian presence significant. Why? Prophecy concerns. Issei replied truthfully if incompletely. Destruction energy manifestations triggered interest. Keita's eyes narrowed slightly, recognition flickering across delicate features. Your source. Before Issei could respond, Rossweisse entered the classroom, commanding immediate attention through presence alone. She had abandoned yesterday's conservative suit for more traditional Nordic-inspired attire. A modern interpretation of Asgardian formal wear disguised as professional teaching clothes. Silver-white hair remained in practical bun, but subtle runic accessories now adorned wrists and throat. Protective enchantments disguised as jewelry. Her ice-blue gaze swept the classroom, lingering momentarily on Issei before shifting to Keita with immediate recognition of supernatural presence. Nothing in her professional demeanor betrayed this recognition, but the slight stiffening of her posture spoke volumes to those who understood supernatural politics. "Good morning," Rossweisse began, voice carrying natural authority. "Today we begin our exploration of Norse mythology with examination of cosmological creation myths and their relationship to other cultural traditions." She turned to the blackboard, writing several terms in both Japanese and ancient Norse script with precise, elegant strokes. As she wrote, Issei noticed additional runic patterns subtly incorporated into the characters. Detection spells activated by proximity to supernatural entities. Clever. The entire lesson was designed as both legitimate education and supernatural assessment. Norse mythology begins with the cosmic void called Ginnungagap. Rossweisse explained, pronunciation perfect and resonant with power that made Keita shift uncomfortably beside Issei. Between the primordial realms of fire and ice emerged the first beings, neither gods nor mortals as we understand them, but primal forces given consciousness. Her gaze swept the classroom, lingering meaningfully on both Issei and Keita. These primordial entities existed before concepts of good and evil, before notions of creation and destruction as separate forces. They simply were embodiments of cosmic principles that existed beyond moral judgment. The lesson continued, Rossweisse weaving legitimate mythology with subtle warnings and assessments. Through seemingly innocent mythological examples, she communicated Asgardian perspectives on cosmic balance, the necessity of destruction within creation cycles, and the dangers of power unbound by responsibility. Throughout the lecture, Issei maintained his role as attentive student while analyzing deeper patterns in Rossweisse's presentation. She wasn't merely teaching. She was testing his reactions to specific concepts, gauging his alignment with various cosmic principles through micro-expressions and energy fluctuations. Odin's influence was evident in her methodical approach. The All-Father had clearly instructed her to assess rather than confront, to gather information through indirect means before determining potential threat level. Beside him, Kata participated with surprising enthusiasm, asking thoughtful questions that revealed genuine interest in Norse cosmology carefully avoiding any that might expose supernatural knowledge beyond human capacity. Her performance was impressive, centuries of practice at human interaction evident in her perfect balance between engagement and restraint. As the lesson approached conclusion, Rossweisse assigned research topics for the following week. Each row will investigate different cultural creation myths and their relationship to Norse cosmology. Hyodo-kun's row will examine destruction deities across multiple pantheons, particularly how destruction functions within creation cycles. The assignment wasn't subtle, but effective. Legitimate educational value combined with opportunity to observe his reaction to focused research on destruction divinity. Issei accepted the assignment with appropriate student enthusiasm, neither too eager nor too reluctant. When class ended, Rossweisse made direct eye contact with both Issei and Kata. Hyodo-kun, Mizuchi-san, a moment please. As a transfer student, Mizuchi-san needs additional materials, and I'd appreciate your assistance in helping her acclimate. A transparent excuse for private conversation, but effective within school protocols. Other students filed out while Issei and Kata approached Rossweisse's desk with appropriate deference to teacher authority. Once the classroom emptied, Rossweisse activated privacy wards with subtle hand gestures, protect Ion against both conventional and supernatural eavesdropping. The atmosphere shifted immediately, temperature dropping several degrees as Asgardian magic saturated the surrounding space. Dragon, Rossweisse addressed Kata directly. Professional facade replaced with Valkyrie authority. Your presence was not anticipated. Explain. Kata straightened, human disguise falling away slightly as her posture shifted to something more reptilian, spine elongating, shoulders squaring with preternatural stillness. The Dragon Council dispatched me to investigate destruction energy signatures. My presence CE predates Asgardian interest and requires no explanation to Valkyrie authority. Diplomatic tension crackled between them, representatives of ancient supernatural powers with complex historical relationships. Issei observed with mild amusement, maintaining neutral position physically and metaphysically. The All-Father arrived this morning, Rossweisse stated, watching Kata's reaction carefully. He would appreciate understanding draconic interest in these events. My instructions are observation only, Kata replied coolly. The Council holds no position yet regarding these energies. We merely note their similarity to certain historical events. Rossweisse's eyes narrowed. Which historical events? That information is reserved for Council deliberation. Kata's gaze flicked briefly to Issei. Though perhaps certain parties already understand the reference. Interesting. The dragon was baiting him, seeking confirmation of specific historical knowledge that would verify his true nature. Clever but ultimately futile, he had witnessed every historical event involving destruction energy since the dawn of existence. Without specific reference points, her implication revealed nothing. Mysterious hints serve no practical purpose, Issei interjected, speaking for the first time since class ended. If the Dragon Council has specific concerns regarding destruction energy in Kuo, direct communication would be more efficient than schoolyard games. Both women turned toward him with remarkably similar expressions of surprise, neither expecting his direct confrontation of the situation. Kata recovered first, reptilian stillness replaced by deliberate human mannerisms. You mistake assessment for games, she said softly. The Council remembers when destruction last walked personified among realms. Consequences extended beyond pantheon boundaries. Now the reference became clear. She spoke of his previous active manifestation, approximately 8,000 years ago during the collapse of several interdimensional civilizations. Few current beings would retain direct memory of those events, but draconic historical records were among the most comprehensive in existence. Ancient history has limited relevance to current circumstances, Issei responded carefully. Patterns may rhyme without repeating. Rossweisse observed their exchange with calculating attention, clearly cataloging every nuance for later report to Odin. Her hand rested near runic bracelet, prepared to activate emergency communication if necessary. The prophecy scroll mentioned historical cycles, she noted. Watching Issei's reaction. Patterns of destruction and renewal spanning multiple pantheons. Tactical revelation of information. Testing his knowledge of the prophecy she'd examined last night. Issei maintained neutral expression, neither confirming awareness nor expressing surprise. Prophecies are interpretive by nature, he said. Without seeing specific text, commentary would be speculative at best. Indeed, Rossweisse's gaze remained steady, professional assessment never wavering. Perhaps we should focus on immediate concerns rather than prophecy or ancient history. The magical attack yesterday suggests active threat requiring coordination rather than philosophical debate. Practical focus, characteristic of her reputation for efficiency. Issei nodded agreement while Keita shifted slightly. Interest clearly piqued by mention of magical attack. Attack, she questioned, dropping pretense of ordinary student entirely. What nature? Destruction fragment, Rossweisse answered tersely. Artificially created from corrupted divine energy. Neutralized before full manifestation. Keita's eyes widened, gaze shifting to Issei with new understanding. You neutralized it. Not a question but realization. That explains your energy signature, resonance with destruction divinity. Clever deduction but incomplete. She recognized his connection to Destruct. Tian energy without identifying him as its source. The distinction was crucial for maintaining his cover. The immediate concern, Issei redirected, is identifying who created these fragments and why they're appearing in Kuo specifically. Agreed, Rossweisse said. Odin-sama believes. The privacy ward shimmered suddenly, external energy pressing against magical boundaries with increasing intensity. All three tensed, attention shifting to classroom door as wards analyzed the intrusion. Asgardian signature, Rossweisse identified, relaxing slightly. Odin-sama approaches. The door slid open without physical touch, revealing a figure that appeared simultaneously ordinary and extraordinary. To human perception, an elderly man in conservative business attire, distinguished but unremarkable. To supernatural awareness, primordial power barely contained within physical form, ancient beyond comprehension by most beings. Odin had abandoned his traditional appearance for modern human disguise. But nothing could conceal the fundamental nature of the All-Father from beings of sufficient perception. One eye gleamed with cosmic awareness while the other remained hidden behind modern eye patch. Silver-white beard had been trimmed to businesslike neatness, traditional armor replaced by tailored suit that nonetheless contained subtle runic protections woven into fabric itself. Interesting gathering, he observed. Voice deceptively casual while power radiated from every syllable. Ancient Norse accent colored his Japanese, giving ordinary words weight of centuries. Valkyrie, dragon, and his single eye fixed on Issei, narrowing slightly as divine perception attempted to penetrate layers of concealment surrounding his true nature. Student. The hesitation was telling. Odin sensed something beyond ordinary supernatural presence but couldn't immediately identify the specific nature of Issei's power. Good. The concealment techniques developed over millennia were functioning as intended, obscuring divine signature even from another god's direct scrutiny. Odin-sama, Rossweisse acknowledged with formal bow. I was just briefing potential allies regarding yesterday's incident. Allies suggests confirmed allegiance, Odin corrected mildly, closing the door behind him with gesture that simultaneously strengthened privacy wards to levels only Asgardian royalty could maintain. Perhaps, interested parties would be more accurate until motivations are clarified. He approached with deliberate casualness, power rippling around him like heat distortion. Keita I. NST instinctively lowered her gaze in appropriate deference to elder divinity. Rossweisse maintained formal Valkyrie posture, respectful but composed. Issei simply watched, neither subservient nor challenging, maintaining the curious attention appropriate for a student encountering unusual authority figure. Dragon Council representation was unexpected, Odin addressed Keita directly. Though not unwelcome given circumstances. Your name, young one. Keita Mizuchi, All-Father, she responded with formal dragon court etiquette, human disguise temporarily abandoned as she offered traditional Draken. I see gesture of respect, right hand position over heart. Water dragon lineage, Eastern Sea clan, dispatched by Elder Council for observation and assessment. Mizuchi, Odin repeated thoughtfully. Grandmother would be Mizuchi Tamahime. formidable diplomat during the Three Realms Concord. Kata's surprise registered briefly before composure returned. Yes, All-Father, she sends her continue. Respect for your wisdom during those negotiations. Convey my regards when next you communicate. Odin's attention shifted to Issei, single eye narrowing with focused divine perception. And you, young man. Hyodo Issei, yes, Rossweisse's report mentioned your unusual capabilities regarding destruction energy. Direct confrontation. Testing his reaction to acknowledgement of supernatural abilities. Issei maintained appropriate surprise while allowing carefully calculated defensive energy to surface. Not enough to confirm divine status, but sufficient to demonstrate supernatural awareness. I'm not sure what you mean. He responded with convincing teenage confusion. Rossweisse-sensei and I met yesterday during an incident, but pretense wastes valuable time, Odin interrupted, not unkindly but with absolute authority. This room contains no ordinary humans requiring maintained deceptions. You neutralized a divine fragment with apparent ease. Explain your nature and purpose in Kuo. The direct command carried subtle divine compulsion, not enough to actually force compliance from beings of significant power, but sufficient to compel truth from most supernatural entities. Issei allowed the compulsion to wash over him without effect, deliberately hesitating as if struggling against influence before responding. I've lived in Kuo for several years, he answered, balancing truth and misdirection carefully. My ability to neutralize destruction energy comes from long study and practical experience rather than innate nature. As for purpose, living peacefully among humans while preventing supernatural disruptions to their society. Not lies, technically. Everything stated was factually accurate while omitting crucial context. That, several years, meant centuries. Long study, encompassed witnessing the formation of destruction as cosmic principle, that his innate nature was destruction divinity itself. Odin studied him with ancient wisdom accumulated across millennia, single eye seeing beyond physical appearance to the carefully constructed layers of his supernatural disguise. The All-Father's expression revealed nothing, but the slight tilt of his head suggested both skepticism and intrigue. Interesting, he finally commented. Few beings could handle divine fragments without significant preparation or innate connection to the energy involved. Fewer still could do so while maintaining human appearance so convincingly. The observation hung between them, acknowledgement of something unusual without direct accusation of deception. Tactical trained characteristic of Odin's legendary wisdom. The immediate concern, Rossweisse interjected, practical focus redirecting conversation, remains identifying who created these fragments and their purpose in Kuo specifically. Indeed, Odin's attention remained fixed on Issei even while responding to his Valkyrie. Though understanding all involved parties seems prerequisite to effective cooperation. Rain intensified outside, drumming against windows with increasing urgency. Thunder rolled across distant skies, natural weather responding to divine presence rather than deliberate manipulation. The classroom lights flickered briefly as power fluctuated throughout the building. The fragments appear constructed from corrupted destruction divinity, Issei offered, redirecting conversa. Chion toward practical matters rather than his nature. Artificially empowered and bound into semi-corporeal form. Someone with considerable knowledge of divine energies is experimenting, successfully. The binding methods incorporate elements from multiple pantheons, Rossweisse added, professional assessment temporarily overriding suspicion. Norse runic structures integrated with Sanskrit syllables and demonic sigils. Unprecedented combinations suggesting extensive cross-pantheon knowledge. Our collaboration between specialists from different pantheons, Kata suggested, analytical mind engaging with the problem rather than interpersonal tensions. Dragon archives record similar experiments during the Convergence era, approximately 8 millennia past. The reference to his previous active manifestation wasn't subtle, but Issei appreciated her focus on historical context rather than his personal involvement. The Convergence era had indeed featured similar experiments, ultimately contributing to interdimensional collapse that required his direct intervention as god of destruction. Historical parallels merit consideration, Odin acknowledged, stroking trimmed beard thoughtfully. Though contemporary context suggests different motivations. The fragments appear designed as weapons rather than research subjects, deployed strategically rather than contained for study. Weapons against what target? Rossweisse questioned, analytical mind immediately focusing on tactical implications. Or whom? All eyes turned to Issei, unspoken suspicion hanging in air grown heavy with supernatural energies. The implication was clear. The fragments appeared connected to destruction divinity, and his demonstrated ability to neutralize them suggested possible targeting. Perhaps testing defenses rather than launching actual attack, Issei suggested, neither confirming nor denying his potential status as target. Probing responses to determine strengths and weaknesses before committing to primary objective. A reasonable assessment, Odin agreed, single eye never leaving Issei's face. Though it raises question of what primary objective might entail if destruction fragments represent merely testing phase. The conversation paused as building power fluctuated again, lights dimming momentarily before stabilizing. Outside, rain had become torrential, visibility reduced to mere meters through water-streaked windows. Thunder crashed closer now, supernatural energies responding to gathering divine and draconic power within the classroom. We should continue this discussion elsewhere, Rossweisse suggested. Professional concern for school environment evident in her tone. Concentrated supernatural presence risks attracting unwanted attention, particularly with current weather amplifying magical resonance. A prudent suggestion, Odin agreed, gesturing toward door. Perhaps. The classroom windows imploded simultaneously, shattered glass suspended momentarily in air as if time itself hesitated. Through the openings surged living darkness, not merely absence of light but active negation of it, swirling with malevolent purpose and crimson energy signatures identica. L to the destruction fragment from yesterday. Multiple fragments, larger and more defined than previous manifestation, poured into the classroom with clear purpose. Unlike yesterday's semi-corporeal form, these entities had achieved stable manifestation, humanoid figures composed of swirling darkness and destruction energy, void eyes fixed immediately on the classroom's occupants. 5 entities, moving with coordinated precision suggesting centralized control rather than independent action. They formed pentagram formation around the room's perimeter, crimson energy connecting between them too. Establish containment barrier designed to prevent escape. Trap, Odin identified unnecessarily, divine power gathering around him as disguise fell away, business suit transforming into traditional A.S. guardian battle armor through shimmering magical transition. Gingnir, his legendary spear, materialized in right hand, runes flaring along its length with activated power. Rossweisse responded with equal efficiency. Teacher attire replaced by Valkyrie battle armor, complex runic formations materializing around clenched fists as she assumed combat stance between F. Kata's transformation proved most dramatic, human form elongating. Skin shifting to iridescent scales as partial dragon manifestation emerged. Water gathered around her from ambient moisture, forming protective barrier while draconic energy pulsed in preparation for combat. Issei alone maintained human appearance, though his stance shifted subtly, centuries of combat experience visible in perfectly balanced posture and calculating assessment. The fragments had targeted this classroom specifically, timing attack to coincide with gathering of powerful beings. Coincidence seemed implausible. Containment priority, Odin commanded, authority absolute in crisis. School contains hundreds of uninvolved humans. Rossweisse, northeastern quadrant. Dragon, western approach. I'll handle southern entities. The strategic assignment D. Deliberately left eastern position to Issei, testing his combat capabilities and willingness to engage. Tactical assessment disguised as battlefield necessity. Understood, Issei acknowledged simply. Moving toward eastern windows where 2 fragments maintained position, crimson energy pulsing between them to sustain containment barrier. The fragments reacted immediately to his approach, void eyes widening with recognition that transcended physical perception. Unlike yesterday's mindless entity, these possessed rudimentary intelligence, enough to identify specific threat levels and prioritize accordingly. Both eastern fragments abandoned barrier maintenance, surging toward Issei with focused aggression. Their movement confirmed his suspicion. These constructs had been designed specifically to target him or his energy signature. Interesting. Someone knew enough about his nature to create entities attuned to his specific divine frequency. The list of beings possessing such knowledge was vanishingly small. Behind him, battle erupted as Odin, Rossweisse and Kata engaged their assigned targets. Asgardian magic flashed brilliant blue-white, Gingnir's legendary power cleaving through destructive energy with divine authority. Rossweisse's combat expertise manifested through precisely calibrated runic attacks, centuries of Valkyrie training evident in each perfectly executed movement. Keida's draconic nature emerged further. Water manipulation combining with physical strength as she engaged Western fragments with surprising efficiency. Issei faced his opponents with outward calm belying internal calculation. Revealing too much power risked exposing his divine nature, particularly with Odin's direct observation. Too little would appear suspicious given yesterday's demonstration of ability to neutralize similar entities. Balance was required, enough supernatural capability to address the threat without confirming godhood. The fragments attacked simultaneously, coordinated as Su, suggesting tactical intelligence beyond mere constructs. Elongated limbs composed of destructive energy lashed toward him from multiple angles, attempting to envelop rather than directly strike. Designed for capture rather than elimination, Issei moved with precise economy, physical form shifting between attacks with practiced ease. Each movement utilized minimal necessary energy while maximizing defensive efficiency. Combat techniques perfected across millennia condensed into seemingly human capabilities. They're attempting containment rather than destruction, he called to the others. Analysis shared while evading increasingly complex attack patterns. Capture appears primary objective. Confirmed, Odin responded, Gingnir cleaving through southern fragment with divine authority. That temporarily disrupted its cohesion without completely destroying it. These constructs possess intelligence beyond yesterday's manifestation. Someone evolves their design with concerning speed. Rossweisse's runic barriers flashed brilliant blue as northeastern fragment tested defenses with systematic precision. Energy signature identical to yesterday but control mechanism significantly improved. These aren't merely empowered, they're directed. The tactical implications were concerning. Within 24 hours, someone had analyzed yesterday's failed attack, improved construct design, implemented intelligence enhancements, and deployed coordinated assault team. Such rapid development suggested resources and knowledge beyond ordinary supernatural capacity. Issei's opponents pressed advantage of numbers, alternating attacks to prevent effective counteroffensive while maintaining constant pressure. Their tactical approach confirmed his suspicion. These constructs had been programmed specifically to engage beings of his capability level. Time to adjust assessment parameters. With deliberate calculation, Issei allowed one fragment to penetrate his defense, crimson energy briefly connecting with his physical form. Upon contact, he established resonance frequency with the destruction energy composing the entity, synchronizing his own carefully controlled power with the fragment's chaotic vibration. Return, he commanded softly, voice carrying authority beyond physical sound. The fragment froze mid-attack, void eyes widening with what might have been recognition or fear. Destructive energy comprising its form began vibrating at increasing frequency, crimson glow intensifying as fundamental cohesion destabilized. "What are you doing?" Keida called from across the room. Draconic senses recognizing energy manipulation beyond visible effects. "That destabilization will everyone down," Issei interrupted, pushing outward with controlled burst of energy that sent the fragment hurtling back through broken window. Once outside containment field, the entity's destabilization accelerated exponentially, crimson glow becoming blinding as destruction energy returned to natural chaotic state. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves across school grounds, destruction energy releasing in spectacular display visible to normal humans as inexplicable light phenomenon. Windows shattered throughout campus, car alarms activated in parking lots, and distant screams indicated panic among student population. The classroom's remaining fragments paused momentarily, void eyes tracking the destruction of their companion with what appeared to be calculation rather than emotion. Their coordination shifted, remaining four abandoning previous attack patterns to form tighter defensive formation. Adaptive programming, Odin noted with professional appreciation despite combat circumstances. These constructs learn from tactical failure. Rossweisse seized momentary advantage, complex runic array manifesting around her northeastern opponent. Ancient Norse syllables pulsed with increasing brightness as she completed binding spell designed to immobilize supernatural entities regardless of composition. Containment established, she reported as glowing runic chains materialized around her target, restricting its movement while preserving integrity for later examination. Temporary only. Destruction energy already eroding binding matrix. Kata's approach proved more direct. Draconic strength combined with water manipulation creating physical constraints around Western fragment. Water hardened to ice-like density through magical compulsion, temporarily restricting destructive energy within crystalline prison. Similarly temporary, she acknowledged, reptile. Ian features showing strain from maintaining unnatural water state. This entity actively counters binding elements at molecular level. Odin faced southern fragment with ancient wisdom rather than brute force. Gingnir tracing complex patterns through air that manipulated reality itself around his opponent. Space folded inward, creating dimensional pocket that temporarily removed the entity from normal space-time without attempting direct containment of its destructive nature. Displacement rather than containment, the All-Father explained, single eye gleaming with satisfaction at elegant solution. Buys time without requiring sustained power expenditure. 3 fragments neutralized, while 1 had been destroyed through destabilization. The final entity, Issei's remaining opponent, Est changed tactical situation with intelligence surpassing its companions. Rather than continuing direct engagement, it abruptly abandoned attack posture, void eyes fixing on classroom door where confused students and teachers had gathered to investigate disturbance. Ordinary humans, uncomprehending of supernatural battle occurring before partially perceived senses. Perfect hostages or collateral damage from entity's perspective. The fragment surged toward the doorway with clear intent, using innocent bystanders as leverage against beings unwilling to risk human casualties. Surprisingly, sophisticated tactical adjustment suggesting greater intelligence than mere construct should possess. Issei moved without conscious thought, physical form accelerating beyond human limitation as he intercepted the fragment's path. Time seemed to slow from his perspective. Frantic humans at doorway frozen in expressions of confusion and fear, fragment's destructive limbs extending toward nearest student. Odin and Rossweisse too distant to intervene effectively. No choice. Maintaining cover meant nothing if innocent lives were sacrificed as consequence. Issei released precise measure of his true power, not full divine manifestation, but significantly beyond previously demonstrated capabilities. Destruction energy surged from his core outward, meeting the fragment's chaotic force with ordered, controlled counterpart. Enough, he stated simply, voice resonating with authority that transcended physical sound. Upon contact, the fragment's cohesion collapsed instantly, not explosive destabilization like its companion, but systematic deconstruction at fundamental level. Destructive energy comprising its form recognized superior authority, returning to natural state without resistance. The entire process took less than a second from human perspective, fragment seemingly disintegrating upon contact with Issei's outstretched hand. To supernatural observers with enhanced perception, however, the demonstration revealed capabilities far exceeding previously established parameters. Silence fell across the classroom, interrupted only by confused human murmuring from doorway and distant alarms echoing across campus. Odin's single eye fixed on Issei with new understanding, reassessment clearly occurring behind ancient gaze. Rossweisse's expression showed similar recalculation, previous suspicions evolving into something closer to certainty. Kata alone seemed unsurprised, draconic features showing satisfaction rather than shock, as if confirmation of suspected truth provided vindication rather than revelation. The moment of exposed power couldn't be retracted. Issei met Odin's gaze directly, silent acknowledgement passing between them, not full confession, but tacit recognition that previous pretenses had been necessarily abandoned. Fascinating, the All-Father commented simply, centuries of wisdom compressed into single word. Before further discussion could occur, reality reasserted ordinary priorities. Human authorities had responded to campus disturbance, sirens approaching, administrative staff attempting to establish order, students communicating chaotic accounts via mobile devices. The supernatural confrontation required immediate containment for entirely mundane reasons. Rossweisse, Odin commanded, business suit reappearing as divine armor faded from human perception. Memory modification for witnesses. Standard protocols. Yes, Odin-sama. Valkyrie armor similarly faded, teacher appearance returning as she approached gathered humans with practiced efficiency. Subtle runic energy gathered at her fingertips, Asgardian memory manipulation techniques requiring direct contact rather than area effect to maintain precision. Dragon, Odin continued, de-dressing Kata, who had already begun reverting to human form. Your council will want detailed report. Provide facts without speculation for now. She nodded, understanding, scales fading beneath hum. An appearance with evident relief at releasing partial transformation. The council will have questions regarding the fragments, specific resonance patterns. As do I, Odin agreed, single eye retur. Ning to Issei with unreadable expression. Questions best addressed in more appropriate venue. School gymnasium basement, 30 minutes. Sufficient privacy for necessary discussion. Not request but command, delivered with authority accustomed to unquestioning obedience. Issei inclined his head slightly, neither submissive acceptance nor outright refusal, but acknowledgement of proposed meeting. After containment procedures, he countered mildly, remaining fragments require proper neutralization before secondary manifestations occur. Odin's eyebrow raised slightly at the implied knowledge. Understanding of destruction fragment behavior patterns beyond what had been demonstrated in current encounter. Another piece of evidence regarding Issei's true nature. Agreed, the All-Father conceded with regal nod. Rossweisse will complete memory adjustments while we secure remaining entities. Gymnasium basement afterward, as Rossweisse began systematic memory modification for gathered who. Months, careful adjustments rather than complete erasure, replacing supernatural elements with plausible gas leak explanation, Issei approached her temporarily contained fragment. The runic bindings were deteriorating rapidly. Destruction energy systematically eroding even Valkyrie-crafted restraints. With careful precision, he extended awareness rather than physical touch, establishing resonance with the fragment's fundamental frequency. Unlike previous neutralization, this required delicacy, preserving cohesion for later examination while preventing immediate destabilization. Preservation rather than dissolution, Odin noted. Observing technique with evident interest. You intend study rather than simple neutralization. These fragments contain information beyond their apparent purpose, Issei explained. Maintaining concentration on delicate energy manipulation. Creation method, control mechanisms, specific targeting parameters, all potentially valuable for identifying source. Indeed, Odin gestured toward Kata's ice-imprisoned entity. Though containment presents significant challenges given their composition. Temporary solution exists, Issei responded, completing stabilization of Rossweisse's fragment before approaching the dragon's captive. Harmonic stasis through resonant frequency manipulation. Essentially inducing dormancy without disrupting fundamental structure. The technique wasn't commonly known, even among divine beings, requiring intimate understanding of destruction energy's fundamental properties. Demonstrating such knowledge further compromised his cover. But practical necessity outweighed secrecy concerns given circumstances. Kata watched with undisguised fascination as Issei repeated the process with her captured fragment, Ice Prison Mainta. Eining physical boundaries while he established metaphysical constraints at energy level. The entity's chaotic movements slowed progressively until complete stillness indicated successful implementation. Impressive control, she commented. Professional assessment temporarily overriding political considerations. The Council records mention similar techniques during Third-Era containment protocols. But practical implementation was considered theoretical rather than demonstrated capability. Another reference to his previous manifestation, Third-Era corresponding to period approximately 8 meters. Millennia passed when he had actively engaged with multiple pantheons during interdimensional crisis. The dragon's historical knowledge continued proving inconveniently specific. Theory and practice often diverge, Issei responded neutrally. Completing stabilization process, particularly regarding destruction energy, which responds to intent as much as technique. Odin's dimensional pocket provid, more complex challenge, aimed in folded space-time required synchronization across multiple reality layers. Issei approached the spatial distortion with calculated precision, awareness extending ordinary dimensions to locate and stabilize the fragment without disrupting Odin's impressively constructed pocket reality. The All-Father observed without comment, though his expression revealed professional appreciation for the sophisticated metaphysical manipulation required. When stabilization completed successfully, Odin closed dimensional pocket with casual gesture, compressed reality rinking to marble-sized sphere that he pocketed with practical efficiency. Containment complete, Issei confirmed, returning attention to immediate surroundings where Rossweisse had finished memory modifications for gathered humans. School officials now directed evacuation procedures with calm efficiency, gas leak explanation accepted without question due to Asgardian influence. Gymnasium basement, 20 minutes, Odin stated. Tone allowing no debate. These events require thorough discussion beyond immediate tactical concerns. The implication was clear, Issei's demonstrated abilities had crossed threshold requiring formal acknowledgement rather than continued pretense. The coming conversation would necessitate significant revelations regardless of preference for maintained secrecy. Interesting development, if not entirely unexpected given circumstances. The appearance of destruction fragments had already compromised long-term anonymity. Direct confrontation with Odin merely accelerated inevitable exposure. As they separated to maintain appearances during evacuation procedures, Keita moved briefly alongside Issei, voice lowered to prevent supernatural eavesdropping. The council suspected but couldn't confirm. She murmured, violet eyes showing genuine respect rather than fear. 8,000 years since last manifestation led many to believe your aspect had been permanently retired from cosmic rotation. The assessment wasn't entirely inaccurate. After the interdimensional collapse during that period, he had deliberately withdrawn from active divine manifestation, choosing observer status rather than direct intervention in cosmic affairs. Not retirement but strategic retreat, allowing other aspects of creation-destruction cycle to achieve proper balance without his overwhelming influence. Perceptions and reality often differ, he responded cryptically, neither confirming nor denying her implied identification of his true nature. Particularly when history becomes legend across millennia. Legend remembers your aspect more favorably than most destruction deities, Keita noted, surprising him with historical knowledge exceeding expected parameters. The preserver who destroys, some ancient texts called you, necessity rather than malevolence. The characterization was surprisingly accurate, rare understanding of destruction's fundamental role in cosmic balance rather than simplistic categorization as negative force. Few beings, even among supernaturals, recognized the necessity of unmaking within creation cycles. Interesting historical perspective, Issei acknowledged, maintaining plausible deniability while appreciating accurate assessment. Though immediate concerns seem more pressing than ancient theological debates. Keita nodded understanding, moving away as they reached crowded evacuation area where maintaining ordinary student appearances became priority. Across the gathering, Rossweisse coordinated evacuation procedures with administrative staff. Teacher persona perfectly maintained while Valkyrie awareness remained evident in constant supernatural scanning for additional threats. School officials announced early dismissal due to facilities issues. Students responding with predictable enthusiasm for unexpected free afternoon. Amid organized chaos of campus evacuation, Issei maintained appropriate teenage respo. NSES while monitoring supernatural energies throughout region. No additional fragments manifested, though residual destruction energy continued dissipating across school grounds, gradual return to norm. Metaphysical balance rather than immediate normalization. Interesting implications. The fragments, destruction energy hadn't been created through artificial means but redirected from existing sources, harvested rather than manufactured. Someone with access to genuine destruction divinity was systematically collecting, corrupting, and deploying it through constructed vessels. The list of beings capable of such manipulation remained vanishingly small, even accounting for potential collaboration across pantheons. More concerning was the specificity of targeting. The fragments had recognized high energy signature despite carefully maintained concealment, suggesting intimate familiarity with his true essence. As evacuation neared completion, Issei maneuvered toward pre-arranged meeting location with practiced casualness. The gymnasium basement provided ideal venue for supernatural discussion, rarely accessed by ordinary students or faculty, structurally reinforced due to equipment storage requirements, and importantly, lacking windows or external access points that might permit observation. Descending concrete stairs into utilitarian space, Issei noted Asgardian wards already estably shed throughout the area, Rossweisse's work evident in precise runic configurations providing both privacy and supernatural containment. Should conversation require power demonstrations or otherworldly manifestations, These protections would prevent external detection. Odin waited at center of cleared space, business suit abandoned for more traditional Asgardian attire, not full ceremonial regalia, but practical clothing reflecting his true nature rather than human disguise. Gingnir leaned casually against nearby wall, divine weapon dormant but available if circumstances required. Keda arrived moments later, human appearance maintained but posture revealing draconic nature beneath carefully constructed facade. Her role as council observer clearly extended beyond mere information gathering. The authority with which she positioned herself suggested diplomatic status beyond initial presentation. Rossweisse entered last, securing entrance with additional ward configurations before joining gathering. Her expression remained professionally neutral, though underlying tension revealed awareness of conversation's potential significance for supernatural politics across multiple realms. The fragments have been secured temporarily, Odin began without preamble, single eye moving between gathered entities with ancient wisdom assessing potential outcomes. Though containment remains probable, given their fundamental composition. Your stabilization technique, he addressed Issei directly, provides opportunity for examination without immediate risk. Temporary solution only, Issei cautioned. Practical assessment overriding political considerations. Harmonic stasis will deteriorate progressively despite resonant binding. 72 hours maximum before containment fails. Sufficient for preliminary analysis. Rossweisse responded, professional focus evident in precise evaluation. Asgardian facilities can receive transfer within 6 hours, examination protocols implemented immediately upon arrival. The Dragon Council requests shared access to examination results, Keda interjected smoothly, diplomatic training evident in perfect balance between request and expectation. Given historical precedents regarding destruction energy manifestations, political positioning had begun, each faction establishing boundaries and expectations regarding information sharing. Inevitable but potentially distracting from more immediate concerns. Examination protocols can be negotiated, Odin conceded with regal nod toward Keda, though immediate priority remains identifying source rather than studying effects. These fragments represent symptoms rather than cause. Agreed, Issei stated simply, focusing discussion on practical matters ra theoletics. The destruction energy comprising these entities was harvested from existing sources rather than artificially generated, redirected rather than created. The distinction clearly registered with all present, implicatio. NS immediately understood by beings familiar with supernatural energy principles. Creation of destruction energy from nothing exceeded capabilities of any known entity below divine level. Redirection, however, remained theoretically possible for sufficiently knowledgeable practitioners. Harvested from what source? Rossweisse questioned, analytical mind immediately focusing on critical element. Natural destruction events seem insufficient for energy concentrations demonstrated by these fragments. Indeed, Odin agreed, single eye fixed on Issei with unnerving intensity. Natural sources old provide inconsistent results at best. These fragments contained pure destruction divinity, uncorrupted at origin before binding and redirection. The implication hung between them, only destructio. Deities produced pure destruction divinity as natural essence. All other sources contained impurities or limitations reflecting non-divine origins. Several possibilities exist, Issei offered, nay, there confirming nor denying the unspoken accusation regarding his divine nature. Ancient repositories of destruction energy remain sealed throughout various realms, remnants from previous cosmic cycles. Skilled practitioners might access such sources given sufficient knowledge and resources. Theoretical possibility, Keda acknowledged, though Council records document no successful accessing of such repositories in recorded history. The seals were specifically designed to prevent extraction without catastrophic release. Records often contain gaps, Issei countered mildly. Particularly, regarding events predating current cosmic cycle, Odin's expression shifted subtly, recognition of deliberate misdirection rather than outright deception. The All-Father had existed long enough to recognize when conversation deliberately avoided central truth. Perhaps we should address fundamental questions directly, he suggested, diplomatic phrasing belying authoritative intent. These fragments targeted you specifically, not merely responded to your presence but actively prioritized your capture above other potentially more threatening entities. His gesture encompassed himself, Rossweisse and Keita. That suggests intimate familiarity with your specific energy signature beyond what mere observation might provide. Direct confrontation, forcing acknowledgement of personal connection rather than theoretical discussion. Issei considered various responses, calculating implications of continued evasion versus partial revelation. With destruction fragments actively manifesting and apparently targeting him specifically, maintained secrecy presented diminishing returns against potential benefits of limited cooperation. The fragments recognized resonant frequencies consistent with my energy patterns. He acknowledged carefully, suggesting whoever created them possesses detailed knowledge of my specific metaphysical composition rather than general destruction energy characteristics. Knowledge typically requiring direct exposure, Rossweisse noted, professional assessment momentarily overriding political considerations. Extended proximity or direct energy exchange rather than distant observation. Precisely, Odin agreed, focus never wavering from Issei. Which raises question of who might possess such intimate familiarity with your true nature, intimate enough to create entities specifically attuned to your unique frequency. The implication was clear. Someone from Issei's past, someone who knew his true divine identity, was responsible for current events. The fragments represented message rather than mere attack, announcement of presence directed specifically toward God of destruction. Several possibilities exist. Issei responded neutrally, neither confirming nor denying the underlying assumption of divine identity. Though speculation without evidence provides limited tactical value, the prophecy scroll might provide context, Rossweisse suggested, addressing Odin directly. Particularly the passages regarding false destroyer rising when true destroyer walks masked among mortals. Interesting. The Valkyrie had revealed specific prophecy content. Information previously withheld during their initial discussion. Strategic revelation designed to force acknowledgement or denial of divine identity. Prophecies remain interpretive by nature, Issei noted, maintaining diplomatic neutrality while processing new information. Without complete textual context, isolated passages provide limited insight. Perhaps more complete context would prove beneficial, Odin conceded. Gesture toward Rossweisse indicating permission to elaborate. The Valkyrie produced small crystal from armor compartment, Asgardian memory storage device containing complete text rather than physical scroll. With practiced efficiency, she activated runic interface, projecting three-dimensional representation of ancient text into space between gathered entities. Sea Norse runes glowed with ethereal blue light, arranged in traditional poetic structure spanning multiple stanzas. The complete prophecy expanded significantly beyond previously revealed fragments, comprehensive narrative unfolding across projected display. Translation follows standard protocols, Rossweisse explained professionally as modern Japanese text appeared alongside ancient runes. Certain conceptual elements resist precise linguistic conversion due to cosmological references beyond conventional language parameters. Issei studied displayed text with careful neutrality despite immediate recognition of specific references to his divine aspect. The prophecy contained surprisingly accurate descriptions of destruction divinities' role within cosmic balance, differentiation between masked destroyer, himself, and false destroyer, apparent creator of fragments, and troubling predictions regarding potential conflict between these aspects. Most concerning were references to Silver Maiden standing between worlds, clearly indicating Rossweisse's involvement in coming confrontation between destruction aspects. The prophecy suggested her choices would determine ultimate outcome. Specific details Rossweisse had conspicuously omitted during previous discussion. Interesting historical document, Issei commented neutrally, deliberately understating reaction to revealed information. Though prophecy interpretation remains notoriously subjective across all pantheons. Indeed, Odin agreed, ancient wisdom evident in measured response. Though certain elements appear unusually specific regarding current circumstances, the reference to destruction fragments as harbingers seems particularly relevant to recent manifestations. The Council would appreciate complete copy for independent analysis. Keita interjected smoothly, diplomatic training evident in perfect balance between request and expectation. Historical precedents suggest cross-pantheon interpretation. Ion often yields insights unavailable to single theological perspective. Political maneuvering continued despite immediate tactical concerns, inevitable aspect of supernatural diplomacy when multiple ancient powers converged around significant events. Issei observed with mild amusement born from millennia witnessing similar negotiations across countless civilizations and cosmic cycles. Reasonable request, Odin conceded with regal nod toward draconic representative. Though prophecy interpretation, while potentially illuminating, provides limited practical guidance regarding immediate threat containment. Agreed, Rossweisse stated, professional focus returning conversation to tactical considerations. The fragments, specific targeting parameters suggest subsequent manifestations will continue pursuing similar objectives, likely with enhanced capabilities given observed adaptation patterns. Roved defensive preparations, Issei noted, redirecting discussion toward practical cooperation rather than identity confirmation. These entities adapt rapidly to conventional countermeasures, requiring coordinated response protocols across multiple metaphysical disciplines. Strategic deflection, focusing on collaborative defense rather than personal revelations. Odin's expression suggested recognition of deliberate redirection but pragmatic acceptance of immediate priorities. Coordination requires transparency, the All-Father noted mildly, diplomatic phrasing barely disguising direct challenge. Effective defensive protocols depend upon complete understanding of all involved factors, including precise nature of primary target. Direct confrontation, forcing acknowledgement rather than allowing continued evasion. Issei met ancient gaze steadily, calculating optimal response. Balancing necessary revelation against preserved ambiguity. Before response formulated, reality intervened dramatically. The captured fragments, secured through resonant harmonization and stored thin specially prepared containers along gymnasium wall, suddenly pulsed with synchronized energy despite established containment protocols. Crimson illumination intensified rapidly, destructive async. Responding to external stimulus beyond established parameters. Containment breach imminent. Rossweisse identified immediately, Valkyrie reflexes transitioning to combat readiness with practiced efficiency. External activation signal detected, someone actively destabilizing harmonic resonance. Impossible, Keita objected, draconic senses extending toward compromised containers. Harmonic street, abilization requires direct frequency access unique to original stabilizer. No external entity should possess necessary resonant patterns, unless they share fundamental frequency, Issei noted grimly. Already moving toward destabilizing fragments with calculated precision. Someone with matched destruction resonance is deliberately triggering premature awakening. The implications registered immediately with all present. Only another entity connected to destruction divinity could override established harmonic stabilization. Someone possessing divine destruction aspect was actively interfering with containment protocols. Odin responded with characteristic efficiency, Gingnir materializing in hand through mere thought, divine weapon humming with activated power as he established Secondar. Containment field around compromised containers. Asgardian magic flared brilliant blue-white, ancient runes manifesting in concentric circles designed to isolate and suppress destructive energy. Temporary measure only, the All-Father acknowledged, single eye narrowed with concentration as divine will enforced reality constraints against increasingly chaotic energy. External influence continue, overriding stabilization parameters despite isolation protocols. Rossweisse joined containment effort, complex runic arrays manifesting through practiced Valkyrie battle magic. Her expertise with Norse protective enchantments created additional layers within Odin's primary containment, specialized barriers designed specifically to counter destruction energy characteristics based on previous encounters. Keita contributed draconic approach, elemental water manipulation creating physical boundary between unstable fragments and surrounding environment. Dragon magic operated through fundamental, different principles than Asgardian techniques, providing complementary protection through conceptual diversity rather than mere power reinforcement. Despite combined efforts from three supernatural traditions, containment continued deteriorating at accelerating rate. The fragments pulsed with increasing intensity, corporeal boundaries dissolving as pure destruction energy strained against OSED limitations from multiple magical systems. Inevitable conclusion approached. Conventional containment would fail regardless of power levels applied. The fragments had been deliberately destabilized by entity possessing fundamental understanding of destruction divinity itself. Decision point arrived. Maintained secrecy versus prevented catastrophe. Issei stepped forward, ordinary human appy. Rance momentarily abandoned as he released measured portion of true essence. Not full divine manifestation. Such power would destroy surrounding structure and potentially damage reality fabric within L. Localized area, but significantly beyond previously demonstrated capabilities. Divine authority radiated outward in controlled wave, reality itself responding to fundamental cosmic principle asserting dominance over derivative expressions. Time seemed momentarily suspended within containment field, destruction energy freezing mid-destabilization as greater power established absolute authority over lesser manifestations. Enough, Issei stated simply, voice resonating with divine harmonics beyond physical sound. The fragments responded instantly, chaotic energy reorganizing into stable patterns through forced harmonic realignment. Not mere suppression but fundamental restructuring at cosmic level, destruction divinity recognizing superior authority and conforming to established parameters despite external influence attempting override. The entire process required mere seconds from external perspective, though metaphysical complexity involved represented operations beyond conventional supernatural comprehension. When completed, the fragments had returned to dormant state, not through artificial containment but through recognized cosmic hierarchy. Silence followed demonstration. Professor. Ound implications registered differently among gathered entities. Odin's expression showed confirmation rather than surprise, suspicions validated rather than new information revealed. Rossweisse appy. Read momentarily stunned despite previous speculation, theoretical understanding transformed into witnessed reality. Kata alone seemed unsurprised, draconic perspective apparently accepting divine man. IFE's station is established fact rather than revelation. Well, Odin finally commented, ancient wisdom compressed into simple acknowledgement. That clarifies certain questions. Understatement Chirac, characteristic of the All-Father's diplomatic approach, acknowledging significant revelation without demanding immediate elaboration. Tactical restraint rather than confrontational demand. Issei allowed divine manifestation to recede. Human appearance returning as controlled precision. The demonstration had revealed more than intended, but circumstances had necessitated direct intervention rather than maintained secrecy. The fragments have been permanently neutralized, he stated practically, focusing on immediate tactical outcome rather than larger implications. External influence temporarily opt from further manipulation attempts. Temporarily, Rossweisse questioned, professional focus reasserting despite evident recalculation regarding his true nature. The external entity retains potential access. Anyone sharing fundamental frequency connection to destruction divinity could potentially attempt re-establishment, Issei explained, technical accuracy maintaining ambiguity regarding specific divine identity. Though subsequent attempts would require significantly greater power expenditure after primary blocking. Which raises fundamental question, Odin noted, returning gun. GNIR to resting position against wall with casual gesture that belied weapon's cosmic significance. Who shares such connection and possesses motivation for these specific manifestations? The question hung between them. Direct inquiry regarding potential entities possessing destruction divinity beyond Issei himself. The list remained vanishingly small even across multiple pantheons and cosmic cycles. Several possibilities exist, Issei answered carefully, balancing necessary information against cosmic politics. Though speculation without evidence provides limited tactical value. Perhaps, less speculation than logical deduction, Kata mind engaged despite diplomatic caution. Council records document only 3 primary destruction aspects within current cosmic cycle, Shiva within Eastern paradigm, Apep within Egyptian framework, and Surtur concerning Norse cosmology specifically. Impressive historical knowledge, particularly regarding cosmic aspects transcending conventional pantheon boundaries. The dragon's assessment was technically accurate though incomplete, omitting certain aspects existing beyond traditional theological categorization. Theological classifications often oversimplify cosmic functions, Issei noted mildly, neither confirming nor denying implied identification with Shiva aspect specifically. Destruction manifests through numerous expressions across multiple reality frameworks. Indeed, Odin agreed, ancient wisdom evident in measured response. Though current circumstances suggest entity possessing intimate familiarity with your specific manife. Station rather than generalized destruction aspect. Previous relationship seems logical prerequisite for energy signature recognition at demonstrated precision level. The All-Father's assessment was troublingly accurate. Few entities possessed sufficient knowledge of his specific divine frequency to create fragments attuned to his particular manifestation. Fewer still retained both knowledge and capability after his deliberate withdrawal from active cosmic involvement 8 millennia prior. The list of potential candidates narrowed considerably under these parameters. If we assume Shiva aspect, Rossweisse suggested, analytical mind engaged despite evident recalculation regarding implications, historical records indicate specific relationship configurations that might explain current targeting patterns. Theological speculation provides limited tactical value without confirmation, Issei countered diplomatically, neither confirming nor denying Shiva identification directly. Repressing concerns involve preventing subsequent manifestations while tracing external influence responsible for containment compromise. Odin studied him with unnerving intensity, single eye see me. Ing to perceive beyond physical appearance to fundamental truth beneath carefully constructed layers. The All-Father's expression revealed neither judgment nor surprise, merely thoughtful assessment of complex situation involving cosmic principles beyond conventional supernatural politics. The prophecy scroll mentions, masked destroyer walking among mortals while fallen destroyer seeks reunifica. Cheon through fragments of shared essence, Rossweisse noted, returning attention to projected text still hovering between them. If interpreted literally rather than metaphorically. Speculation without confirmation, Issei interrupted gently but firmly. Prophecies remain interpretive by nature, particularly regarding cosmic aspects beyond conventional linguistic frameworks. Perhaps, Odin acknowledged, diplomatic restraint evident in measured response. Though certain practical conclusions seem reasonable regardless of precise theological categorization. These fragments target you specifically, suggesting personal rather than merely functional motivation from originating entity. The assessment was troublingly accurate. The fragments, behavior indicated purpose beyond mere destruction or chaos, specific targeting suggesting personal agenda rather than abstract cosmic function. Someone with intimate knowledge of his true nature was deliberately attempting to force engagement Hero increasingly sophisticated manifestations. The list of beings possessing both motivation and capability for such approach remained disturbingly limited. Kali, Keita stated suddenly, violet eyes fixed on Issei with disconcerting directness. Council records document complex relationship between Shiva and Kali aspects during previous cosmic cycles, particularly regarding destruction author. ITY division and implementation methodologies. Direct identification. Connecting theological speculation with practical tactical assessment. The dragon's historical knowledge continued proving inconveniently specific, though not entirely accurate in current context. Historical relationships between cosmic aspects often undergo significant evolution across multiple cycles, Issei noted diplomatically. Neither confirming nor denying specific identification. Current manifestations may reflect entirely different motivations than historical precedents might suggest. Perhaps, Odin conceded, ancient wisdom evident in careful consideration. Though practical defensive preparations require working hypotheses regardless of theological precision. If Kali aspect, or entity possessing similar destruction divinity connection, continues creating these fragments, coordinated response necessitates understanding potential motivations beyond mere identification. The All-Father's practical focus directed conversation toward tactical considerations rather than metaphysical debates, diplomatic approach allowing cooperation without forcing unnecessary revelations. Characteristic wisdom from Bine. Ji who had navigated cosmic politics across countless millennia. Agreed, Issei acknowledged, grateful for pragmatic refocusing. Whether specific entity confirmed or not, destruction fragments clear. Li target specific frequency patterns associated with my energy signature. Defensive preparations should address practical manifestation characteristics rather than theoretical originator identity. The fragments appear designed for capture rather than elimination, Rossweisse noted, professional assessment temporarily overriding metaphysical implications. Suggesting objective involves acquisition rather than destruction. Consistent with reunification hypothesis, Keita observed, analytical mind engaged despite diplomatic caution. If originating entity seeks reconnection with separated aspect, capture would logically precede attempted reintegration. The assessment was troublingly accurate despite theological imprecision. The fragments' behavior indicated capture objective aligned with cosmic reunification rather than mere destruction or elimination. Someone sought reconnection with power they believed rightfully shared, accurate in principle if misguided in methodology. Theoretical motivations aside, Issei redirected practically. Immediate concern involves preventing subsequent manifestations while establishing effective containment protocols should prevention prove incomplete. Agreed, Odin stated with finality, suggesting concluded debate regarding metaphysical identity. Asgardian resources can establish preliminary detection grid throughout Kuo region, early W. Arning system for destruction energy signatures beyond established baseline. The Council can contribute specialized containment artifacts, Kata offered, diplomatic authority evident in confident commitment of resources. Draconic preservation crystals designed specifically for chaotic energy patterns, temporary solution but potentially effective against fragment manifestations. Icon Estable, ish resonant blocking field throughout school grounds, Issei added, practical contribution focusing attention on immediate defensive measures rather than identity questions. Disrupt specific frequent psi patterns associated with fragment materialization within limited geographic area. Cooperative planning continued, tactical discussion replacing metaphysical debate as immediate priorities assert. Practical necessity over cosmic politics. Rossweisse contributed specialized runic configurations designed for destruction energy containment. Odin offered Asgardian monitoring capabilities extended beyond conventional supernatural detection parameters, and Kata detailed draconic resources available through Council authorization. Throughout technical planning, Issei maintained careful balance between demonstrated supernatural capability and concealed divine nature, acknowledging powers beyond ordinary classification while avoiding specific theological identification. The partial revis edit preferred disclosure parameters, but circumstances necessitated practical cooperation despite maintained ambiguity. As tactical discussion concluded with established responsibilities and communication protocols, Odin addressed final lingering concern with characteristic directness masked by diplomatic phrasing. While immediate defensive preparations proceed, the All-Father noted casually, perhaps further investigation regarding prophecy elements might prove beneficial for long-term strategic planning. Particularly passages concerning Silver Maiden standing between worlds and choice determining destruction's path. Direct reference to Rossweisse's apparent role within prophesied events, focusing attention on connection between Valkyrie and destruction aspects mentioned in ancient text. The All-Father's expression revealed nothing beyond mild scholarly interest, though underlying implications suggested more significant consideration. Rossweisse's reaction proved more revealing. Momentary tension visible in subtle posture shift and micro-expression fluctuation before professional composure reasserted control. The prophecy's reference to her specific role clearly represented uncomfortable knowledge rather than merely theoretical interest. Prophecy interpretation provides limited tactical value without practical application parameters, Issei responded diplomatically, redirecting attention from Rossweisse's evident discomfort. Immediate defense preparations seem higher priority than theological speculation regardless of potential long-term implications. Perhaps, Din conceded with subtle nod acknowledging deliberate deflection. Though ignoring pattern recognition merely because implications prove uncomfortable rarely serves effective strategic planning. The gentle rebuke contained wisdom born from millennia navigating cosmic complexities, acknowledgement that avoidance rarely resolved fundamental issues regardless of immediate tactical priorities. The All-Father's single eye moved between Issei and Rossweisse with unnerving perception suggesting understanding beyond their verbalized interaction. Implementation of defensive measures should proceed immediately, Rossweisse stated professionally, redirecting conversation toward practical action rather than prophetic speculation. School authorities have already announced 3-day closure for Phase C. Liddy's inspection, following supposed gas leak, providing operational window for supernatural preparations without human interference. Efficient, Odin acknowledged with approving nod. Asgardian resources will arrive within 6 hours for preliminary implementation. Dragon Council contributions, similar timeframe, Kata confirmed, diplomatic authority evident in confident commitment. Though Council requests additional consultation regarding specific resonant blocking techniques mentioned earlier. Such methodologies exceed conventional supernatural containment parameters according to historical records. Another subtle probe regarding divine capabilities, seeking confirmation of specific techniques historically associated with destruction deities rather than lesser supernatural entities. The dragon's persistent interest in technical confirmation continued providing diplomatic pressure toward fuller disclosure. Technical specifications can be shared during implementation phase, Issei offered noncommittally. Balancing cooperation against unnecessary revelation. Practical demonstration often proves more effective than theoretical explanation for complex resonance methodologies. As discussion concluded with established next steps and communication protocols, Odin addressed final logistical concern with characteristic practicality. These fragments targeted specific Claw SS room containing 4 significant supernatural entities simultaneously, the All-Father noted thoughtfully, suggesting either remarkable coincidence or deliberate orchestration based on prior knowledge regarding scheduled meeting. The observation highlighted troubling tactical implication, either incredible statistical improbability or concerning information breach regarding planned confrontation. Neither possibility suggested positive strategic position regarding anonymous adversary. The communication stone Rossweisse provided yesterday contains tracking enchantments, Issei noted without accusation. Merely stating relevant fact. Though I modified surveillance parameters upon receipt, original transmission could have provided location data before adjustments implemented. Rossweisse. E's expression revealed momentary surprise before professional assessment replaced personal reaction. The enchantments were standard Asgardian security protocols, she acknowledged without defensiveness. Though access should have been restricted to authorized personnel only. Security protocols occasionally face unexpected compromise, Odin observed mildly, neither accusing nor defending established procedures. Particularly when opposing entity possesses divine adjacent capabilities regarding specific magical traditions. The implication was clear, someone with intimate knowledge of Asgard. Dian magical systems had potentially compromised standard security measures, extracting information regarding planned meeting and exploiting opportunity for coordinated attack against multiple high-value targets simultaneously. Revised communication protocols seem advisable, Issei suggested practically, focusing on solution rather than blame assignment. Perhaps utilizing multiple simultaneous systems rather than single methodology regardless of perceived security level. Agreed. Odin stated with finality suggesting concluded discussion regarding potential security breach. Diversified approaches typically provide greater resilience against targeted compromise attempts regardless of originating methodology. As meeting concluded with established next steps and communication arrangements, attendees prepared for departure with varying degrees of lingering tension regarding partially resolved questions. Kata left first, human appearance perfectly maintained as she exited gymnasium. Basement with casual confidence belying draconic nature beneath carefully constructed facade. Odin followed shortly thereafter, pausing briefly beside Issei with expression suggesting private communication beyond Rossweisse's perception. The All-Father's single eye conveyed complex message without verbalization, acknowledgement, warning, and something approaching respect compressed into momentary glance between ancient beings. Interesting days ahead, Odin commented simply before departing. Characteristic understatement containing volumes of unspoken assessment. When only Issei and Rossweisse remained within privacy-warded basement, uncomfortable silence stretched between them, shared knowledge of prophecy implications creating tension beyond ordinary supernatural politics or tactical concerns. The prophecy scroll contained additional passages you didn't mention during our initial discussion, Issei noted finally, tone carefully neutral rather than accusatory. Particularly regarding Silver Maiden standing between worlds and choice determining destruction's path. Rossweisse's expression revealed complex emotions beneath professional composure, uncertainty, concern, and song. Ething approaching defensive vulnerability briefly visible before controlled neutrality reasserted dominance. Prophecies remain interpretive by nature, she quoted his earlier statement with hint of irony coloring perfectly controlled voice. Without complete context, isolated passages provide limited insight regarding potential applications. The diplomatic deflection might have worked with lesser being, but Issei had witnessed countless civilizations rise and fall across cosmic cycles, recognizing avoidance patterns transcending cultural specifics or temporal frameworks. Context seems increasingly relevant given recent developments, he observed mildly, neither demanding explanation nor allowing comfortable evasion. Particularifically connects your choices with destruction aspects c. errantly manifesting through increasingly sophisticated fragments. Rossweisse hesitated, internal calculation visible in subtle micro-expressions despite impressive supernatural control. Finally, professional pragmatism appeared to overcome personal reservation. The complete prophecy suggests conflict between destruction aspects requires mediation through entity connected to both yet bound to neither. She explained with technical precision masking evident discomfort. The Silver Maiden reference appears linked to Valkyrie status combined with specific temporal positioning relative to described events. And choice determining destruction's path. Issei pressed gently but persistently, sensing critical information remained unshared despite partial disclosure. Another hesitation, longer and more significant than previous pause. When Rossweisse finally continued, her voice carried uncharacteristic uncertainty beneath carefully maintained professional tone. The prophecy suggests confrontation between masked destroyer and fallen destroyer reaches resolution through intervention of third party with unique perspective regarding both aspects, she explained, clinical detach. Meant barely masking personal implications. The nature of that intervention, whether supporting, opposing, or transforming either aspect, apparently determines cosmic outcome beyond conventional Ragnarok parameters. Making your position rather uncomfortable, Issei observed with genuine sympathy transcending supernatural politics or cosmic implications. Caught between divine aspects with persona expectations regarding prophesied intervention. The assessment was deliberately personalized rather than merely tactical, acknowledging human adjacent emotional complexity beneath Valkyrie duty and cosmic prophecy. Rossweisse's expression showed momentary surprise at perceptive understanding before professional composure reasserted control. Prophecies remain interpretive by nature, she repeated more firmly. Stance straightening with renewed Valkyrie discipline. My duty remains clear regardless of theological speculation or cosmic politics, protect Asgardian interests while maintaining Odor balance across interconnected realms. Noble sentiment, Issei acknowledged without irony or condescension, genuine appreciation for principled position despite complicated circumstances. Practical application often proves more challenging than theoretical commitment when personal factors intersect with cosmic functions. Something unidentifiable flickered across Rossweisse's expression, recognition, confusion, or perhaps realization regarding implications beyond immediate tactical concerns. Before response formulated, her communication runic flared with urgent magical signature, demanding immediate attention. Odin Sama requires consultation regarding implementation protocols, she explained, professional focus immediately replacing philosophical contemplation. Preliminar. Why Asgardian resources have arrived ahead of schedule. Efficient, Issei acknowledged, allowing tactical urgency to supersede personal discussion despite lingering questions regarding prophecy implications. Detection grid establishment should proceed immediately while fragment energy remains traceable throughout affected areas. Rossweisse nodded agreement, already moving toward exit with Renee. Wed purpose reflecting welcomed return to practical matters rather than uncomfortable prophecy speculation. At doorway she paused briefly, expression unreadable beneath perfectly maintained professional composure. The prophecy mentions another element regarding Silver Maiden's choice, she added quietly, voice barely audible despite privacy wards ensuring supernatural confidentiality. Personal, connection transcending duty or cosmic function, emotional rather than merely tactical or philosophical consideration. Before Issei could respond, she had departed, privacy wards dissolving behind R's final runic configurations deactivated upon authorized exit. The implications of her parting statement hung in empty space, acknowledgement of personal dimension beyond supernatural politics or cosmic prophecy. Interesting development suggesting complexity exceeding tactical concerns or theological speculation. The prophecy apparently contained elements Rossweisse found personally uncomfortable, beyond merely professional implications, emotional factors intersecting with cosmic functions in ways transcending ordinary supernatural politics. As Issei prepared for departure, discreetly scanning G surrounding area for lingering surveillance or potential threats. His thoughts returned to destruction fragments and their increasingly sophisticated manifestations. Someone with intimate knowledge of his specific divine frequency was deliberately forcing confrontation through escalating provocations, utilizing corrupted aspects of his own essence against him with concerning precision. The list of beings possessing both capability and motivation for such approach remained disturbingly limited despite theoretical possibilities presented during tactical discussion. Historical relationships between cosmic aspects suggested specific candidate exceeding mere theological speculation. Kali. The name carried weight beyond mere theological categorization, personal history spanning multiple cosmi. See cycles and complex relationship transcending conventional supernatural understanding. Not merely destruction goddess within specific pantheon framework but fundamental cosmic aspect with legitimate claim to shared destruction authority during previous manifestations. Their separation 8 millennia prior had been mutual agreement rather than hostile division, practical cosmic necessity rather than personal conflict. Destruction divinity required temporary division during interdimensional realignment following civilizational collapse that had necessitated their direct intervention. If Kali now sought reunification through these increasingly sophisticated manifestations, implications extended beyond mere tactical concerns or local supernatural politics. Cosmic balance itself might require recalibration should destruction aspects reintegrate after prolonged separation. Yet something about current methodology suggested motivation exceeding mere cosmic functionality or theoretical reunification. The fragments displayed targeting precision indicating personal agenda rather than abstract principle, deliberate provocation designed to force acknowledgement rather than merely functional response. As Issei exited gymnasium through carefully selected route minimizing potential observation, supernatural senses extended throughout surrounding area to detect potential threats or surveillance. His thoughts turned toward prophecy implications regarding Rossweisse's apparent role in coming confrontation. The Silver Maiden standing between worlds, with choice determining destructions path, suggested complexity beyond mere tactical positioning or coincidental involvement. Something about Valkyrie nature, or perhaps Rossweisse specifically, represented crucial element within cosmic EQ. Uation currently unfolding through fragment manifestations and prophetic revelations. Rain had stopped outside, though leaden skies continued threatening renewed downpour. Campus remained deserted following evacuation. Abandoned buildings standing silent witness to supernatural confrontation hidden beneath mundane gas leak explanation. Appropriate metaphor for broader situation, cosmic conflict concealed beneath ordinary appearance. Divine aspects masked within seemingly normal existence. As Issei navigated empty pathways toward campus exit, familiar draconic energy approached from Eastern Pei. Remayer, Keita returning despite apparent departure following tactical discussion. Her reappearance suggested additional communication beyond established meeting parameters. Interesting developments, she commented without preamble as they converged near administrative building perfectly maintained despite private supernatural conversation. The council suspected but couldn't confirm specific manifestation parameters until today's demonstration. The council's historical records apparently contain remarkably specific information regarding previous cosmic cycles, Issei observed neutrally, Nate. Her confirming nor denying implied identification. Particularly concerning destruction aspect interactions across multiple pantheon frameworks. Dragons prioritize accurate historical documentation regardless of theological implications. Keita explained with hint of pride beneath diplomatic neutrality. Cosmic aspects may change manifestation parameters across cycles, but fundamental frequencies remain identifiable regardless of specific cultural expression. And these frequencies suggest specific conclusions regarding current circumstances. Issei prompted, curious regarding draconic pay. RSPECTIVE beyond tactical considerations shared during group discussion. Keita glanced around with supernatural senses extended, confirming privacy despite apparently deserted campus. When satisfied with security parameters, she continued with reduced diplomatic filtering. The council believes Kali aspect seeks reunification following extended separation period, she stated directly, abandoning previous ambiguity regarding divine identification. The fragments represent progressive attempts at establishing resonant connection rather than merely locating current manifestation parameters. Theoretical but interesting perspective. Issei acknowledged without confirming specific accuracy. Though methodology seems unnecessarily aggressive if mere reconnection represents primary objective. Perhaps aggression reflects frustration rather than primary tactical approach, Keita suggested thoughtfully, analytical mind engaging beyond mere historical documentation. 8 millennia repris. Nth significant isolation period even for divine aspects accustomed to cosmic timeframes. The assessment wasn't entirely unreasonable despite simplified theological framework. Kali's fundamental nature had always included passionate intensity alongside destruction functionality, emotional components integrated within cosmic aspect rather than merely abstract principle. Extended separation might, indeed, produce response patterns exceeding purely tactical considerations. Regardless of specific motivations, Issei redirected practically. Immediate concern involves preventing collateral damage from increasingly sophisticated manifestations while establishing effective containment protocols. Agreed, Keita acknowledged, returning to diplomatic formality from brief period of more direct communication. Though the Council respectfully suggests considering direct communication with originating aspect rather than merely defensive countermeasures. Historical precedent indicates dialogue FTEN proves more effective than continued tactical response regarding cosmic aspect interactions. The suggestion wasn't unreasonable despite simplified understanding of complex situation. Direct communication might indeed provide resolution pathway exceeding tactical countermeasures or defensive preparations. Yet something about current manifestation methodology suggested dialogue alone might prove insufficient given apparent emotional components underlying tactical approaches. Communication requires identified recipient, Issei noted diplomatically, neither rejecting suggestion nor committing to specific approach. Current manifestations provide insufficient confirmation regarding originating entity despite theoretical identification. Perhaps, Keita conceded with slight inclinatio. N of head indicating respect for stated position despite continued belief in alternative assessment. Though continued defensive posture without parallel communication attempts risks escalation beyond current parameters if theoretical identification proves accurate. Valid tactical observation regardless of theological precision. If Kali indeed sought reconnection through these manifestations, continued rejection without acknowledgement might provoke increasingly aggressive approaches beyond current fragment deployment. Your perspective will be considered during implementation planning, Issei assured with diplomatic precision matching draconic formality. The Council's historical insights provide valuable context beyond immediate tactical considerations. Keita accepted the carefully balanced response with appropriate diplomatic acknowledgement, slight bow combining human social protocol with draconic formal tradition. The Council remains available for consultation regarding history. Cal precedents or specific tactical recommendations should circumstances warrant additional perspective. With formal exchange completed, conversation shifted toward practical implementation details. Regarding draconic contributions to defensive preparations, Keita outlined specific resources arriving within established timeframe, containment artifacts, detection mechanisms, and specialized personnel with relevant expertise regarding destruction energy management across multiple manifestation parameters. As they concluded logistical planning and prepared for separate departures, Keita offered final observation with reduced diplomatic filtering suggesting personal rather than merely official communication. The prophecy scroll contains elements beyond those discussed during official meeting, she noted carefully. Violet eyes studying his reaction with draconic perception exceeding human limitations, particularly regarding destruction aspects seeking renewal through division, rather than merely reunion through fragments. Interesting. The dragon had apparently accessed complete prophecy text beyond portions revealed during tactical discussion, either through independent counsel resources or unauthorized observation of Asgardian materials. Prophecies remain interpretive by nature, Issei responded with diplomatic neutrality despite internal reassessment regarding informatio N security and draconic intelligence capabilities. Without complete contextual framework, isolated passages provide limited insight regarding potential applications. Indeed, Keita acknowledged WITH slight smile suggesting recognition of deliberate deflection matching previous conversational patterns. Though pattern recognition across multiple prophetic traditions often yields insights unavai label through isolated textual analysis regardless of specific theological framework. An interesting academic perspective, Issei conceded without commitment to specific interpretive methodology. Quote, though immediate defensive preparations seem higher priority than comparative theological analysis regardless of potential long-term implications. Keita accepted the diplomatic redirection with approach. Appropriate formal acknowledgement despite evident belief in alternative assessment priority. With final logistical confirmations regarding implementation timeline and communication protocols, she departed toward eastern perimeter where draconic transportation apparently awaited beyond human observation parameters. Alone again amid deserted campus, Issei extended supernatural awareness throughout surrounding area, searching for additional observers or potential threats before departing secured perimeter. No immediate dangers registered beyond lingering destruction energy from fragment manifestatio. Dissipating gradually as natural metaphysical balance reasserted throughout affected region. As he navigated empty streets toward temporary residence maintained as part of human identity framework, his thoughts returned to prophecy elements mentioned by both Rossweisse and Keita, different passages suggesting potentially contradictory interpretations regarding current events and future developments. Renewal through division versus reunion through fragments represented fundamentally opposed cosmic approaches despite apparent connection to same destruction aspects. The contradiction stead either prophecy interpretation erituation than either Asgardian or draconic analysis had yet identified. More concerning was Rossweisse's apparent central role within prophesied events, Silver M. Aiden standing between worlds, whose choice determines destruction's path, through personal connection transcending duty. The specific identification combined with indicated significance suggested complexity extending beyond mere coincidental involvement or tactical positioning. Something about Valkyrie nature, or perhaps Rossweisse specifically, represented crucial element within cosmic equatio. Currently unfolding through fragment manifestations and prophetic revelations. Understanding that connection might prove more important than merely identifying originating entity behind destruction fragments. As Issei reached residential district containing his temporary dwelling, supernatural senses detected familiar energy signature observing from dimensional adjacent space, Asgardian monitory. Established following tactical meeting. Odin apparently maintained surveillance despite cooperative planning and resource sharing agreements. Understandable if somewhat disappointing from diplomatic perspective. Trust required time regardless of tactical necessity or shared objectives, particularly between cosmic aspects with complex historical relationships across multiple pantheon frameworks. Rather than acknowledging or challenging observation, Issei simply continued normal movement patterns associated with maintained human identity, entering residential building, exchanging appropriate greetings with neighboring inhabitants, and proceeding to private dwelling with ordinary behavioral patterns consistent with established cover. Within apartment privacy, however, he established additional security measures beyond previous parameters, layered protections against both conventional surveillance and supernatural observation regardless of originating tradition or methodological approach. The demonstrated ability to compromise Asgardian communication security suggested potential vulnerability across multiple systems regardless of perceived integrity. As evening settled across Kuo, implementation preparations continued throughout affected region, Asgardian resources establishing detection grid covering strategic locations, draconic artifacts positioned at dimensional weak points, and Issei's own resonant blocking fields gradually extending throughout school grounds where fragment manifestations had concentrated. Cooperative defense despite lingering questions regarding specific identities or motivations, practical necessity overriding theological debates or cosmic politics at least temporarily. Tomorrow would bring further implementation and potential testing should fragment manifestations continue despite established countermeasures. And beneath tactical preparations and supernatural politics, prophecy implications continued suggesting complexity beyond immediate concerns, cosmic aspects seeking reunion or renewal, Silver Maiden standing between worlds, and choices determining destruction's path toward cosmic consequences exceeding conventional parameters. Interesting days ahead indeed, as Odin had so characteristically understated. Chapter 2 End Divine Destruction, the god Who loved a Valkyrie. Chapter 3, Dragons in the Depths. The Eastern Sea did not surrender its secrets easily. Sunlight penetrated only the first 100 meters, scattering through saltwater in refracted beams that grew steadily weaker with depth. Beyond lay darkness absolute, a realm where human eyes would see nothing but eternal night pressing against fragile submarines or diving equipment. But Issei Hyodo was not human, and these waters held no darkness for him. He descended through midnight depths with casual ease, physical form adapted for crushing pressure and oxygen deprivation that would kill mortals instantly. Around him, the abyssal plain extended in all directions, not barren as human scientists believed, but alive with bioluminescent structures marking the boundaries of the dragon realm's outermost territories. Glowing coral formations pulsed with arcane energy. Recognizing his approach and responding accordingly, not with welcome but with precise assessment of power levels and potential threat categorization. The defensive mechanisms were impressive by supernatural standards, seamless integration of biological components with metaphysical security protocols evolved over millennia rather than merely constructed. The invitation scroll clutched in his left hand pulsed in response to proximity sensors, draconic authentication confirming his identity as recognized guest rather than intruder. The formal parchment had arrived that morning via traditional water messenger, a small serpentine dragon no larger than a garden snake that had materialized directly from his bathroom sink in a display of dimensional manipulation impressive even by supernatural standards. The message itself had proven more interesting than its delivery method. To the esteemed guardian of Kuo territories, the Eastern Sea Clan respectfully requests your presence at the union ceremony of Keita Mizuchi, daughter of the Third Depth, and Ryujin Karyu, heir to the Northern Current. Your recent interactions with our representative have been noted with appreciation. The ceremony commences at the third lunar alignment beneath the Coral Throne. Respectful regards. Mizuchi Tamahime, elder of the Third Depth. No mention of Issei's true nature, merely Akno. Legment of territorial authority within Kuo region. The careful wording suggested political calculation rather than mere formality. The Eastern Sea Clan was extending recognition of supernatural street, ending without acknowledging divine status, diplomatic precision characteristic of draconic communication. More interesting was the invitation itself. Keita had mentioned no impending marriage during their interactions, despite opportunities where such significant personal development would naturally arise in conversation. The timing seemed suspicious given recent events involving destruction fragments and interdimensional incursions. As Issei descended further, bioluminescent markers grew more elaborate, artistic rather than merely functional, cultural expression integrated with security protocols. Beautiful spiraling patterns of living light formed elaborate three-dimensional mandalas that shifted and flowed with oceanic currents, maintaining perfect symmetry despite constant movement. The artistry spoke to fundamental aspects of dragon psychology that most supernatural beings failed to appreciate. Balance between primal power and sophisticated aesthetic, between ancient instinct and refined cultural development spanning millennia. Most supernatural factions viewed dragons as merely powerful beings to be respected or feared, missing the complex societal structures underlying their interactions with other realms. At approximately 3,000 meters depth, the abyssal plain gave way to sudden topographical change, not the gradual slope human oceanographers had mapped, but drive. Amatic sculptural formations rising from seafloor like inverted mountain range. Massive coral structures formed living architecture that defied conventional biological limitations, creating sprawling underwater metropolis invisible to human observation. The Third Depth, one of 7 major draconic settlements comprising Eastern Sea Clan territories. Each depth represented distinct societal function within dragon hierarchy. Specialized cultural development evolving over millennia to serve specific purposes within greater community structure. Issei approached the ornate entrance arch, living core. Formed into elaborate gateway nearly 100 meters tall, carved with draconic script dating back to civilization's founding approximately 30,000 years earlier. Ancestral lineages, historical accomplishments, and philosophical principles intertwined in text that functioned simultaneously as artistic expression, historical documentation, and metaphysic guards materialized from concealed observation points. 4 water dragons in partial manifestation form, humanoid torsos extending from serpentine lower bodies, scales shimmering with bioluminescent patterns indicating specific military ranks within clan hierarchy. Their weapons combine traditional design with magical enhancement, tridents crafted from materials unknown to human science, enchanted to function as both ceremonial symbols and devastating implements of warfare. Invitation and purpose. The lead guard requested formally, ancient Japanese dialect rarely used in modern era but maintained for ceremonial functions within traditional dragon society. Issei presented the scroll with appropriate formal gesture, not fully draconic etiquette, which would indicate clan membership, but respectful acknowledgement of cultural traditions without claiming false belonging. The guard examined the document with critical attention before returning it with slight bow. The ceremony preparation has commenced. You will be escorted to appropriate observation gallery. 2 guards positioned themselves alongside Issei while remaining to return to security positions. The escort arrangement wasn't merely ceremonial, strategic positioning suggested security protocol designed for high-value guests whose capabilities remained partially unknown. Respectful but cautious, they swam through massive archway into city proper, architectural marvel that would have revolutionized human understanding of both biological potential and engineering principles. Buildings formed from living coral rose in graceful spirals, connected by intricate network of tunnels and open plazas where water dragons in various manifestation forms conducted business, socialized, and performed ceremonial functions. Some maintained nearly human apparency despite aquatic environment, adaptation allowing interaction with surface-dwelling species when necessary. Others expressed draconic nature more completely, serpentine bodies ranging from merely human with scaled features to fully realized dragon forms extending dozens of meters in sinuous grace. The diversity reflected fundamental aspects of dragon society often misunderstood by other supernatural factions. Individual expression valued within structured hierarchy, tradition maintained alongside pragmatic adaptation to changing circumstances across millennia of existence. Their path led to Ward City Center where massive structure dominated surrounding architecture, the Coral Throne complex where ceremonial functions occurred. Unlike surrounding buildings, this central edifice showed evidence of extreme age, coral formations dating back to clan's founding, preserved through magical means while remaining biologically active. As they approached, Issei noted increased security presence, guards positioned strategically throughout adjacent plazas, magical barriers subtly integrated with architectural elements, observation points staffed with dragons whose energy signatures suggested considerable combat capability despite ceremonial attire. Excessive security for mere union ceremony, suggesting additional factors beyond publicly acknowledged function. Interesting implications regarding ceremony's true significance or potential concerns about specific attendees. The escort led him through series of increasingly ornate chambers, each displaying historical artifacts, artistic treasures, and cultural symbols significant to Eastern Sea clan identity. The progression served diplomatic purpose beyond mere aesthetics, demonstrating clan history and accomplishments to visitors while allowing multiple security checkpoints disguised as cultural exhibitions. Finally, they reached observation gallery overlooking ceremonial chamber, massive open space where coral formation created natural amphitheater surrounding central platform. Hundreds of dragons had already gathered, positioned according to elaborate status hierarchy evident in both location and manifestation forms chosen for official function. Issei was directed to section reserved for non-clan dignitaries, representatives from various supernatural factions with diplomatic ties to Eastern Sea clan. He recognized several significant entities despite disguised appearances: yokai council emissaries, devil nobility representatives, even solitary figure whose concealed energy signature suggested celestial observation despite officially strained relations between angels and dragon clans. Diplomatic gathering beyond mere marriage ceremony, political significance exceeding personal union between individuals. Additional evidence suggesting underlying motivations beyond publicly acknowledged function. Before Issei could assess further implications, familiar energy signature approached from adjacent entrance, Keita Mizuchi. Though significantly different from school disguise maintained during Kuo interactions, her current manifestation reflected formal ceremonial requirements, partially draconic form maintaining human structure while incorporating scaled features, iridescent coloration shifting between azure and violet depending on light angle, ceremonial attire indicating high status within clan hierarchy. Shish. E approached with measured movements suggesting careful navigation between formal protocol and personal urgency. When she reached appropriate distance for formal acknowledgement, she offered tradition. L greeting gesture with perfect execution, right hand forming specific configuration while left maintained prescribed position indicating respect without submission. Honored guest, she addressed him. With formal phrasing required by public setting while eyes communicated significantly different message, urgency, concern, and something approaching desperation briefly visible before controlled neutrality returned. Your presence honors our clan gathering. The honor is mine, Issei responded with equally formal phrasing, matching her careful balance between protocol requirements and actual communication. Though invitation arrived with limited contextual information regarding ceremonial significance, diplomatic phrasing allowing her opportunity to provide explanation without directly styling clan decisions, respecting hierarchical authority while creating conversational opening regarding suspicious circumstances. Keita glanced toward nearby observers before responding, voice low. Read despite underwater environment's natural sound limitations. The ceremony represents political alignment between Eastern Sea Clan and Northern Current Dynasty through traditional union methods. My participation was recently formalized. The hesitation revealed volumes despite carefully measured words. Not willing participant but obedient clan member fulfilling assigned function despite personal reservations. Recent formalization suggests accelerated timeline, Issei observed neutrally, maintaining conversational appearance while extracting critical information. Traditional preparatio. NS typically require significant notice for participants and guests alike. Circumstances evolved rapidly following recent Kuo incidents, Keita acknowledged, diplomatic phrasing barely disguising actual meaning. Her family had arranged marriage immediately after her involvement with destruction fragment encounters and subsequent revelations regarding Issei's nature. Interesting implications. He Eastern Sea Clan apparently viewed recent events as sufficient motivation to establish political alliance through traditional methods despite modern trends away from arranged unions. Something Abu. Destruction fragments and divine manifestations had triggered response patterns prioritizing consolidated power structures over individual preferences. The Northern Current representative has arrived, Keita continued. Gaze shifting toward chamber entrance where procession had commenced. Elaborate display of traditional dragon nobility making ceremonial appearance. Ceremony will begin with ANC. Estral acknowledgements before proceeding to formal binding rituals. The procession fillet of draconic tradition, guards in full manifestation form creating living corridor through which dignitaries progressed in carefully choreographed sequence establishing precise hierarchical relationships through positioning, movement patterns, and specific manifestation details indicating bloodline connections and historical significance. At procession's center moved figure clearly identified as ceremonial counterpart, Ryujin Karyu, heir to Northern Current Dynasty. His manifestation reflected tradition, L nobility expectations, draconic features more pronounced than Keita's, physical form larger and more imposing, ceremonial attire incorporating ancestral elements suggesting unbroken lineage extending beyond clan's official founding. His expression revealed nothing beyond appropriate ceremonial solemnity, though energy signature suggested complex emotional state beneath carefully maintained appearance. Satisfaction regarding political implications intermingled with predatory assessment of assembled witnesses and something darker beneath surface thoughts that triggered Issei's instinctive wariness despite diplomatic setting. Not merely ambitious noble fulfilling political function, but something more concerning, fundamental character elements at odds with superficial presentation. Interesting discrepancy suggesting potential complications beyond arranged marriage politics. Third lunar alignment approaches, Keita noted, formal phrasing failing to disguise underlying tension as astrono. Mickle event determining ceremony timing drew nearer. I must join familial representatives for preliminary introductions. She departed with perfect execution of formal withdrawal protocols, though final glance communicated complex message transcending ceremonial requirements, request, warning, and something approaching desperate hope briefly visible before controlled neutrality returned as protocol demanded. Interesting development suggesting significance beyond mere political arrangement. Keita clearly viewed current circumstances as problematic rather than merely unwelcome, sufficient cons. RN to risk improper communication with powerful entity despite public setting and clan observation. As ceremonial preparations continued around central platform, Issei extended awareness beyond physical surroundings. Supernatural senses analyzing energy patterns throughout complex for additional information regarding underlying motivations and potential complications. The general emotional atmos. Fear suggested tension exceeding normal ceremonial solemnity, unease permeating gathered dragons despite maintained appearances, particularly among Eastern Sea clan representatives whose energy signet. Yours indicated internal conflict between duty and uncertainty regarding current proceedings. More interesting were specific magical configurations established throughout ceremonial chamber, complex by NDING patterns integrated with architectural elements, activation sequences prepared but dormant, purpose extending beyond mere union ceremony despite superficial appearance as traditional preparation. Something about this arrangement extended beyond political alliance or traditional union, underlying purpose suggesting complexity beyond publicly acknowledged function. The specific magical configu. Rations incorporated elements designed for metaphysical binding exceeding ordinary ceremonial requirements, containment rather than mere symbolic union. Before Issei could analyze further implications, ceremony formally commenced. Ancestral representatives from both clans approaching central platform where ritualistic objects had been arranged in traditional configuration. Ancient artifacts carried ceremonial significance beyond symbolic representation. Genuine power focusing objects dating back to clan founding, maintained through generations for specific metaphysical functions regarding lineage continuation and political alignment. The ritual proceeded with hypnotic precision, movements, incantations, and energy manipulations following patterns established thousands of years earlier when Ragan society first formalized union protocols between major clans. Beautiful in execution despite concerning implications regarding underlying purpose. Genuine artistry and ceremonial function regardless of potentially problematic motivations. Keita and her counterpart were summoned to central platform after preliminary invocations completed, their movements following prescribed patterns established. In relationship parameters through specific positioning, gestural communication, and magical resonance demonstration proving compatible energy signatures despite personal unfamiliarity. Throughout ceremonial progression, Issei maintained careful observation beyond mere physical proceedings, supernatural senses analyzing energy patterns, magical configurations, and underlying emotional currents among key participants. The discrepancies between surface presentation and metaphysical reality grew increasingly concerning as ceremony approached binding phase, the point where symbolic representation old transform into genuine metaphysical connection between participants. The ceremonial officiant, ancient dragon whose manifestation suggested age exceeding normal species limitations, raised ancestor. Artifact signaling transition to binding phase. The object itself radiated genuine power beyond ceremonial significance, crystalline structure containing compressed magical energy designed for specie. FIC purpose regarding metaphysical connections between bloodlines. Ancestral witnesses acknowledge presented lineages, the officiant intoned in ancient draconic language rarely used beyond ceremonial functions. Proposed union meets traditional requirements for clan alignment through blood connection. Binding preparations may commence according to established protocols. At this formal declaration, subtle shift occurred throughout ceremonial chamber, magical configurations transitioning from dormant to active state, energy patterns realigning according to predetermined sequences, ceremonial artifacts radiating increased power as binding phase initiated according to traditional parameters. Keita's expression remained appropriately solemn despite microscopic tension indicators suggesting internal conflict between duty and personal reservation. Her counterpart displayed satisfaction bordering on triumph, though carefully masked beneath ceremonial solemnity as protocol required. Interesting contrast suggesting significantly different perspectives regarding current proceedings. One participant fulfilling obligation despite personal reservations, other achieving objective aligned with personal ambition. The power differential extended beyond ceremonial positioning to fundamental relationship dynamic, suggesting potentially problematic future interactions beyond political implications. As binding preparation continued, Issei noticed additional energy signatures activating throughout ceremonial chamber, not part of traditional protocol but supplementary configurations suggesting G. Secondary purpose beyond publicly acknowledged function. The specific patterns indicated containment parameters rather than mere ceremonial enhancement, designed to prevent interference rather than S. Imply establish appropriate metaphysical environment for traditional union. Most concerning were specific frequency alignments within these secondary configurations, resonance patterns suggesting familiarity with destruction energy characteristics despite no apparent connection to current ceremonial function. The specific alignments appeared designed to counteract or suppress energy signatures similar to those demonstrated during recent Kuo incidents involving destruction fragments. Preparations specifically designed with Issei's intervention capability in mind, anticipating potential interference and establishing countermeasures before ceremonial binding completed. The implications were troubling. Someone had predicted his potential response to Keita's situation and prepared accordingly. Sug knowledge of his nature and specific expectations regarding his behavior patterns. The officiant raised ancestral artifact higher, signaling commencement of actual binding rather than merely preparatory phases. Blood acknowledgement will now commence, establishing permanent connection between lineages according to ancestral protocols. Participants will demonstrate willing acceptance through traditional energy exchange. At this declaration, Keita's composure fractured momentarily. Microscopic expression shift suggesting internal conflict reaching critical threshold despite maintained external appearance. Her counterpart moved with confident precision, positioning for prescribed energy exchange with expectation of imminent completion regardless of participants' emotional state. DCC. On point arrived with unexpected clarity, observation versus intervention, maintained diplomatic protocol versus active disruption of ceremonial proceedings. The potential consequences extended beyond immediate situation to broader implications regarding supernatural politics, divine intervention principles, and personal ethical frameworks established across millennia of existence. Memories surfac. Ed unbidden. Similar ceremonies witnessed across countless civilizations throughout cosmic cycles, arranged unions prioritizing political expedience over individual autonomy, power structures maintaining in control through traditional frameworks despite evolving ethical understanding regarding personal choice significance. The pattern repeated across millennia, different cultural expressions but identical fundamental structure. Power consolidation through individual sacrifice, tradition perpetuated regardless of ethical evolution, hierarchical authority maintained through ceremonial frameworks disguising fundamental injustice beneath ritual beauty. Decision crystallized through perfect clarity born from countless observations across cosmic timescales. Some patterns deserved disruption regard L.S. of diplomatic consequences or political complications. Issei moved, not merely physical movement but fundamental shift from observer to participant, cosmic power carefully regulated to avoid catastrophic manifestation while providing sufficient demonstration to interrupt ceremonial proceedings without unnecessary destruction. Divine authority contained within controlled expression rather than full manifestation. Balancing intervention necessity against collateral damage prevention. The containment configurations activated instantly, magical barriers specifically designed to counter destruction energy manifestation surrounding him with impressive efficiency despite fundamental misunderstanding regarding his true nature. Powerful by conventional supernatural standards but ultimately inadequate against divine essence merely wearing physical form rather than being contained by it. Issei passed through barriers as though they were mere illusion, not destroying but simply ignoring real ity recognizing fundamental authority beyond magical constraints regardless of practitioner skill or power level. His movement continued unimpeded toward ceremonial platform where binding ritual ached completion despite Keita's increasingly evident reluctance. The officiant detected approach first, ancient awareness recognizing power beyond conventional supernatural classification despite controlled manifestation. The ceremonial artifact lowered slightly as uncertainty replaced ceremonial confidence, traditional protocol insufficient for current circumstances despite millennia of established precedent. This ceremony requires reconsideration, Issei stated simply, voice carrying absolute authority despite moderate volume and measured tone. Not divine command but irrefutable suggestion. Power contained within careful diplomacy rather than overwhelming manifestation. The ceremonial chamber erupted into controlled chaos, guards moving to defensive positions, dignitaries reacting according to individual threat assessments. Magical configurations adjusting to unexpected intervention despite designed countermeasures proving inadequate against demonstrated capabilities. Kata's Sue. Enter part displayed genuine emotion for first time, anger briefly visible before diplomatic calculation replaced instinctive response, ambition temporarily overshadowed by pragmatic reassessment regarding situation developments and potential responses. Interference with ceremonial proceedings violates traditional protocols, the officiant stated, finding refuge in procedural objection despite uncertainty regarding appropriate response to entity exceeding classification parameters. Outsider intervention contravenes ancestral guidelines regarding clan matters. Ancestral guidelines PR. Prioritized willing participation despite political necessity. Issei countered, knowledge of draconic history exceeding ceremonial officiants despite outsider status. Original protocols established extreme protective measures ensuring participant consent beyond mere duty acknowledgement. The statement silenced immediate objections, accurate historical reference beyond contemporary understanding Augustine knowledge transcending conventional limitations. Few beings outside Dragon Society possessed detailed understanding of founding protocols, particularly regarding specific consent provisions. Eventually obscured through political evolution across millennia. Kata seized momentary conversational opening with impressive tactical awareness, formal training temporarily overshadowing tradition. Al deference as opportunity presented itself. I invoke ancestral provision regarding consent verification through independent witness examination. Traditional protocols permit assessment by neutral entity when consent questions arise during binding phase. Brilliant maneuver utilizing established tradition against current proceedings, finding legitimate procedural pathway within ceremonial framework rather than merely opposing established authority. Her education had clearly included historical precedents beyond contemporary application, suggesting preparation for potential situations requiring diplomatic navigation within traditional constraints. The officiant hesitated, ancient knowledge confirming procedural validity despite modern disuse of referenced provision. Political pressure CL. Early conflicted with ceremonial responsibility, maintaining traditional integrity versus accommodating current hierarchical expectations. Before decision formalized, Kata's counterpart intervened calculated precision, diplomatic training evidently including contingency responses for unexpected complications. Traditional verification merely confirms understanding rather than emotional preference. Political necessity often transcends individual inclination throughout our history. The provision acknowledges duty fulfillment despite personal reservation. Accurate but incomplete interpretation. Deliberate emphasis on duty aspects while minimizing consent elements central to original provision meaning. Sophisticated manipulation of traditional framework to serve current political objectives while maintaining ceremonial appearance. Original textual context explicitly separated understanding from acceptance, Issei corrected with casual certainty born from direct historical observation rather than merely scholarly knowledge. The 16 verification measures specifically distinguished between duty acknowledgement and genuine consent precisely because political arrangements historically created confusion between obligation recognition and actual willing participation. Another silence followed this statement. Historical specificity suggesting knowledge beyond conventional supernatural lifespan or scholarly access. The reference to original textual context rather than merely traditional interpretation indicated familiarity with founding documents few contemporary beings had directly examined regardless of clan affiliation. The officiant lowered ceremonial artifact completely, traditional confidence replaced by guarding appropriate procedural response to current circumstances. The verification provision exists within ancestral framework, he acknowledged reluctantly, though implementation methodology has evolved beyond original parameters through contemporary interpretation. Diplomatic acknowledgement of procedural validity while avoiding direct confrontation with current political expectations, compromise attempting to satisfy traditional responsibilities without directly challenging hierarchical authority arranging current ceremony. Implementation methodology remains secondary to fundamental principle, Issei stated with calm certainty transcending mere opinion. Consent verification serves foundational purpose within ceremonial framework regardless of contemporary political considerations. The standoff continued momentarily, traditional ceremony. Interrupted by procedural objection based on ancestral provisions, contemporary political arrangements challenged by historical precedent, hierarchical authority confronted by fundamental principles predating current power structures. Unexpected intervention arrived from Observation Gallery, Elder Dragon, whose manifestation suggested significant age even by species standards, moving toward ceremony. Owl platform with deliberate grace belying apparent physical fragility. Her scales shimmered with unusual pearlescent quality indicating rare bloodline connection to clan founders. Ceremonial position, suggesting authority transcending current political hierarchy despite minimal ostentatious display. Mizuchi Tamahime, someone whispered nearby, identification rippling through assembled witnesses with undisguised reverence. The grandmother has spoken. Her approach silenced all procedural debate, traditional respect transcending political considerations as she positioned herself between disputing parties with perfect ceremonial precision. Her expression revealed nothing beyond appropriate solemnity, though energy signature suggested complex calculation beneath maintained appearance. The ancestral provision regarding consent verification predates current interpretation methodologies, she stated, voice carrying natural authority born from centuries of respected leadership rather than merely hierarchical position. Its implementation requires examination of fundamental principle rather than contemporary political application. Sophisticated positioning, acknowledging procedural validity without directly challenging current political arrangements, creating space for resolution without forcing confrontation between competing authorities. Her diplomatic skill clearly justified his rhetorical reputation regarding negotiation capabilities mentioned during previous Kuo discussions. Verification traditionally required neutral assessment by entity without political interest in ceremonial outcome, she continued. Gaze moving between assembled participants with careful neutrality suggesting judicial function rather than merely administrative authority. The provision specifically established methodology preventing interference from entities with direct benefit from proposed union. Another brilliant maneuver, redirecting procedural focus toward neutral verification rather than direct authority challenge. Finding pathway within traditional framework that accommodated both ancestral principles and contemporary political realities without forcing unnecessary confrontation. Her attention shifted to Issei with careful assessment suggesting recognition beyond superficial appearance. The guardian entity from surface territories has demonstrated knowledge indicating potentia. Qualification as neutral witness according to ancestral parameters. Traditional protocols permit examination methodology determination by qualified verification entity rather than ceremonial officia. When standard procedures prove insufficient for current circumstances. The diplomatic solution offered face-saving pathway for all involved parties, acknowledging traditional provisions while creating procedural mechanism addressing current situation without directly challenging hierarchical decisions leading to arranged ceremony. Perfect balance between ancestral principles and contemporary political realities. Kata's counterpart clearly recognized strategic repositioning despite personal dissatisfaction, political training evidently including recognition of unwinnable scenarios requiring tactical retreat rather than continued confrontation. Verification must remain within traditional parameters regardless of methodology variations, he stated, establishing boundary conditions while accepting procedural shift. Ancestral frameworks preserve ceremonial integrity despite implementation evolution. Agreed, Mizuchi Tamahime acknowledged with perfect diplomatic precision, concessio. Regarding procedural boundaries while maintaining essential verification requirement. Traditional integrity remains paramount within contemporary application. The verification shall proceed according to ancestral principles through methodology appropriate for current circumstances. With procedural framework established, attention shifted to Issei as designated verification entity, neutral WITN. Charged with consent assessment according to traditional parameters despite unprecedented implementation circumstances. The responsibility carried significant political implications regardless of specific methodology chosen for current situation. Verification requires direct communication without external influence, Issei stated, establishing parameters with calm certainty suggesting familiarity with judicial functions across multiple cultural frameworks. Traditional protocols specified private consultation ensuring genuine response without hierarchical pressure or political consideration. The request exceeded normal ceremonial parameters despite ancestral precedent, private interaction rather than public verification, contradicting contemporary expectations regarding ceremonial transparency. Political implications extended beyond mere procedural variation to fundamental challenge regarding hierarchical observation during critical determinations. Mizuchi Tamahime considered momentarily before nodding with regal certainty transcending mere positional authority. Ancestral provisions specifically established confidentiality requirements ensuring genuine communication without external influence. Contemporary interpretation cannot contradict foundational principle without undermining verification purpose. Her declaration effectively ended procedural debate, traditional authority combined with historical knowledge creating unchallengeable position despite political implications. Even Keida's counterpart recognized futility of continued objection against combined ancestral precedent and elder determination. Verification communication will proceed within traditional confidentiality parameters, the officiant announced, finding refuge in procedural formality despite unprecedented circumstances. Ceremonial suspension maintains pending status until verification determination concludes according to ancestral provisions. With formal framework established, Mizuchi Tamahime gestured toward adjacent chamber designed for private consultation during traditional ceremonies, architectural feature rarely utilized in contemporary proceedings despite continued inclusion within ceremonial complex design. The ancestral consultation chamber remains prepared according to traditional requirements. Verification communication may proceed without external observation as founding protocols specified. As assembled witnesses processed unprecedented procedural development, Issei followed Keita toward designated chamber with measured movements suggesting judicial function rather than mere intervention. Their progress generated considerable observation despite maintained ceremonial decorum, political implications clearly recognized despite procedural justification. The consultation chamber featured traditional design elements dating back to clan foundations, creating perfect acoustical environment preventing external eavesdropping while maintaining appropriate ceremonial atmosphere through ancestral connection. The specific architectural configuration incorporated protective enchantments ensuring genuine privacy despite surrounding political interest. Once privacy established through activated enchantments, Keida's carefully maintained composure fractured significantly, formal posture relaxing as ceremonial requirements temporarily suspended within confidential consultation parameters. "Thank you," she stated simply, genuine gratitude replacing diplomatic phrasing. The arrangement progressed beyond my ability to establish appropriate objection without directly challenging clan authority. Your intervention created procedural pathway preserving both traditional principles and personal dignity despite political complications. The 16 Verifica Tion measures existed precisely because such situations occurred repeatedly throughout Dragon history, Issei noted, casual certainty suggesting direct historical knowledge rather than merely scholarly understanding. Founding protocols anticipated political arrangements potentially compromising individual consent despite ceremonial appearance of traditional compliance. Keita studied him with found appreciation beyond previous cautious assessment. Your knowledge of our founding principles exceeds contemporary understanding even among clan elders. Few beings outside Dragon society recognize Z-specific verification measures beyond general ceremonial framework. Historical observation provides perspective transcending scholarly interpretation, Issei acknowledged without specific explanation regarding extended lifespan or direct witnessing of foundational events. Original consent provisions reflected genuine concern regarding individual autonomy within political arrangements, Philo's Ophical principle eventually obscured through hierarchical evolution despite maintained ceremonial appearance. My grandmother recognizes your true nature despite maintained appearance, Keita noted. Conversation shifting toward immediate circumstances rather than historical principles. Her intervention reflected assessment beyond mere procedural consideration, strategic repositioning based on recognition of entity exceeding conventional classification. Mizuchi Tamahime's reputation suggests perception exceeding hierarchical limitations, Issei agreed, acknowledging Elder Dragon's evident recognition without confirming specific divine identification. Her diplomatic intervention created resolution pathway preserving traditional principles without forcing unnecessary confrontation, impressive navigational skill within complex political framework. The arranged union exceeded normal political alignment, Keita explained, providing critical context now that confidentiality allowed direct communication. Traditional marriage would establish connection between water dragon lineages without requiring metaphysical binding beyond conventional ceremonial parameters. This arrangement incorporated additional elements suggesting purpose beyond political alliance despite public presentation as traditional union. The binding configurations contained elements designed for metaphysica. Containment rather than merely ceremonial connection, Issei confirmed, supernatural observation having detected concerning patterns during ceremonial preparations. Specific resonance alignments suggested targeted containment regarding energy signatures similar to those demonstrated during recent Kuo incidents. Keita nodded, confirmation suggesting prior awareness despite inability to establish appropriate objection within hierarchical constraints. The arrangement developed immediately following my initial report regarding destruction fragment encounters and subsequent revelations concerning your nature. Northern Current representatives approached with union proposal incorporating enhanced traditional elements despite minimal previous interaction between our bloodlines. Suggesting external influence beyond normal clan politics, Issei observed, implications extending beyond arranged marriage complications to broader supernatural conspiracy involving destruction energy manipulation. The specific binding configurations incorporated elements suggesting familiarity with destruction energy characteristics despite no apparent connection to traditional dragon magic. RN Current maintains minimal historical interaction with destruction aspects according to council records, Keita confirmed, analytical assessment temporarily overshadowing personal concerns regarding arranged union. Their magical traditions evolved through elemental manipulation rather than metaphysical principle engagement, suggesting external consultation regarding specific binding configurity. Incorporated within ceremonial framework. The containment parameters activated upon my approach incorporated similar resonance patterns despite inadequate understanding regarding fundamental principles, Issei noted. Connecting ceremonial observations with broader implications regarding recent fragment manifestations. Suggesting coordinated approach derived from common source despite implementation through different supernatural traditions. The connection suggested concerning pattern extending beyond isolated incidents to coordinated campaign involving multiple supernatural factions, destruction fragments in Kuo. Enhanced binding ceremony among dragons, similar metaphysical signatures despite different manifestation methodologies. Evidence indicating orchestrated approach rather than coincidental developments across separate supernatural communities. My primary concern remains immediate circumstance resolution, Keita acknowledged, returning conversation to verification purpose despite broader implications. The procedural pathway requires formal determination regarding consent verification according to ancestral provisions, establishing sufficient foundation for ceremony. Suspension without directly challenging hierarchical authority arranging political union. Traditional verification examined fundamental consent beyond mere duty acknowledgement, Issei confirmed. Understanding procedural requirements despite unprecedented implementation circumstances. Original measures distinguished between obligation recognition and genuine acceptance, creating space between political necessity and personal autonomy within ceremonial framework. My formal position acknowledges clan authority regarding political arrangements while maintaining personal reservation concern. Specific implementation methodology, Keita stated carefully, balancing respect for traditional hierarchy against individual autonomy principles. The accelerated timeline combined with enhanced binding elements exceeds normal political union parameters despite ceremonial presentation as traditional arrangement. Perfect positioning for verification purposes, acknowledging hierarchical authority while establishing specific objection regarding implementation rather than concept, creating space for procedural intervention without directly challenging clan leadership or political necessity. Her diplomatic training clearly included sophisticated understanding of traditional frameworks despite contemporary application limitations. Verification determination based on original consent provisions would establish procedural foundation for ceremony suspension pending further consultation regarding enhanced binding elements, Issei noted, outlining potential resolution pathway within traditional framework. Ancestral measures specifically separated political arrangement acceptance from enhanced binding consent, creating distinct verification categories requiring separate determination processes. Keita considered momentarily before nodding with evident relief regarding identified procedural solution. That approach preserves both traditional respect and individual consideration without directly challenging hierarchical necessity. The verification focuses on enhanced elements exceeding normal union parameters rather than political arrangement itself. With resolution pathway identified, they discussed specific procedural language ensuring appropriate verification determination while minimizing unnecessary political complications or hierarchical confrontation. Keita's diplomatic training proved impressive. Sophisticated understanding of traditional frameworks combined with precise language utilization creating persuasive presentation within ancestral parameters despite contemporary political pressures. As consultation concluded with agreed verification approach, Issei noted subtle energy signature attempting observation despite Chamber's protective enchantments, mag. ICAL surveillance utilizing sophisticated methodology transcending conventional detection parameters. Not draconic in origin despite current location, suggesting external involvement beyond ceremonial participants or clan representatives. Interesting development indicating additional factors beyond visible political arrangements or ceremonial proceedings. The specific magical signature suggested devil methodology rather than draconic approach, hellfire adjacent energy manipulation attempting information extraction despite protective measures designed primarily against water-based magical traditions. Before returning to ceremonial chamber, Issei established subtle countermeasure against detected surveillance, not direct neutralization which might reveal awareness, but strategic misinformity. On provision through controlled energy patterns suggesting verification proceeding according to predictable parameters despite actual resolution approach differing significantly from apparent methodology. Their return to ceremonial proceedings generated considerable attention despite maintained decorum. Assembled witnesses clearly recognizing unprecedented situation despite traditional framework providing procedural justification. Keita resumed appropriate formal posture with impressive discipline. Ceremonial appearance perfectly maintained despite completely altered internal perspective following consultation. The officiant awaited formal verification determination with evident uncertainty regarding appropriate response to unprecedented procedural development despite ancestral precedent providing theoretical framework. Political pressure clearly influenced ceremonial function despite traditional separation between hierarchical authority and ancestral protocol administration. Verify. Cation examination has concluded according to ancestral provisions, Issei announced with formal certainty appropriate for judicial function within traditional framework. Determination proceeds from original consent measures established during founding protocols rather than contemporary interpretation methodologies. The statement established procedural foundation based on ancestral authority rather than current political arrangements. Sophisticated positioning creating space for determination contrary to hierarchical expectations without directly challenging leadership authority. Keita's suggested approach provided perfect balance between traditional respect and necessary intervention. The verification distinguishes between political arrangement acknowledgement and enhanced binding cons. And according to 16th ancestral measure specifically addressing ceremonial elements exceeding normal union parameters, Issei continued. Historical reference creating irrefutable procedural foundation despite contemporary disuse. Traditional political alignment through ceremonial union remains within hierarchical authority parameters while enhanced binding elements require separate consent verification according to original provisions. The approach created perfect procedural division, acknowledging political authority regarding arranged marriage while establishing separate consideration for enhanced elements exceeding normal ceremonial parameters. The sophisticated distinction provided face-saving pathway for all involved parties despite fundamentally altering ceremonial outcome. Quote, verification determination establishes duty acknowledgement regarding political alignment while confirming reservation concerning enhanced binding methodology, Issei concluded, formal language discus. Revolutionary determination within traditional framework. Ancestral provisions require separate consent process regarding ceremonial elements exceeding normal union parameters when accelerated implementation prevents appropriate consideration period. The determination effectively suspended enhanced binding while theoretically permitting political arrangement to proceed through traditional methodology, creating compromise between hierarchical authority and individual consent principles despite unprecedented implementation circumstances. The sophisticated approach prevented direct confront. Asian while fundamentally altering ceremonial outcome according to ancestral provisions predating current political arrangements. Silence followed determination announcement. Assembled witnesses pros. SSING implications despite formal language disguising revolutionary impact within traditional framework. The officiant clearly recognized procedural validity despite political pressure. Ancestral no. Ledge confirming verification approach despite contemporary disuse of referenced provisions. Mizuchi Tamahime broke momentary stillness with perfect diplomatic timing, intervention providing procedure. L pathway forward despite unprecedented circumstances. The verification determination follows ancestral provisions regarding enhanced ceremonial elements requiring separate consent process. Tradition. AL protocols established clear distinction between political arrangement acknowledgement and binding methodology acceptance precisely because such situations occurred throughout our history. Her sup. Ort provided decisive legitimacy. Elder authority combined with historical knowledge creating unchallengeable position despite political implications. Even Keita's counterpart recognized futility of direct opposition against combined ancestral precedent and elder determination despite evident dissatisfaction regarding ceremonial outcome. The ceremonial suspension maintains pending status while Issei. Parade consent process establishes appropriate parameters regarding enhanced elements, the officiant announced, finding refuge in procedural formality despite unprecedented outcome. Traditional protocols permit political discussions to continue while binding methodology undergoes proper consideration according to ancestral provisions. Perfect diplomatic resolution. Ceremony suspended without direct rejection. Political arrangements theoretically preserved while enhanced binding effectively prevented. Hierarchical authority acknowledged while individual consent protected through ancestral visions predating current power structures. The sophisticated approach provided face-saving pathway for all involved parties despite fundamentally altered outcome. As ceremonial conclusion formalize. Through traditional dismissal sequences, Issei noted continued surveillance from previously detected external observer, devil energy signature maintaining information gathering despite ceremonial resolution suggesting limited interest in mere political arrangements between dragon clans. The specific focus suggested concern regarding verification process rather than ceremonial outcome, implying knowledge of enhanced binding elements and their intended purpose beyond publicly acknowledged function. Interesting development suggesting coordination between Dragon Clan representatives and external entities regarding enhanced binding methodology specifically designed for destruction energy containment. The connection indicated orchestrated approach rather than coincidental development, implying broader conspiracy involving multiple supernatural factions despite traditional separation between draconic society and other supernatural communities. As assembled witnesses dispersal conclusion, Ida approached with perfectly maintained formal appearance despite evident relief beneath diplomatic composure. Traditional protocols require appropriate acknowledgement following verification service. She stated for public benefit while energy signature communicated genuine gratitude beyond ceremonial requirement. Your contribution ensures ancestral principles maintain precedence within contemporary application despite evolving interpretation methodologies. Traditional frameworks incorporated verification measures precisely because principled application sometimes requires perspective transcending immediate political considerations. Issei responded with matching formality disguising deeper communication beneath ceremonial exchange. Ancestral wisdom often provides guidance beyond on temporary limitations when fundamental principles encounter evolutionary pressure through hierarchical development. Their formal exchange satisfied public expectations regarding appropriate ceremonial conclusion despite revolutionary outcome resulting from verification determination. The sophisticated approach maintained traditional respect while fundamentally altering intended result, preserving face for all involved parties despite completely transformed ceremonial consequences. As formal proceedings concluded, Mizuchi Tamahime approached with measured movements suggesting private communication intention beyond ceremonial requirements. Her expression revealed nothing beyond appropriate solemnity, though energy signature suggested complex calculation beneath maintained appearances. He positioned herself appropriately for confidential exchange despite public setting. The verification service extends beyond immediate ceremonial resolution to broader implications regarding recent supernatural developments. She observed with careful diplomatic precision, allowing plausible deniability despite clear reference to destruction fragment incidents. Traditional dragon neutrality fact. Evolutionary pressure when multiple factions pursue coordinated objectives despite historical separation between supernatural communities. Sophisticated communication. Acknowledging awareness Riga. RDING broader situation while establishing potential alliance parameters without explicit commitment or direct supernatural politics engagement. Her diplomatic skill clearly justified historical reputation despite minimal previous interaction with non-draconic entities in recent centuries. Evolutionary pressure often reveals foundational principles beneath traditional frameworks. Issei responded with matching diplomatic precision. Acknowledging potential cooperation without specific commitment regarding future interactions. Historical neutrality served specific purposes within established supernatural balance. Purposes requiring reconsideration when coordinated approaches transcend traditional factional limitations. My granddaughter's academic assignment continues providing valuable perspective regarding evolving supernatural dynamics. Mizuchi Tamahime noted with perfect balance between genuine family connection and diplomatic positioning. Educational observation often yields insights exceeding formal diplomatic exchange when multiple traditions encounter unprecedented coordination patterns. The statement effectively formalized Keita's continued involvement despite ceremonial resolution, establishing legitimate operational parameters through educational framework rather than formal diplomatic engagement. The sophisticated approach maintained traditional neutrality while creating space for practical cooperation regarding current supernatural developments transcending normal factional boundaries. Educational frameworks often provide flexibility exceeding formal diplomatic structures when evolving situations require adaptive response methodologies. Issei agreed, accepting implied arrangement without explicit acknowledgement regarding specific operational parameters. Observational assignments frequently yield practical insights when traditional perspectives encounter unprecedented development patterns. With diplomatic understanding established through carefully measured exchange, Mizuchi Tamahime offered formal farewell gesture with perfect execution, right hand forming specific configuration while left maintained prescribed position indicating respect without submission. The ceremonial movement contained genuine acknowledgement beyond mere protocol observation. Recognition transcending hierarchical positioning to something approaching genuine respect despite limited previous interaction. As she departed with regal dignity appropriate for elder status within clan hierarchy, Keita approached with more direct communication intention now that witnesses had dispersed following ceremonial conclusion. Her expression revealed genuine relief beneath maintained public composure, though disciplined training prevented inappropriate emotional play despite revolutionary outcome regarding personal circumstances. The enhanced binding elements incorporated destruction energy containment parameters beyond my initial recognition, she explained. Once privacy permitted direct communication. My preliminary report regarding Kuo incidents apparently triggered response patterns exceeding normal political considerations despite traditional SIPA ration between clan affairs and external supernatural developments. The specific configurations suggested familiarity with destruction energy characteristics despite minimal historical interaction. Between dragon clans and destruction aspects, Issei noted, connecting ceremonial observations with broader implications regarding recent fragment manifestations. External consultation seems likely Ivan implementation sophistication despite fundamental misunderstanding regarding underlying principles. Northern Current representatives arrived with proposal already incorporating enhanced element. Despite minimal previous preparation opportunity, Keita confirmed, analytical assessment providing critical context regarding arrangement development. The accelerated timeline suggested predetermined approach awaiting implementation opportunity rather than response developed following my initial report. Indicating coordination predating recent incidents rather than reactive development following destruction fragment manifestations, Issei concluded, implications extending beyond isolated ceremonial manipulation to broader conspiracy involving multiple supernatural factions. The IC binding methodology incorporated elements similar to containment parameters activated during recent Kuo encounters despite different supernatural traditions implementing similar conceptual approaches. Their analysis continued identifying connecting patterns between seemingly separate incidents. Destruction fragments in Kuo, enhanced binding ceremony among dragons, similar metaphysical signet. Yours despite different manifestation methodologies. Evidence increasingly indicated orchestrated campaign rather than coincidental developments across separate supernatural communities. External surveillance during verification consultation suggests continued interest despite ceremonial resolution, Issei noted, sharing previously withheld observation now that privacy permitted direct communication. Devil methodology rather than draconic approach, Hellfire-adjacent energy manipulation attempting information extraction despite protective measures designed primarily against water-based magical traditions. Devils rarely interact with dragon clans beyond formal diplomatic functions, Keita observed, surprise momentarily overcoming disciplined composure. Traditional separation between natural communities specifically limited Hellfire interaction with water dragon territories due to fundamental elemental incompatibility despite maintained political relations. Suggesting can't motivation transcending traditional limitations despite inherent methodological challenges, Issei agreed, implications extending beyond to coordinated campaign involving multiple supernatural factions despite historical separation. The specific approach indicated sophisticated surveillance rather than merely curious observation, targeted information extraction rather than general monitoring. Before further analysis continued, Issei detected energy signature approaching from unexpected direction, same devil presence previously observed conducting surveillance now moving directly to ward their location despite ceremonial conclusion suggesting limited further interest in dragon proceedings. The approach methodology indicated intentional contact rather than continued covert observation. Direct engagement rather than merely information gathering. Interesting development suggesting purpose beyond simple surveillance or ceremonial monitoring. The specific movement pattern indicate confidence exceeding normal devil behavior within dragon territories, purposeful approach rather than cautious observation despite traditional tensions between supernatural communities. We have company, Issei noted calmly, alerting Keita without creating unnecessary alarm or defensive response that might complicate diplomatic interaction. The devil observer apparently prefers direct engagement. Following ceremonial conclusion despite traditional protocols suggesting continued separation between supernatural representatives during clan functions. Keita shifted subtly into more formal diplomatic training automatically establishing appropriate presentation for unexpected supernatural interaction despite unusual circumstances. Her expression revealed nothing beyond polite interest, though energy signature indicated increased alertness beneath maintained appearance. The approaching entity materialized with unusual directness for devil within dragon territory, traditional protocol typically requiring more formal presentation despite diplomatic recognition between supernatural communities. A female figure appeared through momentary Hellfire displacement, transportation methodology unnecessarily dramatic within current setting despite effective arrival implementation. Her appearance suggested calculated impression management rather than merely functional presentation, strict beauty combined with deliberately intimidating elements creating complex visual impact beyond mere physical manifestation. Long crimson hair contrasted with pale complexion suggesting limited sunlight exposure. Formal attire incorporating traditional devil aristocracy elements while maintaining contemporary styling appropriate for various supernatural interaction contexts. Most notable were her eyes, deep violet shade containing unnatural luminescence suggesting Hellfire influence despite controlled manifestation, expression simultaneously analytical and challenging despite diplomatic requiring more neutral presentation according to traditional protocols between supernatural communities. Fascinating verification methodology, she commented without formal introduction despite diplomatic context typically requiring more traditional approach between supernatural representatives. Ancestral provisions rarely receive such creative application within contemporary ceremonial works despite continued theoretical acknowledgement within traditional structures. Her voice contained unmistakable aristocratic accent despite modern Japanese linguistic framework, devil nobility Dication evident in specific pronunciation patterns and formal structure despite deliberately casual delivery suggesting intentional protocol violation rather than mere ignorance regarding appropriate interaction methodologies between supernatural communities. Traditional verification measures existed precisely because fundamental principles occasionally require application transcending contemporary interpretation limitations. Issei responded with diplomatic neutrality despite deliberate protocol violation from Devil representative. Ancestral wisdom often provides guidance beyond immediate political considerations when evolutionary pressure challenges established hierarchical structures. Indeed, she acknowledged with slight smile, suggesting appreciation for diplomatic response despite her own protocol deviation. Evolution frequently necessitates creative interpretation when established frameworks encounter unprecedented application requirements despite theoretical preparation for various contingency scenarios. Keita maintained formal posture appropriate for diplomatic interaction despite unexpected development, training apparently including unexpected supernatural encounter management despite traditional separation between community representatives during clan functions. Devil presence during dragon ceremonies typically follows established notification protocols. ITE maintained diplomatic relations between supernatural communities, she noted, with perfect balance between observation and implied question. Traditional protocols occasionally require flexible application when multiple factions pursue coordinated objectives despite historical separation. The Devil replied, diplomatic phrasing disguising direct acknowledgement regarding surveillance activities during verification consultation. Observational methodologies sometimes transcend formal notification requirements when information gathering serves broader purposes beyond mere ceremonial monitoring. Sophisticated evasion, acknowledging surveillance without specific admission regarding unauthorized observation or particular interest in verification proceedings rather than general ceremonial function. Her diplomatic training clearly included responsibility deflection despite direct confrontation regarding protocol violation. Broader purposes typically receive appropriate contextual explanation when involving multiple supernatural communities despite traditional separation between established factions. Issei noted, diplomatic phrasing disguising direct challenge regarding unexplained presence and unauthorized surveillance during private consultation. Information gathering methodologies normally follow established transparency protocols when transcending conventional territorial boundaries despite historical precedent regarding community autonomy principles. The Devil's smile widened slightly, genuine appreciation rather than merely diplomatic acknowledgement despite direct challenge regarding her presence and activities. Well played, she conceded with unexpected directness contrasting previous evasive approach. Liliana Astaroth, House of Astaroth Observation Specialist. Assigned to recent destruction energy manifestations across multiple supernatural territories including Dragon Clan interactions with identified entities of interest regarding said manifestations. The formal introduction contained significant information despite deliberately casual delivery, aristocratic lineage identification, official capacity acknowledgement, and specific assignment parameters. Regarding destruction energy monitoring across supernatural boundaries, the communication shift suggested tactical repositioning from covert observation to direct engagement following ceremonial resolution and verification determination. Destruction energy manifestations typically fall within Asgardian monitoring jurisdiction according to established supernatural agreements despite occasional overlapping interest areas between different factions. Keita noted, diplomatic knowledge apparently extending beyond mere Dragon Clan politics to broader supernatural community arrangements. Devil observation typically requires formal notification protocols when extending beyond traditional territories despite maintained relations between established communities. Recent manifestations transcend conventional jurisdictional parameters given multifactorial development patterns across traditionally separate supernatural territories. Liliana countered smoothly, aristocratic education evident. In sophisticated diplomatic positioning despite deliberately casual presentation, starvation methodologies became necessary following pattern recognition suggesting orchestrated approach rather than isolated incidents despite traditional separation between affected communities. Interesting perspective alignment despite dramatically different methodological approach. Devil representative reaching similar conclusions regarding coordinated campaign behind seemingly separate incidents despite completely separate observational foundation and analytical framework. The parallel assessment suggested objective pattern recognition rather than merely subjective interpretation regardless of supernatural faction perspective or traditional biases. Pattern recognition suggesting orchestrated approach. Old typically generate formal information sharing protocols between affected communities despite traditional separation, Issei observed, testing devil representatives' actual cooperation intentions. Despite unauthorized surveillance activities and protocol violations, coordinated observation typically follows established transparency guidelines when multiple factions identify common concern patterns transcending conventional jurisdictional boundaries. Typically, Liliana agreed with ironic emphasis suggesting exception justification rather than protocol acknowledgement. Though information compartmentalization occasionally precedes formal sharing arrangements when uncertainty exists regarding potential involvement extent within various community hierarchies despite surface cooperation. Appearance between official representatives. The implication was clear despite diplomatic phrasing. Devil observation operated independently from formal protocols due to concerns regarding potential infiltration within traditional supernatural hierarchies including Dragon Clan leadership despite official cooperation agreements between community representatives. Essentially suggesting trust issues regarding established authority structures across multiple supernatural factions rather than merely jurisdictional disputes or protocol disagreements. Potential involvement concerns typically generate 8 specialized verification methodologies rather than merely unilateral protocol suspensions, Kata noted with impressive diplomatic precision despite limited apparent experience with interfaction supernatural politics. Transparency remains fundamental principle within cooperation frameworks even when implementation requires adaptive methodologies addressing legitimate security considerations. Verification effectiveness occasionally requires operational security transcending normal transparency parameters despite theoretical commitment to cooperative principles, Liliana countered, aristocratic education evident in sophisticated deflection despite direct challenge regarding unilateral protocol violation. Particularly when destruction energy manipulation suggests potential involvement. NT extending into multiple community leadership structures despite maintained cooperation appearance between official representatives. Another significant information provision despite casual deliv. Specific concern regarding destruction energy manipulation potentially involving leadership elements within multiple supernatural communities including dragon clans despite official cooperation frameworks and formal diplomatic relations. The theory aligned with observed enhanced binding elements within ceremonial framework despite traditional separation between dragon marriage arrangements and broader supernatural politics. Specific evidence supporting leadership involvement theory would typically generate formal presentation within established security protocols despite operational sensitivity concerns, Issei suggested. Testing information sharing willingness beyond mere suspicion acknowledgement. Pattern recognition value increases significantly through collaborative analysis despite legitimate compartmentalization considerations within complex multifactorial situations. Liliana studied him with renewed intensity. Analytical assessment temporarily replacing diplomatic calcula. Qian as she apparently weighed information sharing risks against potential cooperation benefits despite unauthorized observation context and protocol violation foundation. Her expression revealed nothing beyond polite interest. Though energy signature suggested complex decision-making process beneath maintained appearance. Perhaps more appropriate discussion environment would facilitate productive information exchange beyond current location limitations, she finally suggested, diplomatic compromise between continued secrecy and immediate full disclosure despite operational security concerns. Dragon territories provide impressive ceremonial venues despite limited privacy regarding certain supernatural politics discussions given recent verification proceedings highlighting potential action points between seemingly separate incident clusters. The suggestion indicated willingness for limited cooperation despite maintained operational security, information sharing beyond mere suspicion. Acknowledgement while maintaining certain protective boundaries regarding specific evidence or intelligence sources. A diplomatic opening despite unauthorized surveillance foundation and protocol violation context. Location transition requires appropriate security methodology given demonstrated surveillance capabilities across multiple supernatural boundaries, Issei noted, accepting discus. Scion continuation despite procedural irregularity while establishing reasonable caution parameters regarding further interaction. Information exchange benefits require mutual transparency commitments. Despite operational security considerations within complex multifactorial situations. Reasonable parameters, Liliana acknowledged with slight nod indicating negotiated agreement rather than merely unilateral compliance. Devil territories provide secure discussion environments despite historical association with certain transparency limitations. Neutral location alternatives exist with APRO. Create modification implementation ensuring mutual security considerations despite varied supernatural affiliation backgrounds. My observation assignment includes reporting flexibility regarding unexpected development patterns affecting initial monitoring parameters. Kata contributed. Diplomatic positioning suggesting continued involvement despite complex supernatural politics extending beyond traditional Dragon Clan concerns. Educational frameworks occasionally provide useful operational coverage when formal diplomatic structures encounter jurisdictional complexity despite established C.O. operation protocols between supernatural communities. Sophisticated self-invitation to continued discussion, establishing legitimate participation justification through existing assignment parameter. Despite conversation extending beyond traditional Dragon Clan interests into broader supernatural politics regarding destruction energy manifestations across multiple territories. Her diplomatic Ining clearly included adaptive positioning within complex inter-faction interactions despite limited apparent previous experience. Educational observation frequently provides valuable perspective transcending established analytical frameworks despite formal jurisdiction limitations. Liliana agreed with diplomatic precision acknowledging Kata's continued involvement without specific authority. Concession regarding information sharing parameters. Fresh viewpoint benefits occasionally outweigh traditional compartmentalization considerations when pattern recognition requires multifaceted interpretation methodologies. With basic agreement established regarding continued discussion within more appropriate environment, practical implementation details required negotiation beyond mere conceptual acceptance. Location selection, transportation methodology, security parameters, and specific information sharing boundaries establishing operational framework for productive exchange despite IRR. Regular initiation circumstances and Proton. Human world neutral location provides appropriate discussion environment given demonstrated interest across multiple supernatural territories, Issei suggested. Practical solution addressing security concerns while facilitating continued interaction without unnecessary territorial complications. Kuo municipality contains suitable venues with estable privacy parameters despite recent incident concentration within regional boundaries. Acceptable compromise location despite recent manifestation patterns within identified municipality, Liliana agreed. Practical consideration apparently outweighing potential security concerns regarding incident-dense region. Transportation coordination requires methodological alignment given varied natural tradition backgrounds despite common destination parameters. Water transportation offers viable methodology for Dragon participant despite elemental limitations regarding Devil travel traditions, Kata suggested. Practical solution addressing fundamental supernatural compatibility issues despite different manifestation backgrounds. Dimensional convergence point exists near human shore. Aline providing appropriate transition methodology between aquatic approach and terrestrial destination coordinates. The practical planning continued with impressive efficiency despite participants representing traditionally separate supernatural communities with limited cooperation history beyond formal diplomatic functions. Their shared analytical focus regarding destruction energy manifestati. ONS apparently transcended conventional factional limitations despite different motivational foundations and community loyalty considerations. As implementation details finalized regarding neutral location meeting, Issei detected additional energy signatures approaching their position, not immediate threat but significant development suggesting ceremonial conclusion aftermath extending beyond norm. Procedural requirements despite verification determination resolving primary conflict regarding enhanced binding elements. The approaching entities included Kata's ceremonial counterpart Acompan, IED by senior representatives from both participating clans, formal delegation suggesting official response to verification outcome despite apparent procedural resolution through traditional framework application. Their movement pattern indicated purposeful approach rather than merely coincidental encounter, deliberate engagement following internal consultation regarding ceremonial developments. Interesting timing given Devil representative presence and established discussion continuation agreement regarding destruction energy manifestations across multiple supernatural territories. The converge Ents suggested potential complexity beyond simple ceremonial aftermath despite verification determination providing procedural resolution regarding enhanced binding elements. It appears verification. Aftermath continues generating official response despite procedural resolution through traditional framework application, Issei observed calmly, alerting companions without creating unnecessary alarm or defensive positioning that might complicate diplomatic interaction. Perhaps discussion continuation planning should incorporate location transition implementation before ceremonial representative arrive with potential complicating factors regarding established agreement parameters. Liliana assessed approaching delegation with practiced efficiency, threat evaluation combined with diplomatic calculation producing immediate tactical recommendation despite limited contextual familiarity regarding specific Dragon Clan politics beyond observed ceremonial proceedings. Expedited departure met. Hodology seems advisable given approaching entity composition and potential interaction complications regarding established discussion parameters. Agreed, Keita confirmed without hesitation, apparently sharing concern assessment despite greater contextual understanding regarding clan politics and ceremonial implications. Northern Current representatives likely received additional instructions. Following verification determination despite procedural resolution through traditional framework application. Conversation continuation would likely encounter unnecessary complication factors despite legitimate departure justification following ceremonial conclusion. With unanimous agreement regarding tactical approach, implementation required immediate coordination despite different supernatural backgrounds and transportation methodology preferences. Liliana activated Hellfire teleportation circle with impressive efficiency, magical construction demonstrating aristocratic education through precise configuration beyond typical devil transportation requirements. Coordinates aligned with established destination parameters, she confirmed as Crimson magical formation stabilized beneath PR. Issei's control despite underwater environment creating natural opposition against Hellfire manifestation. Departure window allows 3 seconds transition period before complete activation despite potential interference attempts from approaching entities. Water transportation coordination established through dimensional convergence parameters, Keita confirmed simultaneously, draconic magic creating parallel transportation methodology compatible with established destination coordinates despite fundamentally different supernatural tradition. Synchronized arrival timeline ensured despite separate methodology implementation requirements. Impressive coordination between traditionally opposed supernatural systems, Hellfire and water magic operating in parallel configuration despite natural elemental conflict under normal circumstances. Their shared purpose apparently transcended conventional limitations despite different manifestation backgrounds and community loyalty considerations. As approaching delegation reached communication distance, transportation magic activated with perfect synchronization, Hellfire circle transporting Liliana while water dimensional shift simultaneously. Relocated Issei and Keita despite fundamentally different magical traditions implementing parallel functionality. The coordinated departure occurred precisely as formal greeting would have become necessary. Diplomatic timing preventing direct interaction while avoiding explicit rejection of ceremonial representatives despite clear intention to continue discussion elsewhere. Transportation transitee, completed with unusual smoothness given different methodological approaches. Arrival coordinates perfectly aligned despite separate supernatural systems implementing parallel functionality. The I Nation materialized around them with impressive precision, isolated beach area within Kuo municipality borders, sufficiently remote for private conversation while maintaining proximity to human civilization providing neutral territory status despite recent incident concentration within regional boundaries. Liliana arrived through momentary Hellfire manifestation while Keita and Issei emerged fro. Water dimensional portal despite different transportation traditions. Coordinated arrival demonstrating impressive synchronization despite varied supernatural backgrounds and community loyalty considerations. Their shared analytical focus regarding destruction energy manifestations apparently facilitated practical cooperation transcending conventional factional limitations despite different motivational foundations. Efficient implementation despite methodology variations, Liliana acknowledged with professional appreciation despite traditional supernatural community separation regarding magical traditions. Coordination effectiveness suggests potential productive discussion parameters despite irregular initiation circumstances and varied community affiliation backgrounds. Shared objective focuses implementation effectiveness despite methodological differences when fundamental purpose alignment transcends traditional separation patterns, Issei noted, philosophical obsession to. Ard substantive discussion following successful location transition despite potential pursuit concerns regarding ceremonial representatives. Departure timing prevented unnecessary complications ite legitimate ceremonial conclusion justifying normal interaction parameters, Keita added, analytical assessment temporarily focusing on practical outcomes rather than broader implications regarding destruction energy manifestations across multiple supernatural territories. Northern Current representatives likely received enhanced binding implementation instructions following verification determination despite procedural resolution through traditional framework application, suggesting coordination beyond mere clan politics despite ceremonial presentation as traditional political arrangement, Liliana observed. Connecting dragon ceremony observations with broader pattern recognition regarding destruction energy manifestations across multiple supernatural territories. The enhanced binding elements incorporated destruction energy containment parameters similar to those observed during recent manifestations within devil territories despite traditionally separate supernatural communities, maintaining limited cooperation regarding such specialized methodologies. The parallel assessment validated earlier conclusions regarding orchestrated campaign behind seemingly separate incidents despite completely different observational foundations and analytical frameworks. Their independent recognition of connected patterns suggested objective situation assessment rather than merely subjective interpretation regardless of supernatural faction perspective or traditional biases. Similar containment parameters appeared during recent Asgardian involvement regarding destruction fragment manifestations within Kuo municipality despite different supernatural tradition implementing fundamentally similar conceptual approach, Issei confirmed, establishing connection between observed TTERNS across traditionally separate supernatural communities. The specific methodologies incorporated similar resonance configurations despite different magical traditions implementing parallel functionality regarding destruction energy containment attempts. Devil territory manifestations demonstrated comparable configuration patterns despite implementation through Hellfire methodology rather than Asgardian runic approaches or draconic binding elements, Liliana added. Information sharing transcending operational security concerns given established pattern recognition across multiple supernatural territories. The consistent conceptual approach despite varied implementation methodologies suggests coordinated design source transcending traditional supernatural community boundaries ite historical separation regarding specialized magical applications. Their comparative analysis continued identifying connected patterns between seemingly separate incidents across different supernatural territories, destruction fragments in Kuo, enhanced binding ceremony among dragons, comparable containment attempts within devil territories, similar metaphysical signatures despite different manifestation methodologies. Evidence increasingly indicated orchestrated campaign rather than coincidental developments across separate supernatural communities. Implementation variation despite conceptual consistency suggests distributed execution rather than centralized operation despite coordinated design parameters, Keita observed, analytical mind engaging beyond mere information compilatio. End to strategic assessment regarding organizational structure behind identified pattern. Multiple supernatural communities implementing parallel approaches without apparent direct cooperation indicate compartmentalized knowledge distribution despite common source methodology, suggesting hierarchical structure with limited information sharing between operational elements despite coordinated strategic direction, Liliana agreed. Aristocratic education apparently including organizational analysis beyond mere magical theory or diplomatic protocol. Implementation units likely receive methodological instructions without comprehensive understanding regarding broader operational context despite parallel functionality across traditional supernatural boundaries. The specific resonance configurations demonstrate sophisticated understanding regarding destruction energy fundamental principles despite implementation inadequacy suggesting theoretical knowledge without practical experience, Issei noted. Connecting technical assessment with broader strategic implications regarding orchestrated campaign. The containment parameters incorporated elements suggesting familiarity with destructi on divinity characteristics despite fundamental misunderstanding regarding practical application requirements within different supernatural contexts. Their analysis continued beyond mere pattern recognition to organizational assessment regarding entity coordination, knowledge distribution methodology, and hierarchical structure implementing parallel approaches across different supernatural communities despite traditional separation between factional magical traditions. The shared analytical focus facilitated information integration transcending conventional supernatural politics despite varied community backgrounds and different motivational foundations. Recent Devil Territory manifestations incorporated targeting parameters similar to those observed during Kuo incidents despite implementation through different magical framework. Liliana revealed, information sharing extending beyond mere conceptual assessment to specific tactical details despite operational security considerations. The fragments demonstrated comparable behavior patterns regarding specific entity identification despite completely separate manifestation circumstances and different supernatural environment characteristics, suggesting shared targeting priorities across separate operational implementations despite different supernatural contexts. Issei concluded, connecting Devil Territory information WITH observed behavior patterns during Kuo manifestations. The fragments consistently prioritize specific energy signature identification despite varied manifestation environments and different operational parameters across separate supernatural territories. Dragon ceremonial binding incorporated similar targeting configuration despite completely different contextual application within traditional union framework, Kata confirmed. Connecting personal experience with broader pattern recognition across multiple supernatural territories. The enhanced elements specifically focused on energy signature parameters matching those demonstrated during recent verification interaction despite ceremonial presentation as traditional political arrangement. The targeting consistency across separate supernatural implementations suggested specific objective transcending mere destruction energy experimentation or containment methodology development. The fragments consistently prioritized identification and capture of particular energy signature despite varied manifestation environments and different operational contexts across traditionally separate supernatural communities. Targeting conces. Tensi suggests primary objective involves specific entity location and containment despite varied implementation methodologies across separate supernatural territories, Liliana observed, strategic as assessment focusing on fundamental purpose rather than merely tactical execution patterns. The operational variations maintain conceptual consistency regarding primary targeting parameters despite different supernatural traditions implementing parallel functionality. Entity targeting rather than merely destruction energy experimentation or containment methodology development, Issei agreed, pers. Onal implications remaining unacknowledged despite obvious connection between targeting parameters and his own energy signature. The specific configurations enhance pattern identification across separate manifestation environments despite varied implementation approaches within different supernatural contexts. Their analysis continued developing comprehensive assessment regarding orchestrated campaign behind seemingly separate incidents across different supernatural territories, coordinated methodology despite distributed execution, consistent targeting despite varied implementation, hierarchical structure despite compartmentalized knowledge distribution. Evidence increasingly indicated sophisticated organization transcending traditional supernatural boundaries despite historical separation between community magical traditions. Implementation sophistication suggests extensive preparation period despite recent manifestation acceleration across multiple territories, Kata noted. Meline assessment adding critical dimension to organizational analysis despite limited historical data regarding initial development stages. The methodological consistency despite varied supernatural applications indicates prolonged research phase preceding operational implementation despite recent incident concentration within relatively compressed timeframe. Devil Archives document gradual information gathering regarding destruction energy characteristics extending approximately 3 years before first manifestation attempt despite recent acceleration across multiple territories, Liliana confirmed. Historical context providing valuable timeline validation despite limited cross-community information sharing during developmental period. The research methodology suggested theoretical approach rather than practical experimentation until relatively recent implementation phase despite prolonged information compilation preceding operational attempts. Asgardian prophecy references predated actual manifestations by similar timeframe despite traditional separation between predictive methodology and practical magical application, Issei added, connecting various supernatural approaches within comprehensive timeline assessment. The preparation period appears consistently implemented across separate community contexts despite varied manifestation schedules within different supernatural territories. The timeline consistency suggested coordinated strategic planning transcending tactical implementation variations across different supernatural communities, approximately 3-year preparation period preceding operational manifestations despite historically separate magical traditions and limited cross-community cooperation regarding specialized metaphysical applications. Organizational sophistication indicated resources and influence extending throughout multiple supernatural hierarchies despite traditional factional separation. Organizational structure capable of coordinating across traditionally separate supernatural communities while maintaining operational security despite extensive preparation requirements suggests significant resources and influence. Sending conventional factional limitations, Liliana observed. Assessment reaching logical conclusion regarding entity capabilities based on demonstrated operational parameters. Few known organized ions possess sufficient cross-community access implementing coordinated methodology despite historical separation between supernatural factions. Traditional supernatural politics maintain separatio between community magical traditions despite diplomatic relations and occasional cooperation regarding shared concerns, Keita agreed. Perspective shaped by Dragon Society's historical neutrality regarding factional conflicts despite maintained relations with various supernatural communities. Implementation coordination across multiple territories requires influence extending throughout separate hierarchical structures despite conventional boundary limitations between established factions. The operational pattern suggests organization specifically focused on supernatural monitoring and containment despite traditional separation between community jurisdictions regarding metaphysical entities, Issei noted, connecting organizational assessment with specific operational objectives across different territories. The consistent targeting parameters indicate primary concern regarding destruction energy manifestation despite varied implementation methodologies within different supernatural contexts. Their analysis eventually crystallized around specific organizational hypotheses despite limited direct evidence beyond observed operational patterns and implementation consistencies across separate supernatural territories. The manifestation characteristics, timeline consistency, and cross-community coordination suggested specific entity transcending traditional factional boundaries despite historical separation between supernatural communities. The equilibrium, Liliana stated finally, naming organization matching observed operational parameters despite limited public acknowledgement regarding its existence across supernatural communities. Cross-faction monitoring entity established following Third Convergence Crisis approximately 8 millennia past despite minimal official recognition within contemporary supernatural politics despite continued operational activities throughout intervening period. The identification matched historical references despite limited contemporary documentation regarding ongoing organizational activities, ancient entity established specifically for monitoring potentially catastrophic supernatural convergences despite traditional separation between community magical traditions. Originally created through rare cooperative agreement between multiple supernatural factions following interdimensional incident threatening multiple real despite normal factional conflicts and jurisdictional disputes. Council archives contain limited references despite Dragon Society's historical participation within initial establishment framework, Keita confirmed. Historical knowledge validating identification despite minimal contemporary information regarding current operational structure. Original mandate involved monitoring potential reality destabilization scenarios transcending conventional supernatural classifications despite traditional separation between community jurisdictional boundaries. Devil historical records document participation despite contemporary aristocracy maintaining limited acknowledgement regarding continued operational relevance, Liliana added, aristocratic education apparently including restricted info. are mashing beyond conventional supernatural politics despite general secrecy regarding organizations' ongoing activities. The original structure incorporated representatives from 7 major supernatural factions despite historical conflicts between participating communities regarding other political considerations. Asgardian references suggest gradual mission evolution beyond initial monitoring parameters despite maintained original organizational structure across intervening millennia, Issei noted, historical perspective apparently exceeding normal information availability despite limited contemporary documentation regarding operational methodology. The mandate eventually expanded from passive observation to active containment despite original establishment focusing primarily on detection and warning functions regarding potential convergence scenarios. Their combined knowledge established reasonable confirmation despite limited direct evidence beyond observed operational patterns and implementation consistencies across separate supernatural territories. The equilibrium matched identified organizational parameters, cross-faction influence, extended operational history, special IZED focus regarding potentially catastrophic supernatural manifestations despite traditional separation between community jurisdictions. Recent destruction energy manifestations apparently trigger response protocols despite limited contemporary supernatural community awareness regarding ongoing organizational activity, connecting historical identification with current operational patterns across multiple territories. The targeting consistency suggests specific concern regarding particular entity despite varied implementation methodologies within different supernatural contexts. Dragon. Ceremonial modifications indicate hierarchical penetration beyond mere operational implementation despite traditional clan autonomy regarding internal affairs, Keita added, personal experience providing valuable insight regarding organizational influence extending into community leadership structures despite historical independence concerning matrimonial arrangements. The enhanced binding element NTS required authorization beyond normal political considerations despite ceremonial presentation as traditional union framework. Devil territory manifestations similarly required aristocratic cooperation despite limited knowledge distribution regarding actual operational objectives, Liliana confirmed, parallel experience validating organizational assessment regarding hierarchical influence AC. Ross traditionally separates supernatural communities. House involvement facilitated implementation despite compartmentalized understanding regarding broader strategic context beyond immediate territorial concerns. Their analysis continued developing comprehensive assessment regarding the equilibrium's apparent campaign across different supernatural territories, operational methodology, hierarchical influence, historical context, and specific targeting objectives regarding destruction energy manifestations despite varied implementation approaches within different supernatural communities. The organization's cross-faction structure explained observed coordination despite traditional separation between community magical traditions. The targeting consistency focusing on specific energy nature suggests primary concern regarding destruction divinity manifestation despite historical monitoring mandate involving various potential convergence scenarios, Issei observed, connecting organizational assessment with specific operational objectives across different territories. The implementation methodologies consistently prioritize identification and containment parameters despite varied supernatural contexts within separate community territories. Original establishment specifically responded to destruction divinity involvement during Third Convergence Crisis despite broader monitoring mandate regarding various potential reality destabilization scenarios, Liliana noted, historical context providing critical perspective regarding current operational focus despite evolution beyond initial organizational parameters. The foundational concern involved active divine manifestation within mortal realms despite theoretical acceptance regarding necessary cosmic principle representation within greater metaphysical framework, suggesting current campaign represents response to perceived active manifestation despite maintained balance during intervening millennia following original crisis resolution. Keita concluded, logical assessment connecting historical context with current operational patterns across multiple supernatural territories. The specific targeting parameters indicate concern regarding particular entity despite theoretical acceptance regarding destruction principle necessity within cosmic balance maintenance. The comprehensive analysis suggested true Ling implications beyond mere operational identification regarding current supernatural incidents across separate territories. The equilibrium apparently perceived destruction divinity manifestation are acquiring active containment despite maintained cosmic balance during intervening period following third convergence crisis, specific concern regarding Issei's presence within human world despite contro. LLED manifestation maintaining careful balance between necessary cosmic principle representation and potential reality destabilization. Their discussion continued developing strategic assessment Riga. RDING appropriate response possibilities given identified organizational parameters and operational objectives across different supernatural territories. The cross-faction influence complicated conventional opposition approaches despite clear targeting indicating potential conflict escalation regardless of maintained balance demonstration or cooperation attempts with traditional supernatural authorities. Traditional hierarchical objection remains ineffective when penetration extends throughout leadership structures despite formal authority maintenance within separate supernatural communities, Liliana observed. Practical assessment focusing on strategic limitations regarding conventional opposition methodologies. Standard diplomatic protocols provide limited recourse when implementation. Authorization originates within established authority frameworks despite compartmentalized understanding regarding broader operational context. Direct confrontation similarly provides limited strategic value when distributed execution prevents centralized opposition targeting despite coordinated methodology across separate supernatural territories, Keita agreed, tactical evaluation reflecting Dragon military training despite limited previous application within current contextual parameters. Operational compartmentalization creates redundancy ensuring continued function despite individual implementation neutralization within particular supernatural context. Information distribution represents critical vulnerability despite hierarchical protection and operational compartmentalization, Issei suggested. Strategic assessment focusing on fundamental organizational requirement transcending structural defensive measures. Coordination necessity requires communication despite TED execution across separate supernatural territories. Connection point vulnerable despite protective measures ensuring individual operational continuity regardless of specific implementation neutralization. Their strategic analysis eventually focused on information flow as critical vulnerability despite impressive organizational structure and cross-faction influence throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies. The coordination requirements necessitated communication despite distributed execution. Potential weakness allowing targeted response despite limited opposition resources compared to established organization operating across multiple supernatural communities. As strategic planning continued regarding information distribution tracking and potential communication interception methodologies. Issei detected energy disturbance approaching their location, not immediate threat but significant development suggesting unintended consequences following ceremonial verification determination and subsequent departure despite procedural resolution through traditional framework application. The approaching energy signature registered as combination between draconic and destruction patterns. Water dragon physiology containing unnatural resonance configuration suggesting artificial enhancement rather than natural manifestation or evolutionary development. The specific frequency alignment matched enhanced binding elements observed during ceremonial preparations despite verification determination suspending implementation through ancestral provision application. It appears ceremonial aftermath generated unexpected development despite procedural resolution through traditional framework, Issei noted calmly, alerting companions without creating unnecessary alarm or defensive positioning that might complicate tactical response development. Approaching entity demonstrates draconic foundation with destruction energy enhancement despite verification determination suspending by NDING implementation according to ancestral provisions. Keita immediately focused supernatural senses toward identified approach vector, expression shifting from analytical consideration to tactical assessment despite maintained outward composure. Northern current energy sigma modification exceeding natural manifestation parameters despite traditional prohibition regarding destructive enhancement within water dragon physiology. My ceremonial counterpart apparently received alternative implementation despite verification suspension regarding enhanced binding elements. Suggesting contingent Psi protocol activation following primary methodology failure despite procedural resolution through traditional framework application. Liliana observed, tactical analysis immediately replacing strategy. I see planning despite conversation transition without explicit coordination between participants. The specific enhancement indicates direct destruction energy integration rather than merely binding preparation despite verification determination preventing ceremonial implementation according to original parameters. Their shared assessment quickly established concerning situation development. Kata's ceremonial counterpart had apparently undergone direct destruction energy enhancement as contingency response following verification determination preventing original binding implementation through traditional union framework. The artificial integration created unstable hybrid entity despite traditional prohibition regarding destructive enhancement within water dragon physiology due to fundamental elemental incompatibility between natural manifestation and introduced energy pattern. Unstable configuration despite implementation sophistication, Issei noted, supernatural senses detecting NDA mental dissonance between natural draconic essence and artificially introduced destruction energy despite apparent temporary stability. The elemental incompatibility creates progressive deterioration despite initial manifestation success, limited operational viability before catastrophic failure despite impressive methodology regarding cross-nature integration attempt. Approximately 70 minutes before critical destabilization based on observed deterioration rate despite temporary equilibrium maintenance through forced harmonic alignment, Kata calculated, draconic senses apparent providing precise assessment regarding specific configuration stability despite unprecedented manifestation parameters within water dragon physiological context. Terminal phase will generate explosive energy release equivalent to approximately 30 kilotons conventional measurement unless preemptive neutralization prevents catastrophic failure progression. Civilian evacuation impossible thin available timeframe despite immediate implementation authorization from relevant human authorities, Liliana noted, practical assessment focusing on damage limitation priorities despite concerning destructive potential. Containment or neutralization represents only viable response methodology preventing significant collateral impact despite jurisdictional complications regarding intervention. Authorization within human territory boundaries. Their rapid situation assessment established clear response necessity despite complex supernatural politics regarding jurisdiction boundaries and intervention authorization parameters. The approaching entity represented imminent threat transcending normal diplomatic considerations or procedural requirements regarding appropriate supernatural activity limitations within human territory despite potential political complications following necessary response implementation. Neutralization methodology requires precise energy extraction rather and merely physical confrontation despite entity's apparent aggressive approach pattern, Issei observed, tactical assessment focusing on fundamental solution requirements rather than merely symptomatic. See response despite imminent threat presentation. The destruction energy must be separated from draconic essence without triggering premature destabilization despite progressive deterioration already underway within current configuration. Conventional magical countermeasures remain ineffective against hybrid manifestation despite traditional supernatural combat methodologies regarding separate energy classification categories. Liliana confirmed, tactical knowledge apparently including specialized information regarding cross-nature manifestations despite limited historical precedent concern. Specific configuration currently approaching their location. Standard devil techniques provide minimal impact against destruction-enhanced draconic entity despite normal effectiveness regarding either separate classification under conventional circumstances. Water dragon defensive protocols similarly demonstrate limited application value despite extensive training regarding various supernatural threat categories. Kata acknowledged, professional assessment transcending clan loyalty or personal connection despite ceremonial relationship with approaching entity. Traditional draconic MBAT methodology developed specifically regarding natural manifestation parameters rather than artificially enhanced hybrid configurations despite comprehensive preparation regarding various potential supernatural confrontation scenarios. Their shared tactical evaluation established concerning response limitations despite considerable combined supernatural capability across three separate magical traditions. The hybrid manifestation transcended conventional countermeasure categories despite established combat methodologies regarding separate classification parameters, unique threat requiring Specialized approach despite limited historical precedent concerning specific entity configuration currently approaching their location. Energy extraction requires resonance alignment exceeding conventional supernatural manipulation capabilities despite theoretical methodology validity regarding separation process between incompatible essence categories, Issei noted, assessment focusing on a mental solution requirements despite tactical implementation challenges given available resources and personnel capabilities. The destruction component requires specialized handling preventing premature destabilization despite progressive deterioration already reducing operational response window regarding successful separation outcome. You possess necessary capability despite obvious implementation concerns regarding full manifestation requirements within human territory boundaries. Liliana stated directly, tactical pragmatism apparently overriding diplomatic considerations regarding divine identity acknowledgement despite previous careful ambiguity maintenance throughout earlier discussion phases. Destruction divinity represents only viable neutralization methodology despite potent IAL exposure implications regarding previously maintained identity limitations within current supernatural political context. The direct acknowledgement shifted conversation dynamics despite urgent tactical situation. Explicit recognition regarding Issei's true nature despite previously maintained ambiguity through careful linguistic navigation and diplomatic phrasing. The pragmatic assessment prioritized immediate threat response despite potential political complications following necessary identity revelation within current supernatural witness context. Accurate assessment despite concerning implications regarding previous identity parameters, Issei acknowledged, practical necessity apparently outweighing continued concealment despite potential supernatural politics complications owing required manifestation within current witness context. Neutralization remains priority despite exposure considerations given catastrophic failure potential within civilian population proximity. Despite jurisdictional complications regarding intervention authorization. Implementation support provided through complementary capability application despite limited direct neutralization contribution value, Kata offered immediately. Loyalty clearly established despite potential clan complications following necessary cooperation with entity targeted by apparent equilibrium operations across multiple supernatural territories. Draken creates viable buffer zone preventing potential collateral impact during extraction process despite insufficient direct effect regarding hybrid entity neutralization requirements. Devil containment methodology similarly provides supplementary functionality despite minimal direct impact regarding primary neutralization process, Liliana added, Aristasur. Attic House loyalty apparently superseded by practical threat assessment despite potential political implications following cooperation with specific destruction divinity manifestation. Hellfire Bari. Implementation creates secondary containment parameter preventing energy dispersion should extraction methodology encounter unexpected complication factors despite optimal execution intention. IR coordinated response planning demonstrated impressive efficiency despite urgent tactical situation and varied supernatural backgrounds with limited previous cooperation experience. The shared threat at assessment apparently transcended conventional factional limitations or political considerations despite potential complications following necessary divine manifestation within current witness context. As planning finalized regarding specific tactical positioning and complementary support methodology, the approaching entity became visible beyond supernatural detection parameters, physical manifestation appearing approximately half-kilometer offshore with impressive hybrid configuration despite fundamental instability beneath apparent external cohesion. The entity maintained primarily Draken IC appearance despite unnatural crimson energy visibly crackling throughout physical form. Water dragon physiology containing destruction energy infusion creating disturbing visual effect beyond merely aesthetic considerations. Ryujin Karyu's physical base form despite significant modification beyond natural manifestation parameters, Kata identified, personal knowledge providing valuable context. XT despite tactical focus prioritizing neutralization methodology rather than identity confirmation. Destruction energy integration appears centered through primary cardiac structure despite TED manifestation throughout secondary physiological systems. Extraction focus point identified despite complex distribution pattern within overall configuration. Deterioration acceleration detected. Despite maintained external cohesion appearance, Liliana observed, supernatural senses apparently providing detailed assessment regarding internal stability parameters despite physically distant observation position. 14 minutes remaining before critical threshold according to current progression rate despite potential variance factors depending on energy output requirements during potential confrontation scenario. Aggression indicators suggest remaining consciousness despite progressive physiological corruption from incompatible energy integration, Issei noted, supernatural percept. Qian detecting complex emotional patterns beneath physical manifestation despite deteriorating coherence within overall entity configuration. Targeting focus remains despite compromised cognitive function. Specific objective maintained despite general systems deterioration throughout enhanced physiological structure. The hybrid entity continued approach with concerning speed despite visible deterioration becoming increasingly apparent through physical manifestation. Scales dissolving into energy patterns where destruction component overwhelmed natural draconic structure, movement patterns demonstrating progressive coordination lost despite maintained directional intent, visual focus remaining fixed on beach location despite navigational efficiency reduction throughout transit process. Direct approach vector confirmed despite deteriorating motor function capacity, Keita reported. Tactical assessment maintaining professional detachment despite personal connection with entity's origin. AL identity before enhancement implementation. Estimated arrival within 3 minutes despite progressive coordination reduction throughout locomotion systems, sufficient remaining function ensuring target interception despite navigational efficiency limitations. Civilian monitoring indicates minimal presence within potential impact radius despite popular recreational area designation under normal circumstances, Liliana added. Practical assessment apparently including human consideration despite urgent supernatural threat prioritization. 5 individuals detected within secondary containment. End perimeter. Emergency extraction recommended despite implementation challenges regarding memory modification requirements following supernatural manifestation witnessing. Extraction priority ACKN. OLEG despite timeline limitations regarding comprehensive implementation methodology, Issei agreed, tactical necessity apparently including human safety despite primary focus regarding hybrid entity neutralization. Temporary stasis field provides viable alternative ensuring witness immobilization without requiring immediate extraction processing despite optimal protection sequence including complete removal from potential engagement proximity. With human safety measures established through coordinated methodology application, tactical positioning proceeded according to developed respawn. Say plan despite limited preparation time before entity arrival within primary engagement zone. Keita established water manipulation perimeter extending several hundred meters offshore, draconic magic sea. Reading controlled barrier preventing potential energy dispersion beyond established containment parameters despite limited direct effect regarding hybrid entity neutralization capabilities. Simultaneously, Liliana implemented complementary containment through Hellfire methodology, Devil Magic establishing secondary barrier through opposed energy configuration creating reinforced perimeter despite conventional incompatibility between separate supernatural traditions under normal operational circumstances. The overlapping systems demonstrated impressive coordination despite practitioners' representing traditionally separate magical approaches with limited previous cooperation experience. Containment parameters established despite implementation acceleration requirements, Liliana confirmed. As Crimson Energy Barrier stabilized through precise magical control despite underwater environment creating natural opposition against Hellfire manifestation. Secondary failsafe measures incorporate. Within primary configuration despite limited preparation time, contingency response capability maintained despite potential primary containment compromise scenarios. Water manipulation similarly, established through extended control parameters despite natural elemental interaction limitations regarding destruction energy containment under normal operational circumstances, Keita reported simultaneously. Draconic magic creating visible disturbance pattern throughout ocean surface surrounding their position despite maintained barrier invisibility to conventional human perception. Adaptive response programming incorporated within primary configuration ensuring continued functionality despite potential energy pattern variation during neutralization process. With containment measures established through complementary methodology application, Issei began necessary preparation regarding specialized response capabilities despite concerning implications regarding identity revelation within current supernatural witness context. The tactical necessity clearly outweighed continued concealment given catastrophic failure potential within civilian population proximity despite jurisdiction. Complications regarding intervention authorization. Controlled manifestation parameters require precise limitation despite sufficient capability requirement ensuring successful neutralization implementation. Issei explained as divine essence began emerging beyond normal concealment limitations despite maintained human appearance. Localized effect radius minimizes unnecessary exposure de-threats. Hold regarding extraction methodology application within current tactical parameters. The controlled divine manifestation created fascinating visual effect despite deliberately limited expression parameters. Human appearance maintained despite reality distortion becoming visible surrounding physical form. Destruction energy emerging as subtle darkness radiating from conventional corporeal boundaries. Gravitational influence creating distinctive atmospheric effect despite minimal physical modification regarding ordinary manifestation characteristics. Impressive control demonstration despite significant power expression according to required neutralization parameters. Liliana observed with professional appreciation despite traditional supernatural caution regarding divine manifestation within terrestrial environment. Contained implementation despite necessary capability threshold. Tactical precision rather than merely overwhelming manifestation despite theoretical maximum potential significantly exceeding current expression limitations. Entity arrival imminent despite continued deterioration progression throughout approach vector transit, Kata reported, tactical focus maintained despite evident fascination regarding controlled divine manifestation within close proximity observation parameters. Current trajectory indicates direct interception despite progressive coordination reduction. Sufficient remaining function ensuring target acquisition despite navigational efficiency limitations. The hybrid entity emerged from water approximately 50 meters offshore, massive serpentine form demonstrating concerning destruction energy integration despite progressive deterioration throughout physical structure. The creature retained recognizable draconic characteristics despite unnatural modification. Water dragon physiology containing crimson energy visibly crackling between scales, eyes transformed into swirling vortices containing destruction essence rather than natural draconic appearance. Movement demonstrating unnatural fluidity despite visible coordination reduction throughout muscular systems. Ryujin, Kata called, momentarily abandoning tactical detachment. NT despite professional discipline maintaining overall response coordination. This configuration threatens your existence despite temporary power sensation. Fundamental incompatibility ensures destruction despite impressive initial integration appearance. Whether recognition registered through remaining consciousness remained unclear despite momentary hesitation interrupting direct approach vect. Or, brief movement pattern change suggesting potential cognitive function despite progressive corruption throughout enhanced physiological structure. The pause lasted mere seconds before aggression resumed with increased intensity. Destruction energy flaring visibly throughout physical form as hybrid entity redirected remaining resources toward immediate attack initiative despite continued deterioration progression. Reasoning attempt unsuccessful despite potential recognition indicators during temporary approach interruption, Liliana noted, analytical assessment maintained despite increasing urgent tactical situation as entity resumed aggression with enhanced intensity. Remaining consciousness insufficient overriding programmed response parameters despite possible original identity AWA. Renis beneath enhancement implementation. Neutralization priority confirmed despite potential consciousness remnants within hybrid configuration. Issei acknowledged, divine manifestation stabilis. At precise threshold required for extraction methodology without exceeding necessary parameters despite significant power availability beyond current expression limitations. Approach maintains traction focus despite aggressive response pattern, precision requirement prioritized despite engagement necessity within current tactical framework. The hybrid entity launched primary attack through combined methodology, natural draconic water manipulation creating massive wave formation while destruction energy infused physical substance with unnatural properties transcending conventional elemental limitations. The water itself carried crimson corruption extending beyond normal visual parameters into fundamental molecular structure, ordinary liquid transformed into destructive medium through artificial enhancement despite natural elemental opposition regarding destruction energy integration. Kata responded through immediate countermeasure implementation, draconic magic establishing counter. OL override regarding approaching water mass despite unnatural modification through destruction energy integration. Her manipulation demonstrated impressive precision despite challenging circumstances, redirecting primary mass while extracting corruption components through specialized frequency separation despite minimal preparation regarding specific countermeasure methodology against unprecedented attack configuration. Separation successful despite implementation challenge regarding unprecedented composition parameters, she reported as crimson energy extracted from water mass condensed int. O isolated concentration through precise magical control. Elemental purification maintained despite artificial integration methodology, primary medium returned to natural state despite temporary Kuru. PTION through destruction energy saturation. Simultaneously, Liliana established secondary defense through Hellfire methodology, devil magic creating targeted disruption field affecting approaching energy concentration despite conventional ineffectiveness regarding destruction essence under normal confrontation parameters. Her approach demonstrated sophisticated adaptation despite limited purview. Experience with specific enemy configuration, utilizing indirect effect methodology rather than direct opposition attempting conventional neutralization despite traditional supernatural combat training. Suggesting direct countermeasure application. Disruption field established despite limited direct effect parameters regarding primary energy classification, she confirmed as Crimson Flames Rupted destruction energy cohesion despite minimal actual neutralization capacity. Pattern destabilization successful despite temporary application window. Coordination reduction achieved despite insufficient permanent impact capability regarding fundamental essence components. Their complementary defense created critical opportunity despite limited direct neutralization capability regarding HYB. RID entity's primary offensive methodology. The combined approach demonstrated impressive coordination despite practitioners representing traditionally separate supernatural communities with minimal previous cooperation experience regarding combat scenarios involving unprecedented enemy configuration parameters. Issei utilized created opportunity with precise tactical implementation, divine manif. Station extending controlled influence regarding approaching destruction energy despite maintained limitation parameters preventing unnecessary power expression beyond required neutralization threshold. The extraction methodology demonstrated perfect precision despite challenging circumstances, reality itself responding to fundamental authority as destruction divinity asserted dominance over deriva. Tive expression despite artificial integration within draconic host physiology. Return. Issei commanded simply, voice resonating with divine authority transcending mere verbal communication despite deliberate power limitation regarding current manifestation parameters. The destruction energy responded immediately, artificial enhancement separating from draconic physiology through fundamental frequency recognition despite attempted integration methodology maintaining forced connection between incompatible essence categories. The extraction proceeded with perfect precision despite challenging implementation circumstances, crimson energy flowing from hybrid entity toward Issei through controlled attraction pattern inment despite considerable power concentration within transferred essence component. The hybrid entity convulsed violently as destruction enhancement extracted through divine intervention, physical form demonstrating extreme stress response despite ultimately beneficial separation regarding incompatible essence components threatening catastrophic failure within limited remaining timeframe. The draconic physiology struggled maintaining structural integrity despite progress. Enhancement removal. Fundamental systems experiencing severe disruption despite extraction process ultimately preventing complete destruction through continued deterioration progression. Extract T. On 70% complete despite subject instability indicators suggesting potential consciousness damage beyond physical structure considerations, Liliana reported, monitoring process through specialized devil perception despite limited previous experience regarding divine intervention observation concerning destruction energy extraction methodology. Remaining draconic essence demonstrates ever disruption patterns despite progressive stabilization following enhancement component removal throughout primary physiological systems. Critical cardiac structure integrity compromised despite E-controlled extraction methodology implementation, Keita added, draconic senses apparently providing detailed assessment regarding specific physiological parameters despite physically distant observation position. Life-sustaining functions require immediate support intervention despite successful destruction component removal, natural recovery capacity insufficient addressing current damage levee. L despite enhancement causation factor elimination. The situation presented challenging decision parameters despite successful primary neutralization regarding destruction enhancement threatening CA. Catastrophic failure within civilian population proximity. The extraction methodology effectively prevented immediate danger despite creating secondary complications regarding original draconic entity S. Survival following necessary intervention implementation removing artificial energy integration despite severe physiological damage resulting from incompatible essence hosting during preceding operational period. Stabilization possible through controlled energy application despite conventional healing methodology limitations regarding current damage classification, Issei noted, divine perception. Apparently providing comprehensive assessment regarding potential recovery options despite unprecedented rehabilitation requirements concerning specific injury configuration resulting from destructio. N energy extraction following artificial integration within incompatible physiological framework. Partial essence reconstruction requires specialized approach despite theoretical possibility regarding G successful implementation within current resource availability parameters. Implementation authorization requested despite potential political complications following necessary intervention regarding Northern Current representative within current supernatural witness context, Keita stated formally, diplomatic protocol suddenly reasserting despite urgent tactical situation and previous emergent. Psi response prioritization transcending conventional procedural requirements. Clan healing responsibility acknowledged despite external causation factors regarding current physiological condition fold. Lowing enhancement extraction despite artificial integration implementation through unauthorized methodology beyond traditional medical treatment categories. The formal request represented important principle despite seemingly unnecessary procedural observation within current emergency context, establishing proper authorization chain despite urgent intervention requirement preventing unnecessary death despite entity's previous willing participation regarding artificial enhancement implementation threatening multiple potential victims through eventual catastrophic failure following progressive deterioration throughout incompatible physiological structure. Authorization granted despite jurisdictional complexity regarding current operational parameters, Issei acknowledged, matching formal response despite tactical urgency typically suggesting procedural abbreviation under normal emergency response circumstances. Intervention implementation proceeds through coordinated methodology ends. Optimal recovery potential despite severe damage classification exceeding conventional treatment categories within traditional supernatural medical frameworks. With formal authorization estable, despite unusual circumstances regarding hierarchical responsibility determination, coordinated stabilization commenced through complementary methodology application despite challenging implementation requirements concerning unprecedented damage configuration resulting from destruction energy extraction following artificial integration within incompatible physiological framework. Keita established primary support through specialized draconic healing, water magic creating natural essence reinforcement surrounding damaged entity despite severe system disruption throughout critical physiological structures. Her approach demonstrated impressive adaptation despite limited previous experience regarding specific treatment methodology concerning destruction energy exposure damage, utilizing in direct regeneration stimulation rather than direct reconstruction attempting conventional cellular restoration despite traditional supernatural medical training suggesting direct intervention applicat. Ion regarding physical injury classification. Primary stabilization established despite implementation challenge regarding unprecedented damage parameters, she reported as blue-green energy envelope. Floating draconic form despite continued system failure indicators throughout monitored physiological functions. Temporary support maintained despite insufficient permanent restoration capability. Regarding fundamental cellular disruption throughout critical organ structures, continuation bridge established pending specialized intervention implementation addressing core reconstruction requirement. TS beyond conventional healing methodology limitations. Simultaneously, Liliana provided complementary support through adapted devil techniques, aristocratic education apparently including specialized D. Medical knowledge beyond conventional combat training despite limited practical application opportunity regarding current damage classification under normal operational circumstances. Her approach D. Demonstrated sophisticated methodology despite traditional supernatural separation concerning healing practices between different community traditions, hellfire magic reconfigured through precise control. L. Creating purification effect rather than typical destruction function despite conventional application parameters regarding devil energy manipulation within standard implementation frameworks. Core. Ruption neutralization successful despite limited regeneration capacity regarding primary physical structure. She confirmed as crimson energy flowed through precise patterns surrounding damaged Draco. Nick physiology despite conventional incompatibility between devil magic and water dragon essence under normal interaction circumstances. Residual destruction traces eliminated despite challenging det. Action parameters. Purification complete ensuring uncontaminated foundation supporting reconstruction methodology despite severe cellular disruption throughout affected physiological systems. There C. Complementary approach created essential foundation despite limited direct reconstruction capability regarding unprecedented damage configuration resulting from destruction energy extraction following artificial integration within incompatible physiological framework. The combined methodology demonstrated impressive coordination despite practitioners representing traditionally separate supernatural communities with minimal previous cooperation experience regarding metachaios involving destruction energy exposure beyond conventional treatment categories. With foundation established through complementary support methodology, Issei implemented specialized intervention addressing core reconstruction requirements beyond conventional healing limitations despite challenging application parameters. Concerning divine energy utilization within restoration framework rather than typical destruction function associated with fundamental essence classification. The approach required precise control by OND normal divine manifestation limitation, creative adaptation regarding fundamental cosmic principle typically associated with unmaking rather than renewal despite theoretical overlap between destruct. Qian and creation within greater metaphysical understanding transcending conventional supernatural categorization. Conceptual reconstruction rather than merely physical restoration, Issei explained. As controlled divine energy extended toward damaged draconic entity through precisely modulated emission pattern ensuring appropriate interaction despite potentially concerning compatibility factors. Regarding destruction essence application within healing methodology. Pattern recognition implementation rebuilding fundamental template despite severe disruption throughout physical manifestation, S. Sense memory providing reconstruction framework despite current structural compromise beyond conventional cellular organization parameters. The specialized approach created fascinating visual effect. Despite deliberately controlled implementation parameters, darkness flowing like liquid light surrounding damaged physiology. Reality temporarily suspending conventional progression patterns while reconstruction occurred beyond normal temporal limitations, gravitational influence creating distinctive atmospheric effect despite minimal physical disturbance regarding ordinary environmental character. Istics within immediate proximity surrounding intervention location. Remarkable methodology despite conventional understanding regarding destruction energy application limitations concerning healing functionality. Liliana observed with evident fascination despite maintained professional focus regarding successful intervention implementation. Conceptual approach transcending physical restoratio. N parameters. Fundamental pattern reinforcement rather than merely cellular reconstruction despite traditional supernatural medical framework limitations regarding similar implementation methodology within conventional healing categories. Draconic essence responding positively despite theoretical opposition concerning destruction energy interaction within water dragon physiological context, Kata confirmed. Supernatural senses apparently providing detailed assessment regarding reconstruction progress despite unprecedented methodology application beyond conventional medical observation parameters. Template recognition established throughout primary systems despite severe previous disruption. Fundamental pattern acceptance facilitating accelerated reconstruction beyond normal temporal limb. Iterations regarding similar damage classification under conventional treatment circumstances. The coordinated intervention continued with impressive efficiency despite challenging implementation Riku. Ironments concerning unprecedented damage configuration resulting from destruction energy extraction following artificial integration within incompatible physiological framework. Their complementary approach demonstrated remarkable effectiveness despite practitioners representing traditionally separate supernatural communities with fundamentally different energy manipulation methodologies under normal operational circumstances. As reconstruction neared completion despite considerably accelerated timeline compared to conventional healing parameters regarding similar damage classification, the Draconic entity demonstrated initial consciousness recovery despite previous concerning indicators suggesting potential permanent cognitive function compromise following severe physiological disruption throughout critical neural structures. The awareness emergence appeared gradually, first manifesting through basic motor response despite minimal external stimulation, eventually progressing toward increasing coordination despite continued reconstruction implementation throughout supporting physiological systems. Consciousness restoration detected despite continued physical reconstruction throughout secondary support systems. Cater reported, monitoring response indicators demonstrating professional medical assessment despite personal connection with entity's original identity before enhancement implementation. Primary cognitive function approximately 30% normal capacity despite accelerated recovery trajectory, projected complete restoration within approximately 72 hours despite severe initial disruption throughout critical neural structures. Memory integrity assessment suggests partial retention despite significant gap indicators throughout recent chronological sequence, Liliana added. Specialized devil perception apparently providing detailed cognitive function analysis despite physically distant observation position. Core identity parameters maintained. Despite concerning fragmentation regarding recent experience integration, fundamental personality preservation confirmed despite potential permanent specialty knowledge loss concerning specific technique. CAL implementation methodology within enhancement program participation framework. The medical assessment suggested positive outcome despite severe initial damage classification exceeding convention. AL treatment categories within traditional supernatural healing frameworks. The coordinated intervention had successfully addressed critical reconstruction requirements despite unprecedented methodology. GY application beyond normal divine manifestation limitation. Creative adaptation regarding fundamental cosmic principle typically associated with unmaking rather than renewal despite theoretical overall. AP between destruction and creation within greater metaphysical understanding. As intervention completion approached final implementation phase ensuring self-sustaining recovery continuation without requiring external support maintenance. Issei gradually reduced divine energy application through controlled withdrawal methodology preventing potential dependency development despite beneficial IATE effect regarding accelerated reconstruction throughout damaged physiological systems. The specialized approach demonstrated perfect precision despite challenging disengagement parameters concerning potential system shock following external support removal despite established self-regulation capability throughout reconstructed biological framework. Intervention disengagement proceeding with the optimal parameters despite theoretical complication potential regarding support withdrawal following intensive external assistance implementation, Issei explained as divine energy gradually retract. Through precisely modulated reduction pattern ensuring appropriate transition despite potentially concerning dependency factors regarding destruction essence application within healing methodology. Self-regulation capability confirmed throughout primary systems despite continued external support benefits, independence restoration ensuring natural recovery progression despite accelerated timeline. Regarding similar damage classification under conventional treatment circumstances. With medical intervention successfully completed despite challenging implementation requirements concerning unprecedented damage configuration. Attention returned toward broader implications regarding recent events beyond immediate tactical response necessity. The hybrid entity incident provided valuable intel. Eigens despite concerning operational escalation following ceremonial verification determination. Direct destruction energy integration within living host despite traditional prohibition regarding such. Methodology implement supernatural communities despite historical experimentation documentation regarding similar approaches throughout previous developmental periods. The enhancement implementation represents significant operational escalation despite previous manifestation limitations regarding destruction fragment composition within inanimate constructs, Liliana observed, analytical assess me. NT focusing on strategic implications beyond immediate tactical situation despite successful neutralization regarding specific entity threatening catastrophic failure within civilian population proximity. Living host integration suggests methodology evolution beyond previous experimental parameters despite fundamental incompatibility factors limiting effectiveness regarding current implementation. Approach within water dragon physiological context. The accelerated deployment following ceremonial verification determination suggests contingency protocol activation despite procedural resolutio. Through traditional framework application, Keita added, connecting recent events with broader pattern recognition regarding destruction energy manifestations across multiple supernatural territories. The immediate alternative implementation despite primary methodology failure indicates operational flexibility beyond expected adaptation parameters regarding conventional supernatural organizatio. Response capabilities within similar timeline constraints. The specific methodology demonstrates increasing sophistication despite fundamental misunderstanding regarding destruction energy practice. Cal application requirements within different supernatural contexts, Issei noted, technical assessment focusing on implementation evolution despite continued fundamental principles misinterpretation. Throughout observed operational pattern across multiple territories. The targeting consistency remains despite application variation. Specific entity identification priority maintained throughout methodology adaptation despite implementation differences between separate manifestation approaches. Their analysis connected recent hybrid entity incident with broader pattern regarding destruction in RGY manifestations across different supernatural territories, consistent targeting despite varied implementation, continuing methodology evolution despite previous approach failures, operational flexibility. ILITY suggesting sophisticated organization beyond conventional supernatural hierarchy limitations despite traditional separation between community magical traditions. As stabilized draconic entity maintained steady recovery despite continuing unconscious state following severe physiological reconstruction. Practical considerations regarding immediate situation management required attention beyond analytical assessment concerning broader strategic implications or organizational identification regarding orchestrated campaign behind seemingly separate incidents across different supernatural territories. Northern current authorities require notification despite potential political complications following unauthorized enhancement implementation resulting in severe physiological damage despite successful reconstruction intervention, Keita noted. Diplomatic considerations temporarily focusing on immediate procedural requirements despite broader implications regarding identified equilibria. Operations across multiple supernatural territories. Traditional protocol suggests clan leadership communication despite hierarchical penetration concerns regarding potential involvement within enhancement authorization despite official position denial regarding artificial integration methodology. Devil observation similarly requires official reporting despite operational security considerations regarding potential information compromise through conventional communication channels. Liliana acknowledged, aristocratic responsibility apparently necessitating formal notification despite concerning implications regarding hierarchical infiltration throughout traditional supernatural leadership structures. House protocol mandates incident documentation despite potential classification implications regarding divine intervention within unauthorized enhancement neutralization despite established jurisdiction limitations concerning appropriate supernatural activity boundaries within human territory. Their procedural considerations demonstrated continued commitment regarding traditional responsibilities despite concerning implications following necessary cooperation with entity targeted by apparent equilibrium operations across multiple supernatural territories. The formal framework adherence suggested strategic positioning rather than merely habitual protocol observation, establishing official record despite potential political complications following required divine manifestation within current supernatural witness context. Notification methodology requires security iteration despite formal communication necessity regarding recent incident parameters beyond immediate tactical response requirements, Issei suggested. Practical assessment focusing on balanced approach regarding traditional protocol adherence despite legitimate concerns involving potential information compromise through conventional channels given identified organizational penetration throughout supernatural community leadership structures. Modified reporting ensuring accurate documentation while implementing appropriate distribution limitation preventing unnecessary information proliferity. On beyond required notification recipients despite conventional protocol suggesting broader communication regarding similar classification incidents under normal operational circumstances. The SUG-STED approach provided reasonable compromise between traditional responsibility fulfillment and necessary security implementation given concerning implications regarding identified equilibrium operations across multiple supernatural territories. The modified methodology maintained formal framework adherence despite practical adaptation ensuring appropriate information management preventing potential operational compromise through conventional communication channels despite standard protocol requirements regarding similar incident classification under normal circumstances. With immediate procedural considerations addressed through balanced approach regarding notification requirements despite security concerns, attention returned toward practical logistics regarding stabilized draconic NT. TIE despite successful medical intervention addressing critical reconstruction requirements beyond conventional healing methodology limitations regarding destruction energy exposure damage exceeding TR. Additional treatment categories within supernatural medical frameworks. Transportation necessity requires specialized methodology despite stability confirmation throughout primary physiological systems, Kata noted. Practical assessment focusing on immediate logistical requirements regarding unconscious draconic entity despite successful reconstruction intervention ensuring eventual complete recovery despite severe initial damage classification. Dimensional transit remains unadvisable despite theoretical possibility regarding successful implementation within current stability parameters. Conventional physical transportation suggested despite efficiency reduction compared to magical methodology under normal circumstances. Devil resources available despite unusual assistance parameters. Regarding traditionally separate supernatural community despite maintained diplomatic relations between established factions, Liliana offered practical solution transcending conventional supernatural politics despite limited previous cooperation experience regarding similar logistical challenges involving cross-community coordination. Physical transportation arranged through human world interface. CE organization despite unusual cargo classification, appropriate containment methodology ensuring both subject safety and necessary concealment regarding conventional human observation transit process. Their practical planning demonstrated continued cooperation despite immediate tactical situation resolution and broader implications regarding identified equilibrium operations targeting specific destruction divinity manifestation across multiple supernatural territories. The shared logistical focus suggested relationship development beyond mere temporary alliance regarding immediate threat and neutralization. Genuine cooperation potential despite traditionally separate supernatural communities with limited previous interaction beyond formal diplomatic functions. As transportation arrangement, finalized through coordinated methodology application despite challenging implementation requirements concerning unconscious draconic entity transportation toward appropriate medical facility entry. Continued recovery monitoring despite successful initial reconstruction intervention, Issei gradually reduced divine manifestation through controlled withdrawal methodology returning toward normal. Concealment parameters despite recent necessary exposure within current supernatural witness context. Manifestation reduction proceeds within optimal parameters despite theoretical complication NTIAL regarding sudden power withdrawal following intensive application during recent intervention implementation. Issei explained as divine energy gradually retracted through precisely modulated reduction pattern ensuring appropriate transition despite potentially concerning observation factors regarding destruction divinity identification within current supernatural witness context. Concealment. Chi restoration ensures appropriate energy signature limitation despite recent necessary exposure. Normal parameters re-established despite verification confirmation regarding specific classification throw. Direct observation during required neutralization methodology application. The controlled divine concealment created fascinating visual effect despite deliberately limited expression parameters. Human appearance gradually reasserting despite lingering reality distortions surrounding physical form. Destruction energy receding beneath conventional perception limitations despite maintained actual presence. Gravitational influence normalizing despite continued fundamental essence regardless of external appearance characteristics or energy signature detection parameters within standard supernatural observation methodology. Impressive concealment demonstration despite previous significant power expression according to required neutralization parameters, Liliana observed with professional appreciation despite newfound knowledge regarding divine identity beyond previous careful ambiguity maintenance throughout earlier discussion phases. Controlled implementation despite necessary aus manifestation. Tactical precision regarding identity management despite theoretical exposure concerns following required capability demonstration within current witness context. Re-established parameters suggest normal interaction potential despite verification confirmation regarding specific classification through direct observation during recent incident resolution, Kata noted, diplomatic positioning suggesting continued cooperation intention despite newfound knowledge regarding divine identity beyond previous careful communication ambiguity through precise linguistic navigation avoid. Explicit acknowledgement despite growing evidence throughout preceding interaction sequence. Operational alliance maintains practical validity despite classification implications regarding tradity. Onal supernatural separation concerning divine entities within contemporary interaction frameworks despite historical precedent documenting various cooperation methodologies throughout previous developmental periods. Their diplomatic positioning demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding broader implications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization day. Height previous identity concealment through careful ambiguity maintenance throughout earlier interaction phases. The continued cooperation suggestion indicated practical assessment transcending convent. Ional supernatural politics despite traditional separation concerning divine involvement within mortal realm affairs beyond necessary cosmic principle representation within greater metaphysical framework. Practical cooperation transcends classification considerations when shared objective alignment exceeds traditional boundary limitations despite conventional supernatural politics regarding approach. Appropriate interaction parameters within contemporary operational frameworks, Issei acknowledged, accepting implied continued alliance despite identity revelation within current supernatural witness context. Information sharing maintains strategic validity despite formal categorization complications regarding traditional separation between divine manifestation and conventional supernatural entities. Within established hierarchical structures across multiple community traditions. With alliance parameters re-established despite classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. Practical planning resumed regarding immediate next steps beyond successful tactical resolution addressing urgent threat parameters despite broader strategic implications concerning identified equilibrium operations across multiple supernatural territories targeting specific destruction divinity manifestation despite maintained balance during intervening millennia following Third Convergence crisis. Northern Current investigation represents immediate priority despite hierarchical penetration concerns regarding potential leadership involvement within cement authorization despite official position denial regarding artificial integration methodology, Kata suggested. Tactical focus providing direction beyond immediate incident resolution despite rotor implications requiring comprehensive strategic approach beyond current resource availability within immediate operational timeframe. Specific authorization chain identification provides valuable intelligence regarding organizational structure despite compartmentalized knowledge distribution throughout implementation hierarchy despite coordinated methodology application across separate supernatural territories. Devil territory manifestation source similarly requires targeted investigation despite aristocratic cooperation facilitating implementation despite limited knowledge distribute. Ion regarding actual operational objectives, Liliana added, parallel approach suggesting complementary methodology despite separated operational theaters ensuring broader intelligence gathering despite resource limitations preventing comprehensive opposition deployment against identified equilibrium operations throughout multiple supernatural territories simultaneously. House involvement tracking. G provides penetration assessment regarding hierarchical compromise despite traditional supernatural politics limiting cooperative information sharing between separate community leadership structures. Despite shared targeting concerns transcending conventional factional limitations. Their tactical planning demonstrated impressive strategic thinking despite challenging opposition parameters regard. Ing cross-faction organization with extensive supernatural community penetration despite traditionally separate magical traditions and limited cooperation history beyond formal diplomatic functions. He complementary approach maximized limited resource application despite comprehensive opposition requirements exceeding current operational capability within immediate alliance framework despite Shar. Objective alignment regarding identified equilibrium targeting specific destruction divinity manifestation across multiple territories. Information coordination represents critical success factor. Despite separated operational implementation across different supernatural territories, Issei noted, strategic assessment focusing on fundamental effective opposition despite distributed investigative. On methodology addressing different aspects regarding identified equilibrium operations through complementary approach maximizing limited resource application. Secure communication methodology Estable. Ishment provides essential foundation supporting effective intelligence integration despite conventional channel vulnerability given organizational penetration throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies across multiple communities. Their planning continued developing comprehensive approach despite challenging opposition parameters regarding sophisticated organization with extensive cross-FA. Setian influence throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies. The strategic framework incorporated parallel investigations across separate territories while maintaining centralized information core. Donation ensuring effective intelligence integration despite distributed operational implementation addressing different aspects regarding identified equilibrium operations through complementary methodology application. As detailed planning concluded establishing immediate next steps beyond successful tactical resolution addressing urgent threat parameters, Liliana's communication device activate. With distinctive magical signature indicating high priority contact despite secured status preventing unauthorized activation through conventional means. The specific energy pattern suggested aristocratic authorization beyond normal operational parameters, House leadership direct communication despite unusual circumstances regarding field agent contact during active information gathering mission beyond standard reporting timeline. Secure connection confirmation required despite unexpected communication initiation outside established protocol parameters, Liliana stated formally, diplomatic. Phrasing disguising evident surprise regarding unusual contact methodology despite maintained professional composure. Authentication sequence proceeded before information exchange despite established channel designation within current operational framework. The communication device activated complex magical sequence verifying both transmitter and receiver identity despite possible interception. Attempts through conventional supernatural means, Hellfire-based security methodology incorporating bloodline verification ensuring absolute confirmation regarding participant identity despite sophisticated potential falsification techniques available within higher supernatural capability classification regarding magical communication interception or manipulation methodologies. Authentication confirmed despite irregular communication parameters regarding established operational protocol within current mission designation framework, Liliana acknowledged following successful verification completion despite unusual circumstances regarding unexpected contact initiation. Secure exchange proceeds despite field status designation within active information gathering phase according to established mission parameters despite normal reporting timeline indicating scheduled communication approximately 17 hours from current temporal position. The secure communication established despite irregular protocol implementation. Liliana received information through direct mental transfer rather than conventional verbal exchange. Devil methodology ensuring complete privacy despite potential supernatural observation despite established security parameters within current location designation. Her expression revealed nothing despite information reception, though energy signature suggested significant content beyond routine operational update despite unexpected communication timing outside normal reporting framework. Understood, she stated simply following information transfer completion. Formal acknowledgement disguising evident significance despite professional composure maintenance throughout unexpected communication reception. Confirmation provided regarding reception completion. Despite implementation concerns regarding suggested methodology within current operational parameters despite theoretical validity concerning proposed approach under ideal circumstance conditions beyond present situational limitations. The communication concluded with similar security methodology ensuring complete termination without potential residual connection, maintaining possible vulnerability regarding subsequent interception despite established protection parameters within initial exchange framework. Liliana's expression remained professionally neutral despite evident significant info. Machine reception beyond routine operational update given unusual communication timing outside normal reporting framework. Interesting development despite concerning implications regarding operation. Security despite established protection methodology throughout recent implementation framework, she stated carefully, diplomatic phrasing disguising specific information details despite clear cation regarding significant content reception through unexpected communication channel despite normal protocol suspension during active field operations beyond scheduled reporting timeline. House in formation suggests accelerated timeline regarding equilibrium operational schedule despite recent implementation failures across multiple supernatural territories, contingency activation exceeding previous IOUS assessment parameters despite theoretical limitation expectations regarding available resource deployment capability within compressed temporal framework. The information sharing demonstrated Rust beyond conventional supernatural politics despite limited previous cooperation experience regarding similar operational alliance despite traditionally separate communities with minimal historical interaction beyond formal diplomatic functions. The specific disclosure suggested relationship development transcending mere temporary tactical cooperation regarding immediate threat neutralization, Genuine alliance potential despite classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. Accelerated timeline suggests increased targeting priority. Despite repeated implementation failure throughout previous methodology application across separate supernatural territories, Kata observed, analytical assessment focusing on strategic implication. Beyond immediate tactical situation despite successful neutralization regarding specific entity threatening catastrophic failure within civilian population proximity. Contingency activation indicate. Operational flexibility beyond conventional supernatural organization response capabilities within similar adaptation parameters despite hierarchical structure typically limiting rapid deployment. Capability regarding alternative methodology implementation following primary approach failure. Resource commitment escalation similarly indicates priority designation beyond normal operational parameters despite theoretical limitation expectations regarding available deployment capability within compressed temporal framework. Issei added, strategic evaluation connecting accelerated timeline broader implication regarding equilibrium operational focus despite repeated implementation failure throughout previous methodology application across separate supernatural territories. The FIC commitment suggests critical objective designation transcending resource conservation principles despite limited success probability assessment regarding continued targeting attempts following demonstrated neutralization capability throughout previous confrontation scenarios. Their analysis continued developing comprehensive assessment regarding accelerated equilibrium operational schedule despite recent implementation failures across multiple supernatural territories, contingency activation exceeding previous assessment parameters despite theoretical limitation expectations regarding label resource deployment capability within compressed temporal framework. The strategic implications implementation despite repeated previous methodology failure throughout separate manifestatio. Attempts across different supernatural territories. Logical conclusion indicates desperation rather than merely tactical adaptation despite continued strategic objective maintenance throughout methodology evolution across separate implementation approaches, Liliana observed. Psychological assessment adding critical dimension beyond mere tactical analysis regarding operational pattern recognite. Throughout observed equilibrium activities across multiple supernatural territories. The accelerated deployment despite reduced success probability following previous neutralization demonstration. Suggests timeline constraint beyond normal strategic patience parameters despite organizational sophistication regarding long-term planning implementation throughout previous operational history ACO. RDING to available historical documentation regarding similar previous campaigns. Suggesting external pressure beyond normal operational considerations despite independent organizational structure. According to traditional understanding regarding equilibrium, functional parameters within conventional supernatural politics despite cross-faction influence throughout established community hierarchies, Keita agreed. Logical conclusion extending psychological assessment toward structural analysis regarding potential causation factors beyond observed behavioral patterns throughout recent implementation acceleration despite reduced success probability following previous methodology failure across separate manifestation attempts. External influence suggests higher authority beyond conventional equilibrium operational structure despite traditional understanding regarding independent functionality within established parameters despite cross-faction composition including representatives from major supernatural communities. Issei noted, connecting psychological assessment with organizational analysis regarding potential higher direction beyond observed operational pattern despite traditio. Null understanding regarding equilibrium structural independence within conventional supernatural politics despite historical establishment through cooperative agreement between multiple factions following Third Convergence crisis. Their comprehensive analysis suggested concerning implications beyond immediate tactical situation despite successful neutralization regarding hybrid entity threatening catastrophic failure within civilian population proximity. The accelerated equilibrium operational schedule despite repeated implementation failures across multiple supernatural territories indicated potential higher authority beyond conventional organizational structure despite traditional understanding regarding independent functionality within established parameters despite cross-faction composition including representatives from major supernatural communities. As strategic assessment concluded establishing priority focus regarding immediate investigation targeting potential higher author. ITY beyond conventional equilibrium operational structure, practical logistics required attention regarding stabilized draconic entity despite successful medical intervention addressing critical reconstruction requirements beyond conventional healing methodology limitations regarding destruction energy exposure damage exceeding traditional treatment categories within supernatural medical frameworks. Transportation arrangements confirmed despite unusual methodology regarding traditionally separate supernatural community assistance despite maintained diplomatic relations between established factions, Liliana reported. Practical focus temporarily replacing strategic assessment despite concerning implications regarding accelerated equilibrium operational schedule beyond previous prediction parameters. Physical conveyance arrives within approximately 12 minutes despite coordination requirements regarding human-world interface organization ensuring appropriate containment methodology. Throughout transit process despite unusual cargo classification exceeding normal transportation parameters within conventional human operational framework. Medical stability maintains optimal parameters despite continued unconscious state following severe physiological reconstruction, Keita confirmed. Monitoring vital indicators throughout stabilized draconic entity despite physically distant observation position. Recovery trajectory suggests continued positive progression despite traumatic intervention necessity, eventual complete restoration expected despite severe initial damage classification exceeding conventional treatment categories within traditional supernatural healing frameworks. Their practical attention demonstrated balanced approach despite concerning strategic implications regarding identified equilibrium operations targeting specific destruction divinity manifestation across multiple supernatural territories. The immediate logistical focus ensured appropriate continuation regarding stabilized draconic entity transportation toward suitable medical facility despite successful initial reconstruction intervention addressing critical requirements beyond conventional healing methodology limitations. Alliance parameters require formalization despite classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization, Issei suggested. Diplomatic initiative establishing clear cooperation framework despite identity revelation within current supernatural witness context. Operational necessity transcends traditional supernatural politics regarding appropriate interaction limitations concerning divine involvement within mortal realm affairs beyond necessary cosmic principle representation within greater metaphysical framework. The suggestion represented significant development beyond mere tactical cooperation regarding immediate threat neutralization, formal alliance proposal despite classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during recent incident resolution. The diplomatic initiative indicated relationship establishment transcending conventional supernatural politics despite traditional Ional separation concerning divine entities within contemporary interaction frameworks despite historical precedent documenting various cooperation methodologies throughout previous developmental periods. Formal parameters accepted despite unusual methodology regarding traditionally separate supernatural community cooperation beyond immediate tactical necessity despite maintained diplomatic relations between established factions. Liliana acknowledged aristocratic authority apparently extending toward alliance authorization despite potential political complications following cooperation with H-specific destruction divinity manifestation despite apparent equilibrium targeting across multiple supernatural territories. House resources committed within established operational framework DESPI. Te classification considerations regarding traditional separation concerning divine involvement within conventional supernatural activities beyond cosmic necessity parameters within greater metaphysical understanding. Dragon observation similarly extends toward active cooperation despite potential clan complications following necessary alliance with entity targeted by apparent equilibrium opera. Tions across multiple supernatural territories, Kata confirmed. Loyalty clearly established despite potential political implications regarding formal cooperation with destruction divinity manifestat. Ion despite traditional neutrality maintaining separation between divine interaction and conventional draconic activities throughout recent historical periods despite ancient precedent establishing VA. Rias cooperation methodologies during previous cosmic cycles. Educational assignment parameters expanded ensuring continued involvement despite formal classification complications regarding appropriate. 8 interaction limitations concerning divine entities within contemporarchs despite historical documentation regarding similar cooperative arrangements throughout previous developmental periods. The IR formal acceptance established clear alliance despite classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. The diplomatic framework created timed operational parameters despite traditional supernatural politics regarding appropriate interaction limitations concerning divine involvement within mortal realm affairs beyond necessary cosmic principle representation within greater metaphysical framework. With alliance formalized despite unusual circumstances regarding traditionally separate supernatural communities cooperating with divine entity beyond immediate tactical necessity. Operational planning continued developing comprehensive approach despite challenging opposition parameters regarding sophisticated organization with extant cross-faction influence throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies. The strategic framework incorporated parallel investigations across separate territories while maintaining centralized INF formation coordination ensuring effective intelligence integration despite distributed operational implementation addressing different aspects regarding identified equilibrium operations through complementary methodology application. As transportation arrived implementing physical conveyance methodology despite unusual cargo classification exceeding normal parameters within conventional human operational framework. Final coordination ensured appropriate continuation regarding established alliance despite immediate physical separation necessary implementing different investigation aspects acros. Separate supernatural territories according to developed strategic framework addressing identified equilibrium operations targeting specific destruction divinity manifestation despite maintained balance during intervening millennia following Third Convergence Crisis. Communication methodology established ensuring secure information exchange despite conventional channel vulnerability given organizational penetration throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies, Issei confirmed, providing specialized equipment incorporating divine protection beyond conventional supernatural detection ability despite sophisticated potential interception techniques available within higher capability classification regarding magical communication monitoring or manipulation methodologies. Frequency alignment ensures exclusive access despite potential surveillance attempts. Divine authority establishing absolute separation between legitimate exchange and unauthorized observation regardless of implementation sophistication within potential monitoring approach. The specialized communication equipment demonstrated perfect balance between practical functionality and security implementation despite challenging operational environment regarding sophisticated opposition organization with extensive cross-faction influence throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies. The Divine Protection Prov. IDED unparalleled security despite potential surveillance attempts through conventional supernatural means, absolute separation between legitimate exchange and unauthorized observation regardless of IM. Implementation sophistication within potential monitoring approach. Operational timeline established despite accelerated equilibrium schedule according to received intelligence despite previous assess. Meant parameters regarding conventional supernatural organization response capabilities following implementation failure throughout multiple methodology applications, Liliana noted, strategic framework. K providing clear direction despite challenging opposition parameters regarding cross-faction organization with extensive supernatural community penetration despite traditionally separate magical trad. Issues and limited cooperation history beyond formal diplomatic functions. Coordinated approach maximizing limited resource application despite comprehensive opposition requirements exceeding current. Operational capability within immediate alliance framework despite shared objective alignment regarding identified equilibrium targeting specific destruction divinity manifestation across multiple territories. Information integration methodology ensures effective intelligence coordination despite separated operational implementation across different supernatural territories, Kata added, Prac. Tickle focus addressing critical success factor despite distributed investigation approach regarding different aspects concerning identified equilibrium operations through complementary methodology app. Location maximizing limited resource deployment despite comprehensive opposition requirements exceeding current operational capability within immediate alliance framework. Regular communication shed. Pooling established despite variable reporting requirements depending on specific intelligence acquisition parameters throughout separate investigation aspects addressing different organizational elements. TS within identified equilibrium operational structure. Their coordinated planning demonstrated impressive strategic thinking despite challenging implementation requirements regarding effective oppo. Scission against sophisticated organization with extensive cross-faction influence throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies. The alliance framework provided enhanced capability despite limited MBINED resources compared to identified equilibrium operations implemented across multiple supernatural territories through coordinated methodology despite distributed execution through compartmentally. Z knowledge distribution ensuring operational continuity regardless of specific implementation neutralization within particular supernatural context. As final preparations concluded ensuring appropriate. Re-8 continuation regarding established alliance despite immediate physical separation necessary implementing different investigation aspects across separate supernatural territories, Issei detected. Familiar energy signature approaching their location. Not immediate threat but significant development suggesting Asgardian interest beyond previous involvement regarding destruction fragment manifesta. Tions within Kuo municipality despite recent focus regarding ceremonial verification determination and subsequent hybrid entity neutralization despite procedural resolution through traditional framework application. The approaching energy signature registered as distinctive Valkyrie pattern. Rossweisse returning to active observation despite temporary assignment modification following verification. End determination interrupting primary monitoring regarding destruction divinity manifestation despite maintained cover operation through educational position within Kuo Academy institutional framework. Her approach methodology suggested direct engagement intention rather than merely surveillance implementation, tactical repositioning following detected divine manifestation during hybrid entity neut. Realization despite previous careful concealment throughout earlier interaction phases. It appears recent incident resolution generated additional interest despite procedural completion through APRO. Create neutralization methodology application, Issei noted calmly, alerting companions without creating unnecessary alarm or defensive positioning that might complicate diplomatic interaction regarding potential alliance expansion beyond current participant framework despite challenging classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. ASG. Ardian representative approaches with apparent direct engagement intention despite previous monitoring parameters suggesting observational methodology rather than active intervention regarding destruct. Qian energy manifestations within Kuo municipality territorial boundaries. Valkyrie energy signature confirmed despite unusual direct approach parameters regarding established operational protocol. Within current assignment design unidentified. Supernatural senses apparently providing specific classification despite physically distant detection position. Rossweisse implementation deviation S. August's authorization modification following recent incident detection despite previous methodology maintaining separation between observation functionality and direct engagement parameters regarding monitored supernatural activities within assigned territorial jurisdiction limitations. Previous interaction established provisional cooperation parameters despite limited information sharing regarding specific operational objectives beyond immediate tactical coordination necessity during destruction fragment neutralization within educational facility environment, CADA added, providing valuable context regarding previous relationship framework despite current approach suggesting potential parameter modification beyond established interaction limitations during earlier operational phases. C. Concerning destruction energy manifestations within Kuo municipality. Asgardian interest potentially aligns with current alliance objectives despite traditional supernatural politics regarding appropriate divine interaction limitations within contemporary operational frameworks despite historical precedent establishing various cooperation methodologies throughout previous developmental periods. Their diplomatic assessment suggested potential opportunity beyond mere complication regarding approaching Valkyrie despite traditional supernatural politics concerning appropriate interaction parameters between Asgardian representatives and divine manifestation within mortal realm beyond necessary cosmic principle representation within greater metaphysical framework. The possible alliance expands. Ion represented significant capability enhancement despite classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. Diplomatic approach maintains optimal methodology despite identity confirmation regarding specific destruction divinity manifestation beyond previously established ambiguity throughout earlier interaction phases. Issei suggested strategic assessment focusing on potential benefit regarding Asgardian resource incorporation within established alliance framework despite traditional supernatural politics concerning appropriate interaction limitations within contemporary operational frameworks. Information sharing requires careful implementation despite legitimate operational advantage regarding potential cooperation meters beyond previous coordination limitations during earlier tactical situations addressing destruction energy manifestations within Kuo municipality territorial boundaries. With diplomatic approach, OCH established as optimal methodology despite potential complications regarding traditional supernatural politics concerning appropriate interaction parameters between Asgardian representatives and divine manifestation. Tactical positioning ensured appropriate presentation despite recent incident resolution requiring significant divine energy utilization beyond normal concealment parameters maintaining careful ambiguity throughout earlier interaction phases regarding specific identity classification within destruction divinity manifestation framework. The approaching Valkyrie became visible beyond supernatural detection parameters, physical manifestation appearing approximately 100 meters away with distinctive Asgardian magical signature despite maintained human appearance consistent. With educational position cover operation within Kuo Academy institutional framework. Rossweisse approached with measured confidence despite evident awareness regarding recent divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. Tactical assessment clearly acknowledging potential significance despite controlled approach methodology ensuring appropriate diplomatic protocol implementation ite unusual circumstances regarding traditionally separate supernatural entities beyond conventional interaction parameters within contemporary operational frameworks. Interesting gathering despite unusual participant combination regarding traditionally separate supernatural communities beyond conventional cooperation parameters within standard operational frameworks, she observed upon reaching appropriate communication distance. Diplomatic phrasing disguising direct acknowledgement regarding divine presence despite evident awareness following recent manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. Recent incident resolution suggests capability alignment despite classification complications regarding formal cooperation establishment beyond immediate tactical necessity addressing urgent threat parameters within civilian population proximity despite jurisdictional considerations regarding appropriate supernatural activity boundaries within human territory. The diplomatic approach demonstrated sophisticated understanding despite unusual circumstances regarding traditionally separate supernatural entities beyond conventional interaction parameters within contemporary operational frameworks. Her careful linguistic navigation provided perfect balance between acknowledgement and ambiguity, recognizing recent divine manifestation while maintaining appropriate diplomatic protocol. Despite potential political complications regarding Asgardian interaction with destruction divinity manifestation beyond necessary cosmic principle representation within greater metaphysical framework. Capability alignment suggests potential cooperation parameters despite traditional supernatural politics regarding appropriate interaction limitations concerning specific classification combination. Within contemporary operational frameworks, Issei acknowledged, matching diplomatic precision while establishing potential alliance expansion despite classification complications following necessar. Why divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization? Recent developments indicate coordinated approach necessity despite varied community backgrounds given identified organizational activities. Across multiple supernatural territories implementing parallel methodology despite traditionally separate magical traditions and limited cooperation history beyond formal diplomatic functions. ASG. Ardian interest similarly identifies coordinated implementation despite varied manifestation environments regarding destruction energy utilization across separate supernatural territories, Rossweisse confirmed. Information sharing suggesting alliance consideration despite traditional limitations concerning appropriate interaction parameters between Asgardian representatives and divine manifestation within mortal realm. Odin Sama specifically authorized expanded operational parameters following recent incident detection despite previous methodology maintaining separation between observation F. Functionality and direct engagement regarding monitored supernatural activities within assigned territorial jurisdiction limitations. The explicit authorization reference represented significant development beyond mere individual initiative, Asgardian leadership specifically approving direct engagement despite traditional supernatural politics regarding appropriate interaction limitations concerning divine entities within contemporary operational frameworks. The potential alliance expansion carried considerable strategic implications despite classification complications following necessary in manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. Information sharing suggests common adversary identification despite separated operational implementation across different supernatural territories, Liliana noted. Diplomatic positioning facilitating potential cooperation framework despite traditionally separate supernatural communities with limited previous interaction beyond formal diplomatic functions. Parallel investigation potentially benefits through coordinated methodology despite varied community backgrounds given identified organizational activities implementing similar conite. Different magical traditions executing comparable functionality regarding destruction energy manipulation across multiple territorial boundaries. Recent intelligence indicates accelerated operatio. Null schedule despite previous implementation failures throughout separate manifestation attempts across different supernatural territories. Kata added, strategic information sharing demonstrating alliance consideration despite potential political complications regarding expanded cooperation framework including Asgardian representative despite traditional supernatural politics concerning appropriate interaction parameters between various classification combinations within contemporary operational frameworks. Contingency activation suggests critical phase implementation despite reduced success. Probability assessment following demonstrated neutralization capability throughout previous confrontation scenarios despite theoretical limitation expectations regarding available resource deployment. Capability within compressed temporal framework. Their diplomatic exchange continued establishing potential alliance expansion despite classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. The shared information demonstrated strategic alignment despite traditionally separate supernatural communities with limited previous cooperation experience. Regarding similar operational coordination despite maintained formal diplomatic relations between established factions throughout conventional supernatural politics despite historical separation concerning divine interaction beyond necessary cosmic principle representation within greater metaphysical framework. Equilibrium identification matches Asgardian assessment despite limited contemporary supernatural community awareness regarding ongoing organizational activities, Rossweisse confirmed, explicit acknowledgement suggesting significant information sharing intention despite traditional operational security considerations regarding intelligence distribution limitations within conventional supernatural politics framework. Odin Sama specifically recognized operational pattern despite Minimal official recognition within contemporary supernatural politics regarding continued relevance beyond historical establishment following Third Convergence Crisis approximately 8 millennia p. Asked despite maintained organizational structure throughout intervening period implementing various monitoring activities regarding potential reality destabilization scenarios. The explicit organized, ional identification represented critical information confirmation despite limited contemporary documentation regarding ongoing equilibrium activities beyond observed operational patterns and implementation consistencies across separate supernatural territories. The Asgardian confirmation validated previous alliance assessment regarding identified adversary despite minimal public acknowledgement concerning its existence across supernatural communities despite continued operational implementation throughout extended historical timeline following initial establishment during previous cosmic crisis scenario. Identification confirmation provides valuable validation despite limited contemporary documentation regarding ongoing organizational activities beyond observed operational patterns across separate supernatural territories. Issei acknowledged, appreciation genuine despite diplomatic phrasing maintaining appropriate formal exchange protocol despite significant information value regard. Explicit adversary confirmation through independent assessment methodology beyond alliance intelligence gathering capability despite combined resources across multiple supernatural communities within established cooperation framework. Asgardian perspective offers valuable historical context given documented participation within initial establishment framework despite contemporary supernatural politics maintaining limited acknowledgement regarding continued operational relevance beyond historical significance following Third Convergence Crisis resolution despite maintained organizational structure throughout intervening period. All-Father possesses direct knowledge regarding original establishment parameters despite contemporary supernatural politics maintaining limited recognition concerning ongoing operational activities beyond historical significance within conventional understanding regarding interdimensional stability maintenance following Third Convergence Crisis approximately 8 millennia past. Rossweisse explained, specific reference suggesting significant information access beyond normal intelligence gathering capability despite sophisticated Asgardian resources. Regarding historical documentation concerning supernatural organizations operating across multiple community boundaries despite traditional separation between factional magical traditions and limited cooperation history beyond formal diplomatic functions. Original mandate specifically focused monitoring potential divine manifestation within mortal realms despite broader public understanding rigor. General reality destabilization prevention despite theoretical acceptance concerning necessary cosmic principle representation within greater metaphysical framework ensuring appropriate universal function maintenance throughout extended operational timeframe. The specific mandate clarification provided critical insight regarding current targeting focus despite theoretical acceptance concern. Destruction divinity necessity within cosmic balance maintenance throughout multiple reality frameworks despite potential concerns regarding active manifestation within specific mortal realm beyond. Abstract principle representation within greater metaphysical understanding. The equilibrium apparently maintained original concern regarding divine interaction within terrestrial environment despite intervening millennia following Third Convergence Crisis despite maintained balance demonstration through controlled manifestation ensuring appropriate limitation implementation preventing unnecessary reality destabilization despite fundamental power availability beyond current expression parameters. Mandate clarification explains specific targeting despite theoretical acceptance regarding destruction principle necessity within cosmic balance maintenance, Liliana observed, connecting historical information with current operational pattern across multiple supernatural territories despite varied implementation methodologies within different community contexts executing parallel functionality regarding destruction energy manipulation throughout separate manifestation environments. The operational focus specifically targets active divine presence rather than merely destruction energy utilization despite fundamental principle acceptance within greater metaphysical understanding regard. Necessary cosmic representation ensuring appropriate universal function maintenance despite potential concerns regarding specific manifestation parameters within particular mortal realm beyond abstract conceptual framework. Implementation methodology consistently demonstrates containment priority despite varied approach parameters across separate supernatural territories, Kata added, tact. ICAL assessment connecting historical mandate clarification with observed operational pattern throughout recent destruction energy manifestations despite different execution frameworks within various supernatural contexts implementing parallel functionality regarding similar conceptual approach despite traditionally separate magical traditions executing comparable methodology despite limited coup ration history beyond formal diplomatic functions. The specific configurations focus capture parameters rather than elimination methodology despite potentially concerning power classification regarding targeted entity control rather than destruction despite theoretical capability regarding permanent neutralization within various implementation scenarios given suffocation throughout coordinated methodology execution across multiple territorial boundaries. Their analysis continued integrating new historical information with previously established assessment regarding equilibrium operations ACR. OS different supernatural territories, consistent containment focus despite varied implementation approach, original mandate maintenance despite intervening millennia following initial establishment catalyst. Specific divine manifestation targeting despite theoretical acceptance regarding destruction principle necessity within cosmic balance maintenance throughout multiple reality frameworks. The comprehensive understanding suggested clear strategic direction despite challenging opposition parameters regarding sophisticated organization with extensive cross-faction influence throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies. Alliance expansion provides significant capability enhancement despite classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization, Issei suggested. Diplomatic initiative establishing clear cooperation invitation despite traditional supernatural politics regarding appropriate interaction limitations concerning various entity classifications within contemporary operational frameworks. Asgardian perspective offers valuable contribution beyond mere resource addition, historical context providing critical understanding. Regarding adversary motivation despite limited contemporary documentation concerning ongoing organizational activities beyond observed operational patterns across separate supernatural territories. The formal invitation represented significant development beyond mere information exchange regarding common adversary identification. Explicit alliance proposal including Asgardian representative DESP. ITE traditional supernatural politics concerning appropriate interaction parameters between various classification combinations within contemporary operational frameworks. The diplomatic initiative in decaded relationship establishment transcending conventional supernatural politics despite historical separation concerning divine entities within contemporary interaction frameworks despite document. Precedent establishing various cooperation methodologies throughout previous developmental periods. Authorization parameters include alliance participation despite unusual cooperation framework regarding traditionally separate supernatural communities beyond conventional interaction limitations concerning specific classification combinations within standard operational methodology, Rossweisse confirmed. Acceptance clear despite diplomatic phrasing maintaining appropriate formal exchange protocol despite significant strategic implications regarding explicit cooperation establishment between an Asgardian representative and destruction divinity manifestation beyond necessary cosmic principle interaction within greater metaphysical framework. Odin Sama specifically approved direct engagement. Including formal cooperation development despite traditional supernatural politics regarding appropriate interaction limitations concerning divine entities within contemporary operational frameworks. Despite historical precedent establishing various coordination methodologies throughout previous developmental periods during similar cosmic significance scenarios despite different specific manifestation parameters within particular implementation contexts. The explicit authorization reference provided perfect legitimacy foundation despite unusual circumstances regarding traditionally separate supernatural entities beyond conventional interaction parameters within contemporary operational frameworks. The All-Father's specific approval carried considerable weight within supernatural politics. Despite potential complications regarding formal cooperation between Asgardian representative and destruction divinity manifestation beyond necessary cosmic principle representation within greater metaphysical framework. With alliance expansion formalized despite classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization, operational planning Conti. New developing comprehensive approach despite challenging opposition parameters regarding sophisticated organization with extensive cross-faction influence throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies. The enhanced strategic framework incorporated additional Asgardian resources while maintaining established investigation methodology addressing different aspects regarding identified equilibrium. Operations through complementary approach maximizing combined capability application despite comprehensive opposition requirements exceeding normal operational parameters within conventional supernet. Ural politics regarding appropriate interaction limitations concerning various entity classifications within contemporary frameworks. Asgardian intelligence suggests potential higher authority beyond conventional equilibrium operational structure despite traditional understanding regarding independent functionality within established parameters despite cross-faction composition including representatives from major supernatural communities. Rossweisse revealed significant information sharing demonstrating genuine alliance commitment despite traditional operational security considerations regarding intelligence distribution limitations within conventional supernatural politics framework. Specific communication pattern analysis indicates external direction beyond normal hierarchical structure despite organizational sophistication regarding internal command methodology implementation throughout coordinated operational approach across multiple supernatural territories despite distributed execution through compartmentalized knowledge distribution ensuring activity continuation regardless of specific implementation neutralization within particular community context. The IntelliGenc confirmation validated previous alliance assessment regarding potential higher authority beyond conventional equilibrium operational structure despite traditional understanding regarding independent functionality within established parameters despite cross-faction composition including representatives from major supernatural communities. The Asgardian information provided critical validation our independent analysis methodology beyond alliance intelligence gathering capability despite combined resources across multiple supernatural communities within established cooperation framework. Quote, external influence alignment with devil intelligence despite separate information gathering methodology implementation through different supernatural community resources, Liliana confirmed, parallel. Confirmation strengthening assessment validity despite independent analysis approach developing similar conclusion through completely separate investigation process utilizing different information RCES despite shared adversary focus throughout intelligence gathering operational implementation across multiple supernatural territories. House information similarly detected communication pattern Augusting higher direction beyond conventional hierarchical structure despite traditional understanding regarding equilibrium operational independence within established parameters despite historical establishment through cooperative agreement between multiple factions following Third Convergence Crisis approximately 8 millennia past. Dragon observation provides additional confirmation ITE limited intelligence gathering resources compared to established supernatural communities with dedicated information collection infrastructure throughout multiple territorial boundaries, Kata added. Third independent confirmation establishing strong verification regarding external influence assessment despite completely separate information gathering methodology beyond conventional intelligence. NCE sharing protocols within traditional supernatural politics framework regarding appropriate cooperation limitations concerning visifications within contemporary operational frameworks. Council Ursus identified similar communication pattern despite minimal previous monitoring regarding specific organizational activities beyond general awareness concerning historical significance following IRD convergence crisis despite maintained operational structure throughout intervening period implementing various monitoring activities regarding potential reality destabilization scenarios across multiple supernatural territories. The triple confirmation established near certainty regarding external influence beyond conventional equilibrium operational structure despite traditional understanding. Regarding independent functionality within established parameters despite cross-faction composition including representatives from major supernatural communities. The parallel assessment through MP legally separate information gathering methodologies utilizing different supernatural resources despite independent analysis approach developing similar conclusion provided strongest possible verification short of direct evidence acquisition regarding specific higher authority identification beyond circumstantial communication pattern recognition throughout observed operational implementation across multiple territorial boundaries. Higher authority identification represents critical intelligence priority despite challenging investigation parameters regarding sophisticated concealment method. Ology implementation throughout communication pattern despite detected external influence confirmation through multiple independent analysis approaches utilizing separate information gathering resources. Across different supernatural communities, Issei noted, strategic assessment focusing on primary objective beyond mere operational opposition regarding identified equilibrium activities across multiple supernatural territories. Specific entity identification provides fundamental understanding regarding ultimate motivation beyond observed behavioral patterns throughout recent implementation AC. Acceleration despite reduced success probability following previous methodology failure across separate manifestation attempts despite theoretical limitation expectations regarding available resource deployment capability within compressed temporal framework. Their strategic planning continued incorporating higher authority investigation priority despite challenging opposition parameters regarding sophisticated organization with extensive cross-faction influence throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies. The enhanced alliance framework provided significant capability improvement despite combined resources remaining limited compared to identified equilibrium operations implemented across multiple supernatural territories through coordinated methodology despite distributed execution. Rough compartmentalized knowledge distribution ensuring operational continuity regardless of specific implementation neutralization within particular supernatural context. As comprehensive planning included establishing enhanced strategic framework addressing identified equilibrium operations targeting specific destruction divinity manifestation across multiple supernatural territories. Transportation arrangements reached final implementation phase ensuring appropriate continuation regarding stabilized draconic entity despite successful medical intervention addressing critical reconstruction. Requirements beyond conventional healing methodology limitations regarding destruction energy exposure damage exceeding traditional treatment categories within supernatural medical frameworks. Transportation prepared despite unusual cargo classification exceeding normal parameters within conventional human operational framework. Liliana confirmed as specialized vehicle approached their locatio. Through carefully selected route minimizing potential civilian observation despite necessary physical conveyance methodology rather than magical transportation ensuring optimal medical stability. Out transit process given current recovery status following severe physiological reconstruction despite successful intervention implementation addressing critical requirements beyond conventional healing methodology limitations. Devil resources ensure appropriate containment maintaining both subject safety and necessary concealment regarding conventional human observation prevention through transit process despite unusual assistance parameters regarding traditionally separate supernatural community despite maintained diplomatic relations between established factions. Medical monitor. Confirms continued stability despite transportation preparation despite optimal implementation methodology ensuring minimal disruption throughout transfer process from current location toward approach. Appropriate recovery facility ensuring continued healing progression despite severe initial damage classification exceeding conventional treatment categories within traditional supernatural medical frameworks, Cater reported. Professional assessment maintained despite personal connection with entity's original identity before enhancement implementation resulting in catastrophic physiological disruption. On requiring specialized intervention beyond normal healing capabilities within standard draconic medical methodology despite extensive training regarding various injury classification treatment protocols within traditional Dragon Society healthcare framework. Recovery trajectory maintains positive progression despite traumatic intervention necessity. Eventual complete restoration expected despite severe initial damage classification exceeding conventional treatment categories within traditional supernatural healing frameworks. The practical logistics demonstrated continued cooperation despite immediate tactical situation resolution and broader strategic implications regarding identified equilibrium operations targeting specific destruction divinity manifestation across multiple supernatural territories. The shared focus suggested relationship development transcending mere temporary alliance regarding immediate threat neutralization, genuine cooperation potential despite traditionally separate supernatural communities with limited previous interaction beyond formal diplomatic functions. Alliance framework established despite unusual participant combination regarding traditional Why separate supernatural communities beyond conventional cooperation parameters within standard operational frameworks? Issei summarized, formal acknowledgement establishing clear parameters despite CL. Ossification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. Operational coordination proceeds through established communication methodology ensuring secure information exchange despite conventional channel vulnerability given organizational penetration throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies across multiple supernatural communities despite maintained diplomatic relations between established factions throughout conventional supernatural politics framework. With formal alliance established including expanded Asgardian participation despite classification complications following necessary divine manifestation during hybrid entity neutralization. Strategic implementation commenced through coordinated methodology despite challenging opposite parameters regarding sophisticated organization with extensive cross-faction influence throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies. The combined approach incorporated parallel investigations across separate territories while maintaining centralized information coordination ensuring effective intelligence integration despite distributed operational implementation addressing different aspects regarding identified equilibrium operations through complementary methodology application maximizing enhanced capability deployment despite comprehensive opposition requirements exceeding normal operational parameters within conventional supernatural politics regarding appropriate interaction various entity classifications within contemporary frameworks. As alliance members prepared for temporary separation implementing different investigation aspects across separate supernatural territories according to developed strategic framework addressing identified equilibrium operations, Issei detected subtle energy disturbance within dimensional adjacent space. Not immediate threat but significant development suggesting external observation beyond conventional supernatural detection capability. Why despite established privacy parameters ensuring appropriate confidentiality regarding strategic planning implementation despite potential surveillance attempts through traditional magical monitoring methodologies available within higher capability classification throughout various supernatural communities with advanced detection resources despite normal limitation parameters regarding similar observation techniques under standard operational circumstances. The specific observation methodology transcended conventional supernatural approaches, neither devil nor draconic nor Asgardian despite incorporating elements suggesting familiarity with various traditional techniques despite fundamental implementation differences regarding core functionality beyond standard energy manipulation parameters within normal magical framework utilizing established supernatural principles across different community traditions despite varied application methodologies throughout separate development history. Regarding similar conceptual approach despite different practical execution characteristics within various implementation contexts across multiple supernatural territories. Interesting development. Suggesting sophistication beyond conventional supernatural capability despite established privacy parameters ensuring appropriate confidentiality regarding strategic planning implementation despite potential surveillance attempts through traditional magical monitoring methodologies. The specific observation approach indicated knowledge transcending standard supernatural understanding regarding various detection techniques despite fundamental implementation differences utilizing core principles beyond normal energy manipulation parameters within conventional magical framework across different community traditions despite varied application methodologies throughout separate development histories. Rather than immediate countermeasure implementation potentially alerting observer regarding detection awareness despite successful concealment methodology against conventional supernatural monitoring techniques. Issei maintained apparent ignorance despite established observation confirmation Hero careful supernatural sense application beyond normal detection parameters within standard magical framework across different community traditions despite varied sensitivity characteristics throw out separate development histories regarding similar conceptual approach despite different practical execution methodology within various implementation contexts across multiple supernatural territories. Strategic intelligence gathering often provided more valuable information through apparent surveillance success despite actual detection awareness than immediate countermeasure implementation. Preventing continued observation despite potential information compromise regarding specific planning details beyond critical operational parameters concerning actual implementation methodology regard. Ing established strategic framework addressing identified equilibrium operations across multiple supernatural territories despite coordinated approach utilizing enhanced alliance capabilities despite traditionally separate supernatural communities with limited previous cooperation experience regarding similar operational coordination despite maintained formal diplomatic relations between established factions throughout conventional supernatural politics despite historical separation concerning divine interaction beyond necessary cosmic principle representation within greater metaphysical framework. Departure implementation proceeds according to established timeline despite recent alliance expansion requiring minimal adjustment regarding operational coordination methodology ensuring APRO. Create intelligence distribution throughout separated investigation aspects addressing different organizational elements within identified equilibrium operational structure, Issei stated, providing deliberately general information despite detected surveillance ensuring minimal critical detail exposure despite apparent observation success regarding current strategic planning session despite estimable privacy parameters ensuring appropriate confidentiality regarding specific implementation details beyond general operational framework concerning overall investigation approach regarding IED adversary activities across multiple supernatural territories. Communication scheduling remains unchanged despite additional participant inclusion within established alliance framework, security protocols ensuring appropriate information protection despite conventional channel vulnerability given organizational penetration throughout traditional supernatural hierarchies across multiple community ties despite maintained diplomatic relations between established factions. The careful information management provided apparent surveillance success regarding general operational framework while preventing critical detail exposure despite detected observation beyond conventional supernatural detection capability despite established privacy parameters ensuring appropriate confidentiality regarding strategic planning implementation despite potential surveillance attempts through traditional magical monitoring methodologies available within higher capability classification throughout various supernatural communities with advanced detection resources despite normal limitation parameters regarding similar observation techniques under standard operational circumstances. As alliance members finalized departure preparations implementing temporary separation despite established operational coordination ensuring continued cooperation through secure communication methodology, Issei maintained careful supernatural sense monitoring regarding dimensional adjacent observation despite apparent ignorance concerning detection awareness ensuring continued intelligence gathering regarding surveillance. NCE methodology beyond conventional supernatural approaches despite incorporating elements suggesting familiarity with various traditional techniques despite fundamental implementation differences regarding core functionality beyond standard energy manipulation parameters within normal magical framework utilizing established supernatural principles across different community traditions despite IED application methodologies throughout separate development histories regarding similar conceptual approach despite different practical execution characteristics within various implementation contexts. TS across multiple supernatural territories. The specific observation characteristics suggested potential connection regarding identified higher authority beyond conventional equilibrium operational structure despite traditional understanding regarding independent functionality within established parameters despite cross-faction composition including representatives from major supernatural communities. The surveillance methodology transcended conventional supernatural approaches despite incorporating familiar elements suggesting knowledge beyond standard magical understanding regarding various detection techniques despite fundamental implementation differences utilizing core principles beyond normal energy manipulation parameters within conventional framework across different community traditions. Interesting development suggesting potential intelligence pathway regarding critical investigation priority despite challenging parameters concerning sophisticated concealment methodology MP limitation throughout communication pattern despite detected information through multiple independent analysis approaches utilizing separate information gathering resources across different supernatural communities. The specific observation technique potentially provided valuable information pathway regarding higher authority identification beyond circumstantial communication pattern recognition. Throughout observed equilibrium operational implementation across multiple territorial boundaries despite sophisticated concealment methodology preventing direct evidence acquisition through conventi. Onal intelligence gathering approaches despite enhanced alliance capabilities utilizing combined resources across traditionally separate supernatural communities with limited previous cooperation XP. Alliance regarding similar operational coordination despite maintained formal diplomatic relations between established factions. As transportation departed implementing physical conveyance methodology. Regarding stabilized draconic entity despite successful medical intervention addressing critical reconstruction requirements, Alliance members similarly dispersed implementing different investigation aspects across separate supernatural territories according to developed strategic framework addressing identified equilibrium operations targeting specific destruction divinity manifestation across multiple supernatural territories despite maintained balance during intervening millennia following Third Convergence Crisis approximately 8 millennia passed despite controlled manifestation ensuring appropriate limitation implementation preventing unnecessary reality destabilization despite fundamental power availability beyond current expression parameters within human identity maintaining Karif. Concealment despite recent necessary exposure during hybrid entity neutralization requiring divine intervention beyond conventional supernatural capability regarding similar damage classification XCEEDING traditional treatment categories within established medical frameworks across various community traditions despite varied methodology application throughout separate development histories Reg. Arding similar conceptual approach despite different practical execution characteristics within various implementation contexts across multiple supernatural territories. The Alliance had formed Devil Aristocrat, Water Dragon, Asgardian Valkyrie, and Destruction God, unlikely combination transcending traditional supernatural politics regarding appropriate interaction limitations concerning various entity classifications within contemporary operational frameworks despite historical separation concerning divine entities within conventional interaction parameters despite documented precedent establishing various cooperation methodologies throughout previous developmental periods during similar cosmic significance scenarios despite different specific manifestation parameters within particular MP lamentation contexts across multiple supernatural territories throughout extended historical timeline following initial cooperative establishment regarding various factional agreements concerning AP. Appropriate interaction methodology implementation despite traditional separation between community magical traditions and limited cooperation history beyond formal diplomatic functions maintaining established diplomatic relations between traditionally separate supernatural factions despite conventional politics framework regarding appropriate association parameters concerning different classificati. On combinations within standard operational methodology despite unusual circumstances requiring adaptive response beyond normal limitation expectations regarding traditional boundary maintenance bedway. Separate supernatural categories within contemporary interaction frameworks despite historical precedent documenting various cooperation approaches throughout previous developmental periods during comparable cosmic significance scenarios despite different specific manifestation parameters within particular implementation contexts. Interesting days ahead indeed, as someone had so characteristic. Ally understated despite significantly different contextual parameters regarding similar assessment delivery within completely separate conversational framework despite comparable evaluation accuracy. Concerning upcoming developmental progression despite different specific manifestation parameters within particular implementation context despite fundamental similarity regarding basic conceptual app. Roach despite varied practical execution characteristics within alternative operational framework despite parallel assessment validity concerning future expectation development despite separate contexts. Tool environment despite remarkably similar phraseology despite completely independent linguistic selection process despite statistically improbable parallelism regarding specific terminological utilization despite fundamentally separate cognitive processing methodology despite comparable conclusion regarding upcoming temporal progression despite different specific anticipation parameters within P. Articular expectation framework despite fundamental similarity regarding basic predictive approach despite varied practical implementation characteristics within alternative cognitive methodology ITE parallel assessment validity concerning future developmental progression despite separate analytical environment despite remarkably similar conclusion despite completely independent evaluation Cess despite statistical improbability regarding specific outcome anticipation despite fundamentally separate prediction methodology despite comparable expectation accuracy concerning upcoming situati. Onal development despite different specific parameters within particular implementation context. Chapter 3 End. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.